Hello guys, my name is Lord Osei Afari. I study strategic marketing. I believe BSBI is a very good school for each and everyone out there. If you want to join, it's going to give you great intellectual skills to make you Deutschland ready or Germany ready for the market and the career market.
My name is Wakas and I graduated from BSBI with the International Tourism, Hospitality and Events Management Master Program. And I come from Pakistan, and it was a very nice experience because I met a lot of interesting and good people in BSBI. And we are in a strange and difficult and confusing times, everybody knows that. And I think BSBI gave me this experience to equip to face all these challenges, and I'm grateful for that. Thank you, BSBI.
I'm Gökçe Kozudere. I come from Turkey to study event management here, February 2020. I had such a beautiful friends from India, from Pakistan, from Ghana, from Vietnam, all around the world. And I'm so happy to study in this diverse atmosphere in BSBI. And I hope you also enjoy your education here.
Hi, my name is Akash Arpal and I did my International Tourism, Hospitality and Event Management from BSBI, and I'm from India. We have so many webinars. You have an online portal where you can always check various jobs and you can apply if you like any of those. Apart from that, you have guest lecture where guest is always approaching you also. You can directly connect them and get more feedback upon the jobs you want to look for in the future. And apart from that, they also help you with your CV and how to apply for job, how to train for interviews. You have guest lectures again for those things, and that's how it all goes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chukwuma Aklinamadi. I'm from Nigeria, and my advice to aspiring BSBI students is, first of all, you've made two very important choices and great decisions. First of all, to move to Berlin. Second of all, to study in BSBI. So my advice to you is to come to Berlin prepared, come to Berlin gearing up on your dreams and expecting to achieve so many goals. But of course, remember that you have to work hard to achieve any of these goals. But come here expecting very much because this city and BSBI has so much to offer you.
Hello, my name is Shraddha and I'm a BSBI student. 2019 October intake. I have completed my global MBA from BSBI. BSBI is promising you to provide excellent knowledge, excellent classes, excellent teachers, an excellent guide.
Hello, this is Ahmed. I'm from Cairo, Egypt. And I studied with the BSBI. I'm in finance and investment. It was an amazing experience within tough times of Corona. It wasn't that easy to study apart from the campus and getting to know everyone, my colleagues and so on. But at the end of the day, we could, with the help of BSBI's facilities, do it and achieve it in the end. That's why we're here today, to celebrate our graduation.
Welcome to the first video lecture of the Study Methods module. In this video lecture, we talk about fundamentals of a study method, introduction to the module, the notion of study methods, fundamentals of study methods, procedure of study methods, and how do I study? This module will familiarize you with the study methods and equip you with the right tools needed during your studies. In this course, you will learn about study strategies you need to apply during the years of your study. You will learn new techniques and tips on how to study better, write better, and search better to smooth the process of learning and writing your assignments. This course is designed to provide you with the skills and knowledge needed to facilitate your process of learning and preparing you for your assignments and exams. Before we begin, take a moment to think about this question. What is study methods? Studying in a pattern. Maximum topics are covered in a minimum time span. The term study methods is used for general approaches to learning. Methods for specific courses of study. There are many theoretical works on this subject, including a vast number of popular books and websites. Manuals for students have been published since the 1940s. Study method is a technique which analyzes each operation of a given piece of work very closely in order to eliminate unnecessary work and to approach the quickest and easiest method of performing each necessary operation. It includes the standardization of equipment, method, and working conditions, and training of the operator to follow the standard method. Study method is essentially used for finding better ways of doing a work. Study methods helps you to go about your studying to achieve better results and productivity. Being meticulous with your study materials or work is beneficial because you can make less errors and improve stronger retention abilities. Study methods may also be defined as the systematic investigation of the existing method of doing a job in order to develop and install an easy, rapid, efficient, and effective and less fatiguing procedure for doing the same and at a lower cost. This is generally achieved by eliminating unnecessary motions involved in a certain procedure or by changing the sequence of operations on the process itself. Study methods is all about studying in a pattern in which maximum topics are covered in a minimum time span. Simply put, study methods is when each and every piece of study material or work is put through thorough scrutiny in order to ensure that every word is understood and retained by you. This is also advantageous as it prevents any kind of error or misleading information from getting through as it was detected and conveniently omitted in the learning process. To be skilled or know the methods is to be able to perform a learned activity well. A skill is a learned ability rather than an outcome achieved through luck or chance and can therefore be relied on reasonably. The term study skills or study method is used to refer to more than academic skills. They are approaches or rather strategies you use in your learning process. Study methods helps you to go about your studying to achieve better results and productivity. Being meticulous with your study materials or work is beneficial because you can make less errors and improve stronger retention abilities. Study methods is the process of subjecting work to systematic, critical observations to make it more effective and efficient. The philosophy of study methods is that there is always a better way of doing a job, and the tools of study methods are designed to systematically arrive at its better way of doing a job. Study skills are a range of approaches to learning that improve your ability to study and to retain and recall information. Spending time on improving your study skills, no matter how good your grades are, has to be a well-spent time. Some people are naturally good at time management, but may struggle with critical thinking. Another student may be great at taking notes, but isn't great at putting a concept into their own words. To be able to really do your best in your studies and easily demonstrate your learning, you need to spend time developing your study skills. We all learn differently. Some thrive in lectures, absorbing everything that is said. Others take copious notes in order to remember something. For some, diagrams and charts are an important part of taking information on board. There are many tools out there to aid learning. Some will work for you and some won't. Talk to your friends and find out what they do to make sure they remember important information and ideas. They may use tools that you have never encountered, tools that you may find really useful. Just make sure you share with them in return. Fundamentals of study methods. To improve the quality of learning. To improve the usage of materials. To reduce health hazards. To improve the design and condition of the study. To finally improve the process and procedures. Study methods is the process of breaking down the entire study process and approaching it one step at a time. So I'm going to share some tips with you on how you can prepare better. Being properly organized and prepared for tests and exams can make all the difference to university performance. Effective studying starts with the right attitude. A positive outlook can shift studying from a punishment to an opportunity to learn. There is no one-size-fits-all approach when learning how to effectively study. Study methods should be tailored to each student. Everyone has different abilities, so it is important to determine what works for you and what doesn't. Now you're wondering what type of learner you are, or better to ask, what works for you? You will learn more about this topic on the next video lecture, so keep watching. University can be intense. It is a major transition for most students and requires balance, time management, and the right study skills. The only disadvantages of study skills at university is not having any or having inefficient one. While study habits are something that students should have learned in high school, many students get to university with ineffective study habits, or worse, no study habits at all. And that will lead students to anxiety and stress. Of course, you'd better not to worry because we are here to help you. Studying helps to improve retention. Although some students claim that they can pass a college course without studying, that doesn't mean that they can successfully retain what they have learned beyond the course. Effective study skills help to lock information into the long-term memory, while merely cramming information before a big test allows only for short-term retention of the information learned in class. Studying helps students achieve higher grades in university than students who don't study at all. While students can pass and graduate from university with minimal study skills, these aren't the students that will be graduating with honor. The students earning the highest grades are those students who spend quality time studying. To achieve better grades at university, studying is required. The degree or the time that each student studies will be different because students grasp information at different rates. Studying helps with time management. Setting aside time to study with all the other demands on your time teaches you to organize and manage your time. Study skills is a skill that has great advantages. There is no way to do well and succeed at university without a set of effective study skills that work for you. Find a study method that works for you and stick to it. It will help you focus your mental energy, achieve better grades, and be a more successful college student. To sum up, there are numerous advantages of study methods. I will share some of them with you. The first one is that you can complete a course before time. It's ample amount of time for revision, so there is no last-minute hassle. The time that is saved can be used to study other books related to that subject. There are different areas where you can apply study methods for better results. You can use study methods for improving work methods and procedures. You can use study method to smooth your workflow, determining the best sequence of working, reducing monotonous work, eliminating unproductive operations. To be met in terms of quality. Now that we know the definition and the advantages of study methods, let's talk about the procedure of study methods. The basic procedure was first developed and articulated by Russell Curie at Empirical Chemical Industries and consists of 6 steps, which is known as threading. Threading is a method of task analysis. This method can be used to analyze any process to determine parts of the process which are inefficient or can be improved. Select, record, examine, develop, install, maintain. S stands for select. First, you need to select the work that you're planning to do. It can be any pending work, management, practice, learning a course, a defined problem area, or an identified opportunity may be the subject of a study method. It is typically defined through a thorough analysis of available data, standard monitoring or control procedure, high level of discontent and complaint, or as part of a change in management policy, procedure, technology, or venue, and usually because it meets certain urgency and priority requirements. Before any investigation is begun, it is necessary to establish clear terms of references which define the aims, scale, scope, and constraints of the investigation. This should also include an identification of who owns the problem or situation and ways in which such ownership is shared. This may lead to a debate on the aims of the project, on reporting mechanism and frequencies, and on the measures of success. This process is sometimes introduced as a separate and distinct phase of study methods, as the defined or selected stage. It leads to a plan to the investigation which identifies appropriate techniques, personnel, and time scale. The record stage of a study method entails collecting enough data, both in terms of quality and quantity, to serve as the foundation for assessment and review. There are several recording methods to choose from, depending on the nature of the investigation, the work being studied, and the degree of detail needed. E stands for examine. Gather or record all the sufficient information and data that you will be needing during your study. You might need recordings, diagrams, charts, notes for your study. The collected data is examined and analyzed. Critical evaluation and system analysis are formalized form of this method. The goal is to recognize, often through a formal questioning process, certain aspects of the overall work system that needs to be improved or that can benefit from the change. Examine all the information that you have recorded. You can examine and analyze the data you have gathered to identify the sections that need work. D stands for develop. When more detailed research leads to establish areas of progress, the examine stage of the investigation merges into the develop stage of the investigation. The goal here is to recognize potential improvements, actions, and evaluate them in order to establish a preferred solution. Here, you need to develop a preferred solution for the data that you have examined. You can identify short-term and long-term solutions where you can work a short-term solution till the long-term solution comes to fruition. I stands for install. In this method, you need to install the theoretical changes that you were planning to do. Here, you need to create a physical solution that has been implemented. In this part, you might figure out some reasons behind any section that is lacking or any area of improvement that you can work on. M stands for maintain. It is important to verify that new working methods are actually working, that they are being followed correctly, and that they are producing the desired results after some time has passed. This is the period of maintenance. Here, you need to learn to maintain the changes that you have done. In this section, you will learn whether the changes that you have done are really beneficial or not. These were some of the tips on how to go about study methods. Following each one of them, along with hard work and determination, will lead to good results. How do I study? Make time, stick to it, have a diary or planner, schedule study days on top of the lecture days, go through your lecture slides, keep notes during sessions, ask questions if you don't understand something. Historically, an educator's role has been to get students through their exams. And the importance of this cannot be understated. At the end of the day, a student needs to pass their exams in order to obtain their qualification. For a student to be able to effectively apply their knowledge in their workplace, they must fully understand the subject matter. This requires a deeper level of understanding as opposed to surface level, without thinking, learning. And this takes more time and more effort in order to achieve. On the surface, the benefits of studying are apparent. Students who study effectively tend to make better grades and score more positively on tests, quiz, and papers. Good study habits can also help you feel more confident in the quality of your work. Students can feel assured that their work not only reflects their knowledge, but their time and effort as well. So, do you ever feel like your study habits simply aren't cutting it? Do you wonder what you could be doing to perform better in class and on exams? Many university students realize that their high school study habits aren't very effective anymore. This is understandable as university is quite different from high school. The professors are less personally involved, classes are bigger, exams are worth more, reading is more intense, and classes are much more rigorous. If you are not doing well, that doesn't mean there is anything wrong with you. It just means you need to learn some more effective study skills. Fortunately, there are many active study strategies that are shown to be effective at university classes. Simply reading and rereading texts or notes is not actively engaging in the material. It is simply rereading your notes. Only doing the readings for class is not studying. It is simply doing the reading for class. Rereading leads to quick forgetting. Think of reading as an important part of pre-studying, but learning information requires actively engaging in the material. Active engagement is the process of constructing meaning from text that involves making connections to lectures, forming examples, and regulating your own learning. Active studying does not mean highlighting or underlining text, rereading, or rote memorization. Though these activities may help to keep you engaged in the task, they are not considered active studying techniques and are weakly related to improved learning. Ideas for active studying include: create a study guide by topic, formulate questions and problems, and write complete answers. Create your own quiz. Become a teacher. Say the information aloud in your own words, as if you are the instructor and teaching the concept to a class. Derive examples that relate to your own experiences. Create concept maps or diagrams that explain the material. Develop symbols that represent concepts. For non-technical classes like history and psychology, figure out the big ideas so you can explain, contrast, and reevaluate them. For technical classes, work the problems and explain the steps and why they work. Study in terms of quotation, evidence, and conclusion. Ask this question: what is the question posed by the instructor or the author? What is the evidence that they present? What is the conclusion? The cycle of studying: previewing, attending class, reviewing, studying, and checking your understanding. Understand the study cycle. Break down the different parts of studying. Although each step may seem obvious at a glance, all too often students try to take shortcuts and miss opportunities for good learning. For example, you may skip a reading before class because the professor covers the same material in class. Doing so misses a key opportunity to learn in different modes, which is reading and listening, and to benefit from the repetition and distributed practice that you'll get from both reading ahead and attending a class. Understanding the importance of all stages of this cycle will help make sure you don't miss opportunities to learn effectively. The study cycle is a 5-step approach to learning designed to help students become more efficient learners. It works the way your brain learns best. It reinforces new content and builds confidence. The study cycle can be easily adapted to any coursework. The first step is to plan. What do you want to accomplish during this session? Set a goal. The second step is to study. Engage with the material. Organize, summarize, process, make a map, read them, work out the problems. It would take 30 to 50 minutes. Take a break. Step away from the material. Get up, move around, clear your head. And the last step is to recap. Go back over what you studied. So in the study cycle, we have a preview. Preview your text and other study materials before class to develop a big picture of what you will be covering. Skim through the chapter, noting all headings, subheadings, bold words, graphs, pictures, and summaries. Once you have developed a big picture, it will be much more easier to remember and learn the detail. Attending classes should be an obvious step, but some students don't take it seriously enough. Missing even a few classes can be detrimental to your studies and the whole learning process, especially in subjects such as math. Combined with previewing, attending class will allow you to get more from lectures and take better, more concise notes. Preferably right after class, but at least sometime during the day, take about 10 minutes to review your class notes. This process of review transfers the information you learned during the class from your short-term to your long-term memory. It also reinforces new concepts and increases confidence. To reinforce the new material you learned during the class, and to make sure you thoroughly understand the subject matter being taught, take about 30 to 50 minutes to review your notes, read your textbook, work problems, make concept maps, or form a study group. As you study, ask yourself how, why, and what if questions. Don't forget repetition is the key. Reflect and evaluate your mastery and understanding of the material you learned and studied. Ask yourself, is the information I'm studying making sense? Am I confident with the new material? Do I understand the material well enough that I can teach it to someone else? Assessing your studying from time to time is an essential aspect of learning. Not all studying is equal. You will accomplish more if you study intensively. Intensive study sessions are short and will allow you to get work done with minimal wasted effort. Shorter, intensive study times are more effective than drawn-out studying. In fact, one of the most impactful study strategies is distributing studying over multiple sessions. Intensive study sessions can last 30 or 45 minutes sessions and include active studying strategies. In fact, one of the most impactful study strategy is distributing studying over multiple sessions. Intensive study sessions can last 30 or 45 minutes per session and include active studying strategy. For example, self-testing is an active study strategy that improves the intensity of studying and efficiency of learning. However, planning to spend hours on end self-testing is likely to cause you to become distracted and lose your attention. On the other hand, if you plan to quiz yourself on the course material for 45 minutes and then take a break, you are much more likely to maintain your attention and retain the information. Furthermore, the shorter, more intense sessions will likely put the pressure on that is needed to prevent procrastination. Working and reworking problem is important for technical courses like math. Be able to explain the steps of the problems and why they work in technical courses is usually more important to work problems than read the text. In class, write down in detail the practice problems demonstrated by the professor. Annotate each step and ask questions if you are confused. At the very least, record the questions and the answers. When preparing for tests, put together a large list of problems from the course materials and lectures. Work the problems and explain the steps and why they work. Try to explain the material in your own words, as if you are the teacher. You can do this in a study group, with a study partner, or on your own. Saying the material aloud will point out where you are confused and you need more information and will help you retain the information. As you are explaining the material, use examples and make connections between concepts, just as a teacher does. It is okay to do this with your notes in your hands. At first, you may rely on your notes to explain the material, but eventually you'll be able to teach it without your notes. Creating a quiz for yourself will help you to think like your lecturer. What does your professor want you to know? Quizzing yourself is a highly effective study technique. Make a study guide and carry it with you so you can review the questions and answer them throughout the day and across several days. Identify the questions that you don't know and quiz yourself on only those questions. Say your answers aloud. This will help you to retain the information and make corrections where they are needed. For technical courses, do the same problems and explain how you got from the question to the answer. Redo the problems that give you trouble. Learning the material in this way actively engages your brain and will significantly improve your memory. Be aware of easy weeks. This is the calm before the storm. Lighter work weeks are a great time to get ahead on work or start long projects. Use the extra hours to get ahead on assignments or start big projects or papers. You should plan to work on every class every week, even if you don't have anything due. In fact, it is preferable to do some work for each of your classes every day. Spending 30 minutes per class each day will add up to 3 hours per week. But spreading this time over the 6 days is more effective than cramming it all in during one long 3-hour session. If you have completed all the works for a particular class, then use the 30 minutes to get ahead or start a longer project. Like many teachers, I hear hundreds of excuses why students haven't done well on a test. Occasionally, students will admit outright, "I just didn't study." But more often, they will say, "I really studied for the test. I cannot understand why I did not pass it properly with a good grade." A common problem is waiting until the last minute to study for a test. But in many instances, students just don't know how to study. Whether you fall into this category or not, chances are you could improve your studying habits by applying strategies explained earlier. Review questions. What is study methods? Elaborate on the importance of study methods. What are the fundamentals of study methods? And how should you study? Thank you for participating and watching this video lecture.
Hello, my name is Michelle Alves. I'm from Brazil and I'm here in Berlin studying at BSBI. I'm studying digital marketing. It has been a very crazy journey. It has been a nice adventure. I've been learning a lot about myself and about other people. And also it's been very nice to be an international student in a so diverse and nice country as Germany. Before coming to Germany, I was only working. I worked for myself since 2014 when I started my YouTube channel, and I graduated in 2016. I felt that it was time to come back and do another course. This is not my first time in Berlin. I visited the city while I was doing a Euro trip by myself in 2019. I remember recording a video for my YouTube channel saying I could definitely live here, and now coming back and having this opportunity to live here and be a student here, and also connect with a lot of people, different people from different backgrounds. It's one of the things that I most like about the city, and I don't really feel as a foreign here or as an outsider. I feel more as a part of a city that it's open to everyone. One of the things that I most like about BSBI is the nationality mix of the students. I study with people from Italy, Turkey, Pakistan, Switzerland, South Africa, and this is one of the best things, especially talking about digital marketing, that it's something that can be very different depending on the place that you're living. So I found that our discussions during the class, for example, are very interesting because people are from different places, so they have different opinions about things. I would say for you to don't get attached to your material things that you're gonna live in your home country, and just be open to new stuff, a new mindset that you're gonna get, and new people that you're gonna connect. When you're traveling and studying and living abroad, the lessons that you learned, it's much more about yourself and about your perception of world than anything else. To be more empathetic to other people, to understand the differences, these are the best part. I would say be brave, get off your comfort zone and just come, because the experience will be very nice.
The best way to find the leaders of the future is to create them. Don't just learn the tricks of the trade, master them. MA Visual Communication. Interlocking the principles of foundational arts, graphic design, illustration, animation, as envisioned by industry experts, culminating in your own creative identity. Study in Hamburg. Explore, expand, reinvent. Master your career. Shake up the industry. Evolve. Stand out. In just 18 months with the MA Visual Communication. Join us. Together we create legends. MA Visual Communication.
Hi, my name is Jan-Hendrik Ansing. I'm 35 years old. I was born in Bad Homburg, a very small village close to Frankfurt, Germany. I studied business economics in Germany, Sweden and the US. And I moved to Berlin 12 years ago because I really wanted to get into the startup scene. And I'm running a company called Folders, and I have a couple of angel investments here and support younger companies. A business angel are private individuals that invest into young companies. Well, first of all, to become a business angel, you have to have some capital at hand to invest it. And second of all, you have to find good ideas and primarily teams to invest in. So usually most business angels, they used to be founders or management members, and they have grown a network throughout the last couple of years and connected with other founders or employees that are willing to build up a new business, and that gives them opportunities to invest. How do you become an appreciated business angel? Because there are many business angels out there, and I think the best business angels focus on the team and support founders with whatever they can and have to be successful. Well, finding business angels is I would say it's not too complicated. It's more the question about finding the right business angels that really can help you out. I would say right now, 2021, there's a lot of money in the market, so it's rather easy to get money. But when you are in an early stage as a company and you haven't found the product market fit yet, which is very, very important, it's good to have the right people at hand, also advisors that help you out, building the product and preparing the whole organization, hiring the right people. So there's a lot to be done, and it's very helpful to have angels at hand that have experienced this situation a couple of times and give you good advice. I choose projects only by the people. So the most important thing for me is the team. Because the company, when it starts and it ends, it's going to look completely different. The product is going to look completely different, but what always stays the same is the team. And if you have a miserable product or a miserable market, a good team will always change that. If you have a weaker team and you are in a good market, you won't succeed. So the most important thing for me is the team. The skills should be taught in business schools. However, I think it's kind of difficult because it can't be taught by the textbooks. You have to experience real situations. It's an art of making mistakes. So you get better by making a lot of mistakes. And you can only make mistakes by actual situations to learn it, right? So my advice for business schools would be that they try to make the whole content as related to actual cases as possible and connect students to the economy and businesses. I've been in the same situation, and the first couple of years are quite difficult, especially if you come from university and you're a career starter and maybe you don't have a network yet to other founders, angels, venture capitalists. So you have to get things going and you have to start somewhere. And I think it's a good opportunity to start with founders because they're usually quite open to talk to people that want to start a business. Try hard. You are going to succeed. It's just a question of how long it's going to take. And a personal advice is that if you want to become a founder or start a business, it can be very addicting, right? It's a lot of work, and there's no one telling you when work ends and stops. You're gonna decide this yourself. So you're gonna get dragged into like a big rabbit hole. And my advice is to have a very stable environment, a healthy environment, and take care of your friends, family, and connect to other founders because they are in a similar situation and they are the best to help you, like from an emotional standpoint, but also from a practical standpoint.
Welcome to another video lecture of the Study Methods module. Study strategy, techniques, and tips. This module will familiarize you with the study methods and equip you with right tools needed during your studies. Outline. Identify, generate, and refine ideas. How to study effectively. Techniques for studying. How to take a break. Different types of learners. Tips on how to study better. It is obvious that ideas alone won't make innovation happen, as you need to be able to build a systematic process for managing those ideas. The point of ideation isn't just about generating tons of them, but about paying attention to the quality of those as well. Identify, generate, and refine ideas. Ideas are the key to innovation. Without them, there isn't much to execute, and because execution is the key to learning, new ideas are necessary for making any kind of improvement. We agree that it can sometimes be difficult to come up with more of those high-quality ideas. It is not unusual to get stuck in our old habits and routines when we are supposed to be creating something new. To break out of that, we are decided to look into ideas generation as a whole, as well as to introduce some of our favorite tips and tools, techniques that can be used to generate new ideas more systematically. Idea generation is described as the process of creating, developing, and communicating abstract, concrete, or visual ideas. It is the front-end part of the idea management funnel, and it focuses on coming up with possible solutions to perceived or actual problems and opportunities. As mentioned, ideas are the first step towards making improvement. Us making progress as individual human beings depends on new ideas. From the perspective of an individual, new ideas can help you to move forward if you feel stuck with a task or are unable to solve a certain problem. The ability to create and develop new ideas allows you to stay relevant and make positive change happen in your work. Regardless of your goals or the types of ideas you're looking for, the purpose of new ideas is to improve the way you operate. Okay, now you need ideas. What do you do? Idea challenge is the first step. Idea challenge is a focused form of innovation where you raise a problem or opportunity with the hopes of coming up with creative solutions. The point of Idea Challenge is to participate in ideation and generate ideas around a predefined theme for a limited period of time. Keep in mind that Idea Challenge is the best technique when you need to generate lots of new ideas. Although Idea Challenge enables you to gather lots of ideas fast, careful planning takes time and might not be worth the effort if there are no resources to execute it properly. Also, right timing is necessary for it to succeed. The second step is brainstorm cards. Brainstorm cards are a useful tool created by the Bond of Innovation for coming up with dozens of new ideas related to whatever challenge or problem you're currently working with. Brainstorm cards help you consider external factors such as societal trends, new technologies, and regulation in the context of your business, let's say. This approach allows you to generate a great number of ideas with little effort. Although many of the ideas won't make sense, this tool can still be very beneficial for getting you out of the route if you are suffering from a creative block. Although generating ideas is often the easy part of the innovation, collecting and managing them can be challenging without a proper tool. Because people often come up with new ideas, and then they should be able to collect those ideas right when they arise. So many people use digital or physical notebooks to write down their ideas on the go, which this method works well when you just want to make notes for your own use. However, when you want to share that information with others and ask for feedback for further improvement, this isn't the most effective way. For your ideation to be as productive as possible, it is important to involve the right people to the process. Engage those people who know about the topic and are genuinely interested in making a change in your organization. Creative thinking inspires ideas. Ideas inspire change. Before we begin, let me ask you a question. How do you study? Mastering effective study habits not only makes it easier to learn, but will also help you get better grades. Being properly organized and prepared for tests, exams, and assignments can make all the difference to school performance. Effective studying starts with the right attitude. As we said previously, a positive outlook can shift studying from a punishment to an opportunity to learn something new. There is no one-size-fits-all approach when learning how to effectively study. Study methods should be tailored to each student. Everyone has different abilities, so it is important to determine what works for you and what doesn't. For some students, studying and staying motivated comes easily. Others may have to work a little bit harder. So, is your current study method reading a textbook repeatedly, hoping that something will stick? If so, do you find yourself stressed out because you cannot memorize such a vast quantity of information in such a short time? Finding the best way to study is an ongoing process. It isn't something that can be left to the night before the test. You should be constantly improving your study skills to better understand what works and what doesn't. Learning how to study better helps avoid panic and frustration the next time a big test is coming up. After all, you are more likely to do well and be less stressed before a test when you have had time to properly review and practice the material. Mastering effective study habits not only makes it easier to learn, but will also help you get better grades in school. Musicians practice their instruments. Athletes practice sports skills. The same should go for learning. If you want to be able to remember information, the best thing you can do is practice. If you study a little bit every day, you will be continually reviewing things in your mind. This helps you understand things. It also helps you avoid the stress of last-minute cramming. Now let's talk about techniques for studying. Techniques for studying. Get organized. Pay attention in class. Make sure notes are complete. Talk to your tutors. Design a study area. Study in short bursts. Study with group. So the first one was get organized. Carry a homework, a planner at all times. Entering homework, projects, tests, and assignments as soon as they are assigned will make sure they are not forgotten about. It is important to concentrate and avoid distractions when the teacher is speaking. Practice active listening by concentrating on what is being said and taking notes in your own words. This will help make sure you hear and understand what is being taught in class. Steer clear of distraction. Distractions are everywhere, from cell phones to social media to friends. Be aware of what distracts you in class and know how to steer clear of these distractions. Avoid sitting next to friends if you know they will distract you. Turning off your cell phone will also help make sure you're paying attention to your teacher. Make sure notes are complete and you're writing clear and in a complete format in the class, which will help you process the information you're learning. These notes will also become study notes that can be reviewed before when you want to study for your exams. Talk to your friends or the teacher if you have missed the class to ensure your notes are complete. Ask questions if you don't understand. Raise your hand and ask whatever you want to ask your tutor. If you don't understand something, if you don't feel comfortable asking in front of everyone, write yourself a reminder to talk to the teacher after the class. Make a study schedule or a plan. When making a study schedule, look at your planner and think about what needs to be accomplished. Think about the types of questions that will be on the test and topics that will be covered, so you know what you should focus on. Set specific goals for each study session, like how many topics you will cover by the end of each session. Review notes from class every evening. After school, review and expand on the notes from class. Reviewing notes helps move material learned from short-term memory into long-term memory, which will help next time you have a big test. Talk to your teachers. Teachers are there to help you do your best. Talk to your teachers and ask for clarification or extra help if you need it before your test. Taking the initiative to ask for help goes a long way for teachers. Choose a study area. The best study spot is one that is quiet, well lit, and in a low traffic area. Make sure there is a clear workspace to study and write on. Everyone's needs are different, so it is important you find a spot that works for you. Study in short bursts. For every 30 minutes you study, take a short break, like 10 to 15 minutes break, to recharge yourself. Short study sessions are more effective and help you make the most of your study time. Simplify study notes that you have. Make studying less overwhelming by condensing notes from your classes. Underline or highlight keywords. Create visual aids like charts, story webs, mind maps, or outlines to organize and simplify information and help you remember better. Study with a group. Working with classmates encourages an interactive environment to keep you engaged. This gives you a chance to test your knowledge with others. Quiz each other on the content and help boost each other's confidence. Knowing how to study effectively is a skill that will benefit you for life. Developing effective study skills requires lots of time and patience. If you follow these tips, you'll be on your way to discovering which type of studying works best for you. Study smart, not hard. How to take a study break. How to take a study break that actually works. With all this hard work happening outside of class time, it's important to make sure students take proper study breaks. The correct way of asking this question is how to take a study break that actually works. Reviewing class lessons, finishing homework assignments, and studying for tests takes a lot of time, effort, and dedication from students. With all this hard work happening outside of class time, it is important to make sure students take proper study breaks. These breaks help maintain study performance on top and can actually increase focus, reduce stress, and help students better retain information they learned. However, many students aren't quite sure how to take an effective study break and find themselves asking, how do I take a study break? Or what should I do during a study break? Or how long should a study break be? So, how can you make sure you are taking study breaks that are actually contributing to the learning process? There are a number of study break tips, ideas, and activities that will help make studying easier and more effective for students. Let's face it, it can sometimes be tough to even start studying and preparing your assignments. Taking long breaks can make it even more difficult to get back into study mode. Of course, it's important to make sure you're taking breaks if needed. But breaks longer than 10 to 15 minutes should be avoided. What to do instead is to take regular, short study breaks. So set an alarm for every 20 to 30 minutes and have a short 5 to 10 minutes break. Short study breaks will give you just enough time to breathe, stretch, and refocus before you get back to the work again. Studying can be physically hard on the body, and you might find it difficult to sit still for long periods at a time. It's important that you take breaks to move around and stretch to work off that extra energy. What you need to do is to take regular breaks to stretch. Getting up and moving around can help re-energize the body, clear the mind, and help reduce any stress that you might be experiencing. Get up, stretch, or take a short walk around. Studying while hungry or dehydrated can make it much more difficult for you to focus and process all the information they're learning. What you need to do is to have a nutritious snack and drink water. Eating a nutritious snack before studying can help you stay more focused and provide the energy you need for a successful study session. Staying hydrated also helps with the ability to focus. So keep water glasses topped up. Starting a study session or homework assignment too late in the evening means you may not have the energy to stay focused. This can lead to delayed bedtimes and incomplete assignments. What you need to do is to create a homework or a study routine. Make sure you get enough sleep every night so you are well rested and ready to learn the following day. It can be tempting to break up the quiet studying time with a favorite television program, but it can make it very difficult to get back to studying. What you can do instead is to put on some music. Put on a favorite song to dance or sing to. Music increases energy level and can also help reduce any anxiety so you can get back to the books with a clear head. It's easy to get lost in the online world, where a 5-minute break can quickly become 55. If you're constantly checking your Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter updates, you're not going to be properly focused on studying. Instead, try to use your study breaks for activities. To do something that gets your body flowing, like taking a quick walk outside or around the house. If you are feeling stuck on a certain concept, it can be easy for you to become frustrated and to give up completely. Move on to a new question or topic. If you are having trouble with a particular question or section of your assignment, let yourself to move on and come back to it later. An untidy or loud workspace, like a noisy home or a messy room, can be a huge source of distraction and take the mind off the actual task at hand, which is studying. If your desk is messy, make sure it is organized first so it doesn't distract you from studying. Plan a regular quiet time in the house with no television or loud activities in order to get your assignments or studying done. Taking a break from studying is just as important as studying itself. It might seem like a good idea to try to power through all the assignments or studying that you have to do at once, but not taking breaks can quickly lead to stress and frustration. Make sure you have enough time for studying as well as breaks to stay fresh and focused. Break down the task into smaller checkpoints and reward yourself when you reach a homework checkpoint. Whether it's a favorite treat or a fun study break activity, little rewards can help you to reach your study goals. Putting off assignments and studying until the last minute will make it harder and more tiring. Make sure you do not leave everything until the last minute and try to cram it all into one night. Make sure that you give yourself lots of time to study as well as time to take study breaks. Review what you learned in class after each lecture. Set up regular study routines. When it comes to learning, everyone is different. We all have unique things that make our brains work and make learning easier for us. These are called learning styles, and there are 3 or 4 that are generally accepted as the most well-known ones. Everyone studies and learns a bit differently. These are often called learning styles or learning preferences. To find the study tips that will work best for you, it is helpful to think about how you prefer to learn and match your study techniques to your learning style. Wondering what type of learner you are? Let's find out. Learning styles focus on how a student is best able to learn or their preferred method of acquiring knowledge. This is usually influenced by their unique brain and experiences and has a direct impact on the way they get information. There isn't a best learning style. All of these learning styles are important, and as a student, it is smart to work on strengthening all of them. So let's begin with this question. How many types of learners do we have? Different types of learners. When it comes to learning, everyone is different. We all have unique things that make our brains work and make learning easier for us. There are 4 main types of learning styles: visual, auditory, reading and writing, kinesthetics, or tactile. Auditory and kinesthetic learners have different strengths and preferences than a learner who prefers to learn visually. Additionally, sometimes learners can have a reading or writing style of learning. While similar to the visual learning style, this is a bit more focused on actual words than images. All of these learning styles surround us every day, but often students gravitate toward the style of learning that is most effective for them. But it's a good idea to work to strengthen the other learning styles to help you be a better learner all around. Most people use a mix of each, but there is usually one type of learning style they prefer. This can change depending on different circumstances. There is no one-size-fits-all style of learning. Remember that these learning preferences aren't set in stone. A primarily visual learner can still successfully retain information from lectures and from hands-on activities. Knowing and understanding the types of learning style is important. Once you know how you learn best, you can start studying more effectively. Now, let's see, what are they? The visual style. The visual learning style is fairly self-explanatory. It's about seeing things in order to learn them. This can take many forms, from awareness, colors, tones, brightness, and contrasts, and other visual information. Visual learning examples include watching a video or in-person demonstration of cooking a meal, or following a diagram to build furniture, looking at a graph to understand statistics, writing instructions on a whiteboard for people to follow, and more. Visual learning focuses on what we can see. So anything that is looked at or watched is part of visual learning. Learners who gravitate toward visual learning appreciate seeing things in order to help them learn, rather than hearing or experiencing them. Visual learners have many strengths that help them in the classroom. Teachers can utilize these strengths to help students be even more effective and efficient in the learning process. Some of these strengths include the ability to visualize objects, a good sense of balance and alignment. They are usually very organized, very color-oriented, and can picture words from a book. They can identify simple similarities and differences in things, and they utilize imagery to help them learn, and they can visualize everything. So auditory learning means that a student learns most effectively by listening. They would prefer listening to a lecture over reading a textbook, or hearing the instruction for a project instead of figuring it out themselves. For example, a visual learner will want to see an example of the project, while someone who has an auditory focus will prefer to hear about that project. A kinesthetic learner wants to try it out for themselves, different from the visual learner and the auditory focused learner. There is not a right or wrong learning style. Visual isn't better than the kinesthetic learning style or vice versa. What's important is to understand learning strategies and study tips that can help you in a classroom environment. Students who prefer auditory learning over tactile or visual will be focused on listening instead of seeing, reading, or physically trying to learn something new. Auditory learners like to hear things in order to process the information best, which is often a good option for classroom learning. There are many great characteristics that auditory learners have them, which help them thrive in classroom settings. Some of their characteristics include good memory for spoken information, good public speaking abilities, strong listening skills, excel in oral presentation and exams, good at telling stories, good ability to read aloud and retain information. They enjoy conversations, and they are unafraid to voice their thoughts. They have good memory in study groups and collaboration projects. They are able to understand and process changes in tone. They work through complex problems by talking out loud, and they are able to explain ideas well. They have solid communication abilities. Reading and writing learners usually do their best when interacting with text and reading the information they need to retain. This is similar to the visual learning style, but deals more with the actual words rather than charts and graphs. Many employers look for strong reading and writing skills when they are hiring people. A tip to retain your material is that try to annotate the notes from your class. It can help you remember key concepts and can also help for studying in the future. The primary means of learning for reading and writing learners are through reading lecture notes, writing essay, reading through textbooks, and writing notes. Kinesthetic learning happens when we have a hands-on experience. An example of a kinesthetic learning experience is when a child learns to use a swing or to ride a bike. They can read instructions or listen to instructions, but deep learning occurs via the process of doing it. Kinesthetic learners are also sometimes referred to as tactile learners. The kinesthetic learner is not limited to learning by touch, but rather uses sensory information from all 5 senses to help better understand whatever it is they are doing. Kinesthetic learners tend to pick up life skills faster than others. Kinesthetic learners can benefit from doing simple physical tasks while studying. Acts like tapping a pencil, squeezing a stress ball, or chewing gum are an excellent way to keep their brains active through keeping their body active. The characteristics of a kinesthetic learner are that they need a multi-sensory learning environment for deep learning as they learn through doing. A kinesthetic learner is someone who needs to be actively engaged in their learning. They are tactile learners who use movement, testing, trial, and error and a non-traditional learning environment to retain and recall information. Common characteristics of them are like they understand more when learning through hands-on experience. They become easily bored in a traditional classroom. They learn through movement. They enjoy sports and physical activities. Is an active participant rather than a passive observer when learning something new. Enjoys opportunities to go on excursion or be outside the classroom. Likes to build things and work with their hands. Loves testing things and experiencing and creating. They love to try new things and rely on what they can experience or perform. Tips on how to study better. We all get the same 24 hours. So why do some people seem to achieve more with their time than others? The answer is good time management. Time management is the process of planning and controlling how much time to spend on specific activities. High achievers are not born productive. Rather, they have learned and practiced the skills needed to get more done in less time. Productivity is not a talent, it's a learned skill that every individual will need to develop. Do you ever feel like there is not enough time in the day? Do you manage your time or does time manage you? Does the clock run out on the day before everything gets done? We all get the 24 hours, so why do some people seem to achieve more than the others? As I said, the answer is good time management. So time management is the process of planning and controlling how much time to spend on specific activities. Good time management enables an individual to complete more in a shorter period of time, lowers stress, which leads to success. So time management is the process of organizing and planning how to divide your time between different activities. Get it right and you'll end up working smarter, not harder. To get more done in less time, even when time is tight and pressures are high, is the right time management. Within the first few days of starting university classes, many students quickly learn that managing their time is one of the most challenging and difficult aspects of being in school. With so much to do and keep track of time, strong time management skills can make all the difference. Productivity is not a talent. It's a learned skill that every individual will need to develop. Here are some tips. Get a calendar. Write down everything. Schedule time to relax. Keep trying new system. Allow for flexibility and plan ahead. Get and use a calendar. It can be a paper calendar, it can be your cell phone, it can be a bullet journal. No matter what kind it is, make sure you have one. Write down everything. So, write down everything in one place. Having multiple calendars just gives you more to do and which you already have a very tight schedule. Schedule when you plan to sleep, when you are going to do your laundry, and when you are going to call your parents. The crazier your schedule gets, the more important this becomes. Schedule time to relax. Don't forget to schedule a time to relax and breathe. Just because your calendar goes from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., it doesn't mean that you can also keep going with the time. Keep trying new systems. If your cell phone calendar isn't big enough, buy a paper one. If you have too many things, write down each day. Try color coding to help simplify them. Very few college students make it through their programs without some kind of calendaring system. Keep trying until you find one that actually works for you. Allow for flexibility. Things may come up that you weren't expecting. You may not have known that your roommate's birthday is this week, and you certainly don't want to miss that. Leave room in your calendar so that you can move things around a little when needed. Plan ahead. Do you have a large research paper due the last week of the semester? Work backward in your calendar and figure out how much time you need to write it and how much time you need to research for it and how much time you will need to pick your own topic. If you think you'll need 6 weeks for the entire project, work backwards from the due date and schedule the time in your calendar before it's too late. Review questions. Can you elaborate on study strategies? How can you study more effectively for your exams? How many types of learners do we have? Can you name some useful tips on how to study better? Thank you for watching this video and participating.
Hallöchen, wie geht from Berlin? This is the BSBI Talks podcast where we share real-life stories and insights into the studying abroad experience, work culture, and the life in Berlin by people who are living it. Hi Funaya, thank you for coming on the show, and I'm really excited to have you here and listen to the stories that you have to share.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here too, and I can't wait to tell my story.
Wonderful. Nigeria, Belarus, Berlin. How did that happen?
I've always been passionate about medicine and surgery. So I left Nigeria to Belarus to study medicine and surgery for 6 years. And after medicine and surgery, I came to Berlin for my master's program. I mean, at the wake of the pandemic.
Oh, did the pandemic had something to do with the decision to move to Berlin?
Yeah, kinda.
Right.
Because I saw how they were managing the pandemic in the health sector, and I discovered that the issue was with management, not really techniques. So yes.
So what were some of the challenges that you must have come across?
Moving to Berlin, you mean? I mean, not so much of a challenge because, as you know, I'm a student of Berlin, BSBI, Berlin School of Business and Innovation, and I had so much support from BSBI, student support, agent, to when I got here, and student services. So I didn't really encounter challenge per se. But when I got to Berlin, the bureaucracy, you know, the lockdown and how it delayed some documentation. But again, PSBI was very helpful also. So I didn't have to go through the bureaucracy thing. I just signed up like, oh yeah, I want help from BSBI. And they called me after some days, come give your fingerprint for this, and that was all. So it was much easier.
That's really helpful, because when you're moving to a new country, there's so many challenges, and I'm glad that you had the BSBI team helping you throughout.
Exactly, yeah. I had a lot of help from BSBI.
So in terms of cultural differences or challenges, is there some interesting story, some observation that you would like to share?
I would say that, I mean, European style in architecture is very similar from Belarus to Berlin. But I discovered that there is actually diversity in Berlin, cultural diversity, people from different parts of the world. And that was really interesting for me. So.
But were there any challenges involved?
No, not
when
at
it comes
all.
to that?
Not at all. I mean, I could find food from Africa, from Asia, so what could possibly be it? Nothing. And Berlin is not as cold as Belarus. So one challenge that I had was adjusting to Berlin. I didn't think that I would find it challenging to adjust to Berlin, because I imagined that I was moving from one European state to another one. I had deadline essays to submit. I wasn't in the States to do anything academic, and so that was difficult. And I was being hard on myself for experiencing those challenges. I mean, I was hard on myself that I was finding it difficult to adjust. And the more I was hard on myself, the less productive I was. But I had support from my friends and my family, and they were like, don't worry, Fu, just take it calmly, one day at a time. And I decided to give myself, you know, some kind of rest or treatment. So I decided to take one day at a time like that. So it became much easier. And gradually with time, I adjusted to the city.
Do you feel more adjustable now or adaptable, having done that or gone through these challenges?
Actually, yes. I feel more adjusted to the city. At least I know the bus stations and where they take me to. But I still miss my way sometimes. But it's okay.
Yeah, that's always exciting in the new city. What made you choose Berlin and BSBI and the course?
BSBI, because BSBI is after innovation. They want to make young leaders. And I see myself as a leader, and I knew like this is the environment where I can't be allowed to be that. Because if you look at BSBI and the style of teaching and what they have, BSBI is the present and the future. So I needed a place that could accommodate that, that would give me room to grow in that sense. So that was why I picked BSBI. And Berlin because, I mean, BSBI is in Berlin, but because Berlin is diverse and international health management, like I said before, the management part of healthcare needs a lot of help and assistance, and I feel like that is where I'm cut out for.
I'm really glad you found your niche.
Yeah, I do. I mean, as time progresses, I discovered that my interest is actually in the health system itself, the management of the disruption in health system, improving it to bring it to a more efficient and sustainable state.
What do you think could be one management thing you would change if you could change anything?
I think we'll pay attention to innovation. That will be very much important. We'll pay attention to health workforce and waste, because in healthcare so far there is a high percentage of resources that is wasted and that is unknown to the system. So we'll pay attention to that. And how about you? Why BSBI?
I chose BSBI because there were so many things they were doing it right. The course was really updated and up to mark. So having gone to a business school before, and a good one, I knew that how things are outside and what things are taught at university are pretty much different. You know, the books are not updated to where the world is at the moment. So I saw BSBI conduct these webinars which would fill in that gap. So that's why I thought that this is a great school to study at, and I chose BSBI. And Berlin again because it's so diverse that where else will you meet nationalities from all over the world and study with them and work with them? What do you think is something that one should be considering when making this decision to study abroad?
When you want to study abroad, I think that it's very important that you do a thorough research on the country and the state. You know, you need to know what to expect and what not to expect. I mean, to the very detail of what foods are available, because this is important, you know. I think that's the most important. And after that, you get to decide if this is what you want or not.
In terms of place, college?
In terms of college, I really think so far that what your goal should come first, and then you look for colleges that align with your goal and vision. That will really be very good because it will help support you and push you forward.
So if in your life that I see that you're very driven, you want to change the healthcare industry. So what is one experience or person that has been the most influential in your life and that gives you this drive?
I really must say my parents. You know, my mom and my dad. Both of them are very different, but they inspire me in different ways. You know, my mom was someone who, during her time, stood up for what she wanted. She went for it, regardless of expectations, societal expectations from her, her gender, regardless even. So that served as a foundation to me that I can be anything I want to be. And my dad was someone who changed career even as an adult. After he got to the peak of one career, he decided to change another career when he was no longer having fulfillment from that career. So that also taught me that, I mean, there is really nothing static. At any particular point in time, you can always be the best. Just switch, do whatever you wish to do. So my parents are my strongest, I would say, foundation and source of inspiration, because from a very tender age, they also let me have an independent mind. So I didn't just, for most decisions in my life has been my decision. Like I wake up, I'm like, yeah, I want to do this. I just seek permission from them and they're like, tell us some more. And, and then they're like, okay, fine, go for it.
All right, so having lived in Berlin for about 6 months now, so what is the myth or misconception that people have about Berlin or Germany that you would like to debunk?
That Germans are always on time.
Not in Berlin.
I mean, not the German trains. Maybe the Germans, but not the German trains sometimes.
What has been the best part about the study abroad experience?
At the top of my head is the exposure experience. Exposure experience for me is the experience you get as a result of mingling with people from different backgrounds, culture, social status, religion, or all there is. That experience somehow shapes your worldview. You know, it has taught me to be more inclusive of people,
and to be collaborative in my ideas, and it has helped me to be less scared of things that are different. So my default mode is to understand, especially things that are new and different, not be afraid of them.
Yeah, I found that in my experience too, that it really grows you as an individual.
Yeah.
When you meet and your world opens up, you understand so many things because you meet different nationalities.
Exactly.
And you learn how to interact cross-culturally. That was really exciting for me.
Yeah. True.
So, what is your favorite part about the city? What do you like the most about Berlin?
The fact that Berlin is a place where you can be. You just be yourself. Berlin is so diverse. Where people are just so different, but it's okay. I mean, Berlin is that city where you will be extremely different and you will be okay. And you will definitely find people who share similar interests with you. I like that about Berlin.
Yeah, the city is super accepting.
Yeah.
I see so many different people, and it's celebrated actually, individualism.
Exactly.
It's
That's
wonderful.
true. That's actually true.
Yeah. So someone who's planning to move abroad or to Berlin, what would you recommend to them? What preparations can go in?
First of all, they should research about Berlin. That's if they are planning to move to Berlin, for example. They should research about Berlin and see what Berlin is from their perspective. After that, if they still if they're still contemplating if it's Berlin or not, they can watch podcasts like this one, more YouTube videos from people living in Berlin. And after that, I would say, do it.
I definitely would recommend watching podcasts like this.
Definitely. I mean, that's why this is happening, right? After thorough research and videos and podcasts, do it.
For example, a lot of people think that it's all you need to speak German to move to Berlin or Germany. What do you think about that?
I mean, for Berlin, for example, you are good with English, actually.
Yeah.
It seems like everybody on the street speaks English. Yeah, and not just English. I mean, you will meet people who speak different languages. I've met a lot of people who speak Russian. I've had a lot of Russian conversation in Berlin. And English, I use German very rarely because a lot of people speak English.
Wow.
So, and you can also learn German. You can learn German before coming. That's good, right? But you can also learn German while in Berlin.
I think that's more effective. That I'm also learning German at the moment.
Yeah.
And my experience has become a lot more immersive. Yeah, it has enhanced a lot. But till now, I did not need it even one day, to be honest. All my friends talk in English, even the Germans that I know.
I know.
So it's a cultural melting pot that you can get by with English.
I'm also learning German. You know, I knew some German before here. I can speak intermediate German, but I'm still learning German still, and I still have English conversation.
Yeah, it's better to do it in the city. Yeah.
I mean, you get to hear the accent, the way it's pronounced. You know the difference between the slangs and the academic German.
And you get so many people to practice it with.
That's true too.
So you lived in Nigeria, you grew up there, then you moved to Belarus, and now in Berlin, right? I think it's safe to say that you have proper outlook on 3 different places. So what do you think about expat or student life in Berlin?
Student life in Berlin is actually an interesting one because there are lots of students in Berlin. You will find people, like I said, who share similar interests with you. You will meet new people who don't share your interests. You can learn from them. There is always something going on in Berlin. There is always something going on in Berlin. Berlin is just really good for student life.
Do you plan on staying here longer after your course, or do you find that it is a good place for to look for a job afterwards?
Yeah, I really want to stay in Berlin. If I get a job in Berlin, then I will remain in Berlin as long as possible. What do you think?
I mean, I'm planning on staying here. That after 2 years, I'm in love with the city, the culture, and the more I get to know about things here, the more I fall in love with the city. So I'm really liking my life here, and I want to continue living here. In terms of job opportunities, right? So do you think that there's scope in Berlin for people from elsewhere, people who came in to study What's the job prospects according to you?
I think it will depend on your course or what kind of job you're looking for. But definitely, yes, there are job prospects in Berlin. And not just jobs in German, there are also jobs in English, because Berlin is a startup hub. So yeah, there are a lot of companies looking for people to work.
Exactly.
Do you think the same?
Yeah, that's actually one of the major reasons I moved to Berlin, because Germany is one of the strongest economies. So of course there's a lot of things going on here. There's a lot of jobs, and Berlin had a sprouting startup scene. So it's crazy how many startups are here, and with that comes a lot of exciting opportunities. Thank you, Ifunaya, for the wonderful conversation and coming in and sharing your stories.
Thank you for having me. It was really good being here, Amor. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Seriously.
Thank you.
And please just keep this on, keep doing this. It's actually a wonderful initiative.
Thank you. It came in because when I was back home and I was looking for places to study, so I was researching on YouTube actually. I wanted content, I wanted insights to real lives, you know. So this is the idea that I got, that there are so many people who are looking for real content and real life insights of people who are having a similar experience that they want to have, right? So it becomes much easier for them to decide for themselves that if they want to take on this experience or not. So this is the reason, and thank you. I hope it keeps on going. Thank you so much.
I'm Catherine Boxall, and I'm the Head of Postgraduate Studies for the Berlin School for Business and Innovation. So we have a vast array of courses at BSBI, ranging from undergraduate and to postgraduate programs. We have an MSc in Digital Marketing, we have a Global MBA, we have an MSc in Finance and Investment, and we have an MA in Tourism and Hospitality and Event Management. The BSBI postgraduate programs really enable you to enhance your skills in your administrative and your business acumen, to really support your further progression and move perhaps even to more developmental PhD work, or even into further into industry at a much more senior management level. The BSBI programs are tailored to really support students who really want to continue juggling work-life balance alongside learning at the same time. We have an incredible VLE, which is your virtual learning environment, which enables students to really engage with the expertise and the specialist knowledge online and offline at the same time. To ensure educational standards are met at BSBI, we have strategic partnerships with a host of excellent universities across the globe, which incorporates especially UCA, which is now number 7 in the UK Guardian League tables 2021 for business and management and marketing. So at BSBI, you're going to have this really excellent array of hands-on academic approach and the teaching, alongside industry visits and case studies, which are really going to support and enhance your learning across the whole global landscape. Alongside all your academic programs, you will also be offered free German language lessons from A1 to B2. In order to apply for a place on your postgraduate program at BSBI, what we'd really like students to do is have a good, strong bachelor's degree from a recognised institution. Now, we do look at people that are applying on a case-by-case basis if they have at least 4 years plus evidence of working within professional practice and within industry. On the postgraduate programs, not only are you gaining this wonderful specialised knowledge, but what you are also doing is gaining this whole network and infrastructure of people that you are going to meet along the whole path and process of your postgraduate qualification. So what makes BSBI unique is the fact that you are going to be working with some incredible, experienced academics who will be supporting you on your journey through your postgraduate program. And alongside that, they have an incredible student support service who's going to also support you with any academic or non-academic queries that you are going to have throughout this time at BSBI. What we want to do at BSBI is to enable you to be really successful in your business environment that you particularly want to pursue an interest in.
My name is Daryl Castro. I come from Bogota, Colombia, and I'm studying strategic marketing at BSBI. I was working on the sales department. I was a technical advisor for the raw material division for the painting industry in my city. When I was looking up for options, BSBI was really friendly from the very first contact, and they really led me throughout the whole process, every time with kindness, and they were really thoughtful. So I really liked that kind of contact when I was interacting and looking for options, so I decided for BSBI. One of the things that I like the most about my lecturers are that even though they are so experienced, they have different backgrounds in different sectors in the market, but they're still with a really fresh minds and open and challenging to us to provide us tools that were really useful during the lectures. And also the fact that they come from different countries and cities in the world. So it was a really vivid experience for me to exchange with them. After completing my studies here in BSBI, I'm planning to gather some more experience working here in Germany, if it's possible. And afterwards, I want to start my own business here also in Germany as well. It has been different due to the pandemic and all, but still it's a really vibrant city, multicultural. And the fact that people that live in different cities that have moved here, like Germans as well, they're really open and curious to learn about other cultures and languages as well. So I have had the opportunity to share about my culture here without any sort of difficulty, and that's been really open for me and nice to live. I would suggest students that want to come here to BSBI and study here in Germany to really be triggered and curious about the country and to explore the language before coming up here. To me, it's really important, at least a basis, even though here it's really easy to communicate in English, but the language is still very, very important. So I would suggest them to really be interested in integrating to the culture throughout the language and also being interested in the people in the country as well, but sincerely, like from the heart.
Welcome to each one of you. Hi, everybody, from wherever you are tuning in today. Thank you so much for being here. So glad that you could join us, and I'm hoping that through the course of the next hour or 45 minutes, more people will be joining us. I don't know if you've been on these webinars before that we've been conducting, but over the past few months, I've been conducting webinars and sharing information about the benefits of joining BSBI, the kind of support that we offer, etc. However, the best way to verify or to ensure that the information that I've shared is authentic is to hear it from someone who's currently studying at BSBI, a student who's there right now. This way, all of you are able to get first-hand information about what it's like to be in Berlin, study at BSBI, and hear about a real student experience here and now during this time. Having said that, I would like to introduce my guest for today, Chetan Somashekar. Did I say that right? Chetan, your father's name? Somashekar? Yeah. He's from Karnataka, which is in India. So after his bachelor's, I'm not going to say too much about him because he's going to talk a little bit about himself in a little bit. After his bachelor's, he decided that he wanted to do his MBA and is currently doing his MBA course with CUC at BSBI. He's also, get this, the president of the Student Council for Postgraduate Studies at BSBI. Chetan, a very warm welcome to you. I'm so glad you're here today. Thank you so much for joining us on this webinar.
Thank you so much.
We're super excited to have you and hear about all your experiences that you're having. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Sangeeta George. I am the Senior Manager for Student Support Services. What we do is we help students and we ensure that students have a pleasant student journey. Once you've paid a deposit, filled out an application, we help you with regards to your visa, helping with accommodation, any kind of assistance that you need. We're there to support you. I will be sharing my email address at the end. If any of you have any questions or you need any more support, please feel free to write into us, and we will be happy to reach out to you and help you. Okay, so before we get started, I just want to go through the agenda. What we're going to do is I'm going to ask Chetan a few questions. If we could have the slide change, please. Oh, perfect. Yes, it's happened. All right. So what I'm going to do is ask Chetan a couple of questions that I hope will give some of you the answers of what you've been looking for. Maybe you've had a lot of questions on your mind and you just haven't had the answer to it. Well, here is Chetan. I will ask him some questions, but I'm also going to leave some time at the end for you guys to ask him any questions. Okay, so think about your questions already. You can see a question box on your screen. Just go ahead and post your question and I will ask him those questions. If he's not able to answer, then we will email him and then he will respond to us. Chetan, is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, awesome. Okay, so today what we're going to do is through the questions that we're going to ask Chetan, we'll be talking a little bit about BSBI as a suitable option for students, the experience that students have of studying at BSBI and also being in Berlin for the first time, especially if you're coming from a country like India or Africa, first time you're leaving home, what that's like. We'll talk about the online classroom experience and any other advice that Chetan might have for you. And I have a pretty strong feeling that he's got some sound advice for all of you. So make sure you stay with us till the end, just so that you can hear and have the opportunity to ask him some questions. Okay, so let's get started. First of all, Chetan, once again, thank you so much for being here. But can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your background?
Yeah, I'm Chetan Somshekar. I'm from India and I'm from the southern part state called Karnataka. I have done my bachelor's in commerce from Vidyavahini PU College, first grade college Tumkur. When I was in my final year degree, I thought of doing my master's. So when I was checking for colleges, initially I thought of doing my master's from my state itself. After that, I got another plan. Why shouldn't I do my master's from an international university? So after every researches, I decided to go to abroad. So I came here to Germany.
That's awesome. So you did, like a good student, you did your research, I heard, and then you finally picked BSBI. So which brings me to my next question. What made you choose BSBI and how do you think it was different from the other colleges or universities that you were considering? Because definitely you had a list. So what made you pick out BSBI?
Yeah, actually, when I was looking for MBA colleges, I applied for certain universities from UK and Germany. But even US was my first preference. But due to high fee structure, I omitted your US and I left that plan. After that, I applied for UK and Germany. I got so many offer letters. After that, while when I was comparing all the colleges, I got this BSBI with less fee structure and I got many benefits from this college. I found this college as more interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the biggest things that students don't realize is that we have quality education at such a low price, I think. And I think it's the best of both worlds. For a lot of students, I think that's important to keep into consideration. So how long have you been at BSBI and what's your experience been like?
Actually, I'm from October 2021 intake. I have taken my first 2 months course online from India itself. I came here to Germany in the month of December. It was a good experience. Literally, it is a good experience to learn with multicultural environment. It's pretty good. The classes are really going good. The professors are very cooperative. And even the services team, student services, academic team, everything is going good in BSBI.
Yeah,
Actually,
and we will talk about that. Yeah, sorry, go for it. What did you say?
No, actually, I had a very good experience in BSBI.
In BSBI. Okay, so you've been there 3 months now, right?
Yeah, from 3 months.
And it's the first time you've left home? It's the first time you've left India, right?
Yes, for the first time I left India.
Oh, that's amazing. In the middle of COVID and everything, you actually got yourself there. That's amazing, Chetan. Well done. Well done. That's awesome. And we will talk a little bit about your experiences because I want to know how it's been over the past 3 months. So how long did it take for you to kind of transition to life in Germany? Do you have any stories of what it was like when you first moved? to Germany? It must have been in the middle of winter, obviously.
Yes, definitely. It was a great winter when I came to Germany. In my hometown, definitely I didn't feel the temperature drop up to 15 degree or less than 15 degree. But here,
Yeah,
after coming to Germany, it was 0 degree when I arrived in Germany. Literally, it was freezing. We didn't.
absolutely. Fair enough, I think. Yeah. Do you speak German, Chetan?
Yeah, I have completed my German language till A2 from India itself. So now I
Okay.
can manage with supermarkets, markets, and any other public places. I can manage, but
You
I'm
can.
not much fluent. I can manage with German language. Yes.
Yeah, because the last time I was talking to someone from who's on campus, they were saying when they first moved to BSBI or to Berlin, they didn't know even one word. Even to go to the grocery store and ask for milk, they didn't know the word for milk. So I think you're in a
Yeah.
better position than that. So that's really good. And it's coming in handy. So do you recommend that students should learn German before they come to Berlin?
Yeah, if they learn at least A1, then they can manage something in Germany. But without knowing anything, even they cannot buy bus ticket also.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Because that's okay. All right, that's good to know. Okay, so coming to your education, what course did you say that you're studying?
Yeah, I'm studying MBA with
Okay,
BSBI. And,
with CUC.
yeah, with CUC.
All right, and what do you enjoy about it? What are you hoping? Do you know what your long-term plans are? Have you had a time to think about it, or what do you enjoy about it? At least let's talk about the current situation. What do you like about your course?
Yeah, the course is actually as good as I thought because I had a huge plans in future. I came here for the same thing. The course is supporting my plans. The course, I know the course will support my things. Even professors are very good. They are supporting us a lot. We have so many concepts like marketing, laws, and leadership management. These things are supportive pillars for a student, who wanna be an future entrepreneur.
Correct.
Yes. So
So
these
that's what
things
you
will
enjoy.
support me a lot. Yes, I'm
Can you
enjoying
talk a
this
little
course.
bit? Can you talk a little bit about the classroom experience? What do you like about it? Are you able to get individual attention? If you have an issue, are you able to go and talk to your professors? What's that like?
Yeah, now the classrooms are going hybrid. The students who are in Berlin can attend on offline classes, and the students who are
Right.
not in Berlin can attend online classes. So this is a good opportunity for students to attend offline or online classes. The professors are very cooperative. They are ready to clear our doubts even at the 10th or 100th time. I had a very
Wow.
good experience with these professors like Vivek sir or some other professors. Like they used to come to the students and they will explain everything. They are very supportive in academic things.
That must be a new experience for you also, no? Coming from a college in India, it's not necessarily that like that all the time. Some colleges, yes, but just
Mm.
to have that one-to-one time with a professor, I think is very important for you. So, which brings me to my next question. You said you started your course in October,
Yeah.
okay? And what was that like for you when you started the course and for 2 months you were studying from home, right? From India?
Yes. Yeah.
What was the online like classes? What was that? Can you tell the audience, because a lot of people are kind of worried about what that will be like, if they can cope with it. Do you have any advice that you can share with them with regards to online classes and how to cope with them?
Yeah, even I have taken online classes for 2 months when I was in India. I was working on so many assignments in this course. From CUC, we have so many assignments. I was working on my assignments. Literally, it is good thing that we have online classes, and even we can submit our assignments online. Even we can
Okay.
submit every of our work online. So it is very good to have online classes. If we didn't have any online classes or this option, the student must be in the campus, so that it would be a huge problem for the students who are still waiting for their visa or any stuff to be done, legal process to be done. So it is good to have online classes. I had a very good experience, like submitting assignments from my home. I felt
Of
good.
course.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Yes.
That's a lot of advantages of having online classes, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And so what's it like for you now? Are you on campus all the time, or do you do some classes online and some classes on campus?
No, from the first day when I came to the college, I'm taking offline classes. I love to attend classes offline. Even online classes were good, but I love to attend classes offline. We can interact more with professors. So I love to attend offline classes. Now every day I'm coming to college, and even we can sit in student lounge. If we don't have college classes, we can sit in student lounge. We can do our things. So every day I like to come to college. So I'm attending online offline classes.
Absolutely. Okay, so there, like I said, there are students here who are interested to join BSBI, but they are concerned about attending online classes. Can you share with them how you coped with online classes and how did you make the best use of the learning opportunity that was given to you? Maybe they can, they can follow the same kind of thing that you followed. So can you shed some light on that?
Yeah, that's what I told before. BSBI, our college is offering hybrid classes, so the students who are not in Berlin can attend the
No,
classes
say a
online.
student is in Africa or somewhere in India,
Yes.
maybe give them 2-3 pointers of how they can cope with online classes. What did you do in order to succeed?
Hmm. We got online study materials. We got all the materials online in our system, so we could study our course, and we can do everything. We can submit our assignments. Even we had a email for contacting our professors. We can contact our
Nice.
professors. We can get our doubts cleared. So this is how it was working online.
So the support is still there even if it's online, right?
Yes.
The college is still supporting you regardless of whether it's online or hybrid.
Yeah.
Okay, so for students who are listening, if you are thinking of starting online, know that all the material will be sent to you. You will have direct access, right, Chetan, to the
Yeah,
professor,
I had direct
right?
access to the professor.
To the professor, you're able to get in touch with them. It's as good as being in a classroom, except that you're doing it from the comforts of your home, at least till you get your visa. And like Chetan, what he did is he did 2 months online, and then now he's on campus doing the classes, which obviously he's talking about how he thoroughly enjoys them. Okay, great. That's so good to hear, Chetan, because it's one of the biggest concerns I think students have. They want to start with us, but they're not sure. So I'm glad you touched on some of those points. Last year, I think during your graduation, I heard one of the students at the ceremony say that BSBI is like a second home to most students. Can you relate to that? And if so, how?
Yeah, actually, BSBI is a multicultural college. So we have students from many countries. The students who are here will not definitely feel homesick. Definitely will not feel homesick. So they can get friends from many countries. The college have 2 student lounge. Students who come to the campus can sit here with their friends. They can do their works and they can play some. We have some indoor games like carom board, chess, like these things. They can play their games here. They can enjoy their day. This is how it is working in campus. The students will come here and they will attend the language classes, and they will do their assignments. They will do their thesis papers here. So
Yeah.
students will not feel homesick when they are here. So
When
the
they're,
sentiment,
yeah.
definitely they will feel this as their second home.
I think there's a tremendous amount of support on campus also, right? Like from staff
Yeah.
and faculty. When you first joined, can you recollect some of the support that was given to you when you first joined in terms of maybe accommodation or visa or just class schedules? Like, was there people to support you with all of that?
Yes, we have many services. Like the main thing is student services.
Yeah.
That we have in student services, we have accommodation support, visa support, and this matriculation and everything. We have student services for those things.
Yeah.
So in accommodation, the students who desperately don't find an accommodation in Berlin, definitely BSBI is going to help them. And for visa guidance, after coming to Germany, the main thing is to get their visa extension to complete all their paperwork. So we have SCRS, the legal consultation office from BSBI. They are going to help our students for getting their paperwork done. And regarding the academic team, they are very supportive, and yeah, the student service, what is that? Admin and academic team are very good in BSBI. Yes.
Absolutely, yeah. So I think 2 or 3 key things that you have said, which is really like stuck in my head. First, that students, because you're somebody who left home for the first time, and for you to say that you don't feel homesick is huge. The second, the whole multicultural environment that you have an opportunity to study in. And third, I think once you get there, the kind of support that you get, right? No matter what. I know that the Career Center is super impressive to help you put together your CV, to help you get ready for interviews. So I think that also will be useful to you soon once you finish your course. Your course is
even we have career guidance. So definitely they are going to help our students to make them trained for approaching the market.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's a huge thing that is, a big advantage for students who want to study at BSBI. Okay, so I'm just going to ask you one last question, and that is, what final words of wisdom would you have, or would you like to leave with these students who are wanting to be a part of the BSBI family as early as May? So any words of wisdom that you would like to leave with them?
Yeah, I have an amazing experience with BSBI. Purposefully, I came to Germany for my studies. BSBI is supporting me with my studies and everything. The students who are looking for better college or better option for their abroad studies, definitely I would suggest BSBI is the one of the best colleges in Germany.
Absolutely. And just it came this question came at the top of my head. Chetan, see if you can answer it. But is there something that you wish that you knew before you moved to Berlin? Like, was there some piece of information, like once you landed in Germany, you were like, I wish somebody told me about this and I didn't know about it. So is there anything like that? Like maybe the weather, is it colder than you thought it was?
Yeah,
Or
the
language?
first day when I came to Germany is it was snow when I came to Germany for the first time, and the language, the people are language dominated, and when I approach someone for something, they say Zuruk, Zuruk. Initially, I didn't understand what is this Zuruk. Even I know some language, I didn't understand Zuruk. Zuruk means back. So even when we go to some stores, if we move a little bit forward, just they will say Zuruk. Initially, I faced a lot of problems with this, but now I'm going to use to it.
Now you're saying Zuruk to other people.
Yeah.
Now you're looking. What about food? What about transportation? Like moving around Berlin, did you learn how to do that quickly?
Yes, Berlin have very good connectivity. We have S-Bahns, U-Bahns, and buses. So from east to west and north to south, we have a good connectivity in Berlin. The student can buy with monthly pass. The student can travel everywhere in Berlin. Just within half an hour, he can come to east to west, west to east. Just within half an hour, the students can travel around the Berlin.
Can move around. Okay, that's good to know. So for everyone who's listening, here is a true testimony of someone who moved just 3 months ago, and it almost feels like, Chetan, that you've been there for years, because you seem to know everything, like how to go about, how to just fend for yourself with regards to buying something at a store, finding the transportation, just understanding the German culture. I think you've put in a lot of effort in order to do that. So really hats off to you. But also for those who are thinking or worried that this might be your first time, how you're going to cope, here's somebody who's just done exactly what you might have to do in a couple of months. I will ask Chetan to put his email address down in the chat box, if that's okay. And if anyone has any questions for him later, if you think about it, you are more than welcome to please write to him. We are done with our questions right now, but what I'm going to do is just wrap up everything that Chetan has talked about, and I think he's really shared some sound advice for us. He's talked about what the classes are like, how the professors are supportive, how he looked at multiple universities that he wanted to join and finally chose BSBI because of its affordability and world-class education. It's very hard to find both in a lot of places, and I think that's what drew him to it. The kind of support that he's got on campus. So for those of you who are actually thinking about it, please do get in touch with us if you have any more questions or any concerns with regards to joining BSBI or what your student experience will be like. We're more than happy to share that information with you and make sure and reassure you that it's all going to be okay. So before I go on to the questions, I'm sure there are some questions already here. I just want to make an announcement that we have a live streaming event, which is a free event happening on the 22nd of March, which is next Tuesday. Okay, so it's the Cafe Scientific and Cafe Artistic that are combining forces for the first time for a panel discussion. So what the topic is going to be is diffusing art and strategy in the era of digitization. So please don't miss it. It is at 3 p.m. CET, which is 7:30 p.m. IST. We will be putting a link in the chat box so that please feel free to bookmark it and use it on the 22nd of March. We're going to have industry experts who are going to be talking about it. So please come join our live streaming event. We have lots of events that are coming up. We have face-to-face events in India. We have webinars. We have Facebook live sessions. Please do come join us and bring your friends along because we would be more than happy to connect with you. Okay, so what I'm going to do is try and get to the questions really quickly and see if there's anything. So here. Chetan, I'm just going to read out these questions for you, okay?
Okay.
All right, so do we have access to the recorded video link? I think they're talking. Hi, Masood. I think Masood is talking about this one. Yes, I think you will be sent a recorded session of this event, of this webinar. Don't worry about it. Masood, you're also asking, is participating in online classes mandatory? Chetan, is it mandatory?
Yeah, a student without attendance cannot sit in the next semester. So BSBI is completely focusing on studies. So student have to attend classes.
So they have to. So even if they're doing it online, so when you were doing it from, or you were doing online classes, you attended like a live session, yeah?
Yeah,
it's
live
not
session.
A
Live session.
It's a live session.
Professors
Because
used to take
what
attendance from the
Masood?
student.
Sorry, say that again.
Yeah, professors used to take attendance from the students, so students have to attend the classes and they have to answer their attendance.
So that's what Masood is saying, because he's working. He said, due to my working situation, sometimes I can't attend online classes. Is it possible that I use the recorded classes? Are there recorded classes?
Recording sessions are available. Recording sessions are available. He can use the recording sessions and he can take permissions from the college, and the college will definitely permit.
So Masood, what I would suggest to you is maybe you can get in touch with your professor, tell them maybe all your classes, you don't need to just watch the recorded sessions, the ones where there's a kind of conflict with your job, maybe those you can get special permission in order to watch the recorded sessions. One thing I know about BSBI is that they are very accommodating. So they are sensitive to the fact that a lot of you are working students. So it would be worth your while to actually find out whether you can do a recorded session. Okay. Hi, Hans. He's asking, so Chetan, did you get accommodation easily when you transitioned from online at home to Germany?
It was very hard. Now the market is going much crazy. So it's very hard to get accommodation. Even I struggled for 3 months for booking my accommodation from India. After that, I got
Okay.
one accommodation and I came to Germany. But our college is very supportive. Definitely, they are going to help us with this accommodation. So that is the matter. But getting accommodation in Berlin is very difficult. So
Yes,
anyway,
and I
we
think
are lucky to have our accommodation team here.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Karimat and team are there. So, I'm so glad you said that, Chetan, because we say that on most of our webinars. Don't wait till the end in order to get your accommodation. If you have decided which intake you're going to join, please get in touch with the accommodations team so that they can give you the kind of options. Just like Chetan said, the market is really, really tough right now in order to find a reasonable and good accommodation. But the earlier you start, the better it would be for you to get accommodation. Let me know if you need the address of the accommodations team. I'm happy to send it to you. My email address, if anyone needs to write to me, it's very simple. It's ask@berlinsbi.com. I'll put it in the chat box after I read this next question. But you please get in touch with our accommodations team if you are planning to join the April intake or even October. It doesn't matter. You should get in touch with them and find out what kind of options you have. Okay. Hi, Stephen. Stephen is saying, Chetan, he says, I'm
Yeah.
Stephen, I have a low class. Is it possible for me to get admission? As in must be low marks is what he's talking about. What do you think?
That this is a very difficult question to answer.
Yes, it is a
Yes.
difficult question. But Stephen, what I think is, I think you should just go ahead and he should submit his transcript and everything, don't you
Yes.
think? Yeah, send your mark sheets and everything over, and then we will tell you whether you're eligible or not. I don't want to say no or yes right now, but we will look at, your English proficiency. We'll look at how you did in high school. We'll look at what you've done already. Do you have any work experience? We'll look at all of that before making a decision. So don't worry. So send us over your transcripts and whatever else you've done, your CV, and then we can take it from there. Right, Chetan?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. Somehow my chat box is gone. So if someone from the back could just please put my email address or just show it on the screen. Oh, I got it. Never mind. All right. Any other questions? Oh, someone did. My back support team is amazing. Thank you for putting that. Okay, Stephen says okay. Any other questions from anyone with regards to the kind of experience Chetan has had, or any? This is your opportunity to ask a student a question, so go for it. I think I've taken all the questions. I just once again want to make that announcement about the live streaming event. It's happening on the 22nd of March, which is Tuesday. The Café Scientific and the Café Artistic are combining forces for the first time for a panel discussion. The topic that they're going to is super interesting. It's about diffusing art and strategy in the era of digitization. It's at 3 p.m. CET, which is 7:30 p.m. India time. And we're definitely going to have two industry experts, Kimberly Houghton and Andreas Richter. So please come and join us. It's free. You definitely, if you're free at 7:30 on Tuesday, India time, which is 3 o'clock CET, please come join us. We would be more than happy to have you there with us. All right. If there are no more questions, any other questions? I'm just going to wait for one more minute. Chetan, I know, has put down his email address. My email address is also put down. If you have any questions with regards to starting online, with regards to visas and the kind of assistance, any kind of support that you need, please do get in touch with us. I'm gonna, I think, wrap it up. Chetan, you have anything that you want to add or anything that you've forgotten to talk about?
That's it, I think.
Nothing. Awesome. Okay, we're definitely going to have you back so that you can continue to share your experience with us, because your time there, you're gonna be there at least for the next couple of years, yeah? When do you
For
graduate?
next 2 years.
Next 2
I'm
years.
going to graduate in October 2023.
2023. So yeah, so count on it that we're going to have you to come and talk more about the experiences that you've had. But thank you so much for being here, Chetan, and for sharing your experiences with us. We are very, very grateful to you and the time that you spent. And hats off to you, seriously, super proud of you and the way that you've transitioned. You give all of these students so much hope that they can do it too. You went in the middle of winter, first time from home, and you made it sound so easy. So thank you for that. There's someone, David, you're asking me if BSc in computer science in Paris or in Greece. If you can, I'm just gonna have to check that really quickly for you. So if you can just give me 2 minutes or 1 minute actually, I can tell you whether you will be able to do that or not, because I just have to look at the courses that we have right now. I don't think we have BSc Computer Science happening, but David, if you actually just put your email address down, I'm happy to get back in touch with you and tell you whether we have that course or not. Wait. Actually, we're not offering it. We're not offering it right now, David. So your option is probably to come to Berlin and start with us. Okay. So we don't have the BSc in computer science in Paris or in Greece, but in Berlin we do. So please do come to Berlin. All right. Okay. So please do write into us, everyone who's here. Thank you so much for being here. We are wrapping it up a little bit early, but then we're not seeing too many questions come in, but Chetan's email address is there. My email address is there. Please do write in, and we are more than happy to get in touch with you. Thank you, David. I've got your email address. I will definitely keep you posted and let you know where we're going to be running that program. Thanks, everybody. Join our live streaming event on the 22nd. We're going to be having lots more webinars and also a face-to-face event. So please watch our space on Facebook, on Instagram, on our website, and please do come join us, and just so that we can help and support you in whatever way we can. Thanks so much, Chetan. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Have a great, great day, and we will see you all soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
If you're planning on moving to Germany as part of your studies and contemplating applying to stay there upon graduation, you may want to consider taking a TELC German language exam. A TELC certificate can boost your work application visa, and of course, learning the language will make your transition smoother, as you'll be able to communicate with colleagues, friends, and locals. Foreign language skills are in high demand and are essential for today's globalized world. TELC examinations are recognized around the world within universities, companies, and government authorities, so you can take your certificate with you wherever you choose to go. At BSBI, we strive to provide our students with all the opportunities they need to succeed, so we're pleased to announce that we are now an approved TELC centre, offering A1 C2 German language tests, with the exams consisting of both written and oral tests. Students will have access to the TELC online training platform, as well as the support from our dedicated tutors. Learning another language is an excellent demonstration of commitment to your career, and will enhance your applications and help you stand out to employers or universities when taking the next step. It is also valuable for personal development. If you're interested in gaining German citizenship, the Zertifikat Deutsch TELC Deutsch B1 is recognized as proof of sufficient language competence for a German citizenship application. Applications for citizenship with a TELC German language certificate will be favoured, as this demonstrates proficient German language and communication skills, which are essential for acclimatizing to German culture. Did you know the Common European Framework of Reference for Languages, CEFR, is an international standard for describing language ability? It describes language ability on a 6-point scale, from A1 for beginners up to C2 for those who have mastered a language. This makes it easy for anyone involved in language teaching and testing, such as teachers or learners, to see the level of different qualifications. It also means that employers and educational institutions can easily compare our qualifications to other exams in their country. With Berlin being a popular study destination for students right around the world due to a strong economy, prominent business and tech industries with an excellent quality of life, it is no wonder applications to study and live in Berlin, Germany are on the rise. Want to learn more about studying abroad and learning German? Find out the benefits of studying a TELC language certificate with us at BSBI in Germany. Get in touch with one of our advisors today who can help you discuss all of your options for the journey ahead. Study BSc Hons International Business and Management with BSBI. Calling all aspiring global business leaders. BSBI is seeking go-getters, entrepreneurs and business-savvy students looking to take on the modern challenges of our global economy and become the leaders of tomorrow. Whether you want to create your own empire, climb the corporate ladder or anything in between, we'll provide you with all the practical skills, knowledge and entrepreneurial attributes needed to succeed in international business and management. BSBI is offering a Bachelor of Science Honours degree in International Business and Management, over 3 years or 4 years for the international route. BSBI offers this fantastic Bachelor of Science degree in partnership with University for the Creative Arts, UCA, a gold standard institution under the Teaching Excellence and Student Outcomes Framework, TEF. Modules include International Business Administration, Entrepreneurship and Innovation, Digital Economy and Transformation, Industrial Organisation and Business Law, and much more. The BSc degree is delivered via lectures, workshops, tutorials, video and practical work, and you have the flexible option to study either on campus or online, so you can focus on enhancing your career alongside your other commitments. Studying a BSc degree in Berlin is an excellent choice for business students, as the city is often cited as Europe's startup capital and is home to a wide range of inspiring businesses and organisations, as well as some of the world's leading giants. Networking opportunities are vast, and the location of BSBI's campus in downtown Berlin is extremely convenient for travelling to all the major cultural and historical sites. As well as this, getting around on public transport is safe, cheap and easy. Students choose to study abroad with us in Berlin, as tuition fees are typically lower than many other major European capitals, and cost of living is much more affordable, so students won't have to worry as much about their finances. Upon completion, the honours degree in the International Business Management in Berlin will give graduates the flexibility of working in a wide variety of sectors and locations, as the demand for managerial positions remains consistently high, anywhere from marketing, retail, tourism and hospitality. Graduates will be able to think like an entrepreneur and manage a team confidently, having also gained all the vital soft skills needed for senior roles. According to PwC, China, Japan and India's economies are among the world's top 10, reflecting the fact that the majority of gross domestic product is now generated outside of the USA and Europe. This trend is set to continue, with Indonesia, Brazil, Russia and Mexico expected to join the top 10 by 2050. It is evident that international business graduates are well prepared for careers in consultancy, international finance, non-profit organisations and entrepreneurial ventures. An international business degree can also launch careers for graduates in exciting global locations. Find out where the Bachelors of Science Honours degree in International Business and Management in Berlin can take you and your career. Get in touch with one of our dedicated advisors to find out how easy it is to apply.
Welcome to another video lecture of Study Method module. Library and Search Skills. Outline. Research strategies, techniques for a proper library search, note-taking strategies. We've all surely heard the term research endlessly. But do you really know what it means? In Cambridge Dictionary, research is defined as a detailed study of a subject, especially in order to discover new information or reach a new understanding. Research is also defined as the creation of new knowledge or the use of existing knowledge in a new and creative way so as to generate new concepts, methodologies, and understandings. This could include synthesis and analysis of previous research to the extent that it leads to new and creative outcomes. Research is a type of study that focuses on a specific problem and aims to solve it using scientific methods. Research is a highly systematic process that involves both describing, explaining, and predicting something. Research can be done on any topic, being medical, non-medical, IT, or anything else. Research is the basis of everything we know. And without it, we were not sure where we would be today. Have you ever thought about how would be the world have been without any development of technology or anything? Well, the life people enjoy now, or the things that we do in the minutes, which earlier looked impossible, are all because of research. In simple language, research skills can be described as being able to provide in-depth information, detailed analysis, and suitable advice on a given topic after researching extensively on the topic. It includes formulating the problem statement, referring to good sources, and explaining your findings and observation in the form of a report. Research skills enable people to identify a problem, collect informational resources that can help address the problem, evaluate these resources for quality and relevance, and come up with an effective solution to that problem. Research skills come in handy in pretty much everything we do, and especially so when it comes to the workforce. Employers will want to hire you when you have good research skills, and compensate you better if you demonstrate a knowledge of research skills that can benefit their company. From knowing how to write reports, how to notice competition, develop new products, identify customer needs, constantly learn new technologies, and improve the company's productivity, there is no doubt that research skills are of utter importance. These skills not only equip individuals to write better research papers, but also teach them all about the problem-solving skills required to tackle issues in the workplace. Research is to see what everybody else has seen and to think what nobody else has thought. Human involves everything from a pin to an elephant. Every bit of information, the things to live and survive, are needed for mankind should be known. As if the essentials will not be known, then we will remain illiterate, unaware of what is happening in the society or around the world. Research is important for humankind because of the various factors that I'm going to share with you. So the first thing, it helps in understanding society. When one does some research related to the society, the human becomes aware and also alert of the good and bad things. In order to know society's norms, policies, code of conduct, one needs to do proper research, or it may become difficult to survive in that society. The second benefit is that it helps in knowing the culture. Every society has its own culture. In order to understand the culture of a particular society, research about that society is needed. If you do not do research or read about the topic that you are looking for in that society, you will fail to know the hidden meanings and the concepts about their culture, and will remain unaware of the same. So if you are curious to know and learn something new, then the research will work and will help you. So research brings awareness. To make yourself aware, reading is the key. Read the published books and the research that already has been done by an expert. Once you have gone through the research work of great alumni, you feel like being on the top of the world as the information flows into your head. Not just this, if you wish to plan any holiday, you become aware of the weather and the requirements of that particular place. This way also research is very helpful. So we can use research for making the right choices for a career. Research needed in all fields. For example, it is pervasive for even the smallest information. One needs to research and understand. If you need to know about a career with greater scope overseas, you will have to research that too. So, this way, research is of great importance to everyone, be it a student, a traveler, a teacher, professor, researcher himself too. Another benefit of doing a research is knowing the truth. If you wish to know the truth about anything, like reading, learning, and research is the only way. When you read and research on any topic, you get to know the truth. The real facts and statistics come across, which enlightens the person and also increases one's knowledge. So research updates us about the technology. If there comes any new technology, the human gets to know about that also through the research work. So basic research is helpful to humans to know what new is coming in the market. Also, it helps in being updated about the present scenarios of the society that one is living in. With doing a research, we can understand the differences between good and bad. When a person reads the already published material, it builds trust and also enlightens one's mind. The person is able to differentiate between right and wrong, which further helps in the decision-making process. So, what I mentioned were the reasons which say why one should do research or what is the importance of research. It is for the whole of mankind, which involves individuals from every group and age. Whatever an individual reads, at somewhere and at some time surely helps as it gets accumulated in the knowledge bank of an individual. So let's talk about why research is important. As I earlier said, the role of research is important in all fields. In a similar manner, the importance of research in education is very vital. This is because of various reasons, like it is a systematic analysis. In education, research is essential as it gives a systematic analysis of the topic. Also, the objectives clearly defined in the research process. One needs to study in a systematic and controlled manner, and this is exactly what the research work provides an individual. The second importance is that it leads to great observations. In the field of education, the research helps in coming to one conclusion. That conclusion can achieve by observing the facts and figures in depth. So, such in-depth knowledge is provided by following various research methods only. In this way, research also assists in leading to greater observations. The researcher comes up with valid predictions, theories, and great results through the observations, hypotheses, and research queries. So this way also helps researcher to come up with great conclusion. The educational research is important for the students to improve practices, and at the same time, it helps in improving those individuals who really wish to bring improvement in those practices. So, this way, educational research helps in the overall improvement of the individual. Be it a student or any teacher who is researching on some topic. It is of great help to them. It acts as a lighthouse and empowers the individual. Research develops new understanding related to the learning or teaching. The educators benefited through various research as it helps them in having a better understanding of the subject. Along with this, it develops greater understanding related to teaching, learning, and other educational administration. The new knowledge further helps in improving the educational practices of the teachers and professors. It also helps in initiating the action. The research you do should result in performing some action or practice. So the research should aim to produce the highest results, which complements the study. Also, you should make sure your study ensures the applicable findings so as to match the result. Research helps in performing well and also sheds away all the problems. This way, you are able to understand the role of research, which further helps in decision-making process. Good research requires proper time and effort. It prepares the person for taking essential decisions, which further necessitates the same from all the participants involved in the process. For better results, the participants need to consider the required consequences and all the risks involved in the whole process. Every student is required to conduct research in their academic careers at one point or another. Techniques for a proper library research. A good research paper not only requires a great deal of time, but it also requires complex skills. Research skills include the ability to organize, evaluate, locate, and extract relevant information. The research is important for the students because it helps them to have a detailed analysis of everything. When you have a proper, in-depth analysis of any topic, the result comes out to be fruitful and also the knowledge is enhanced. Other benefits of research to the students are knowledge enhancement. When you research any topic, you get to know detailed information about that topic. The more the knowledge of the topic, the more successful is the research. So in order to get good output, the student needs to do maximum research. It also clarifies confusion. The research helps in clarifying the complicated facts and figures. If the student has any doubt on the topic or the subject, the student must research and study it in detail so as to remove all sorts of confusion and get a proper understanding of that content. To understand the subject, one needs to go in depth of the lines. The scanning of the content will never do any good for the students. In order to learn the subject and to know the unknown facts, research, detailed study, and full analysis are the musts. Research is done through the work already published. The experts and the researchers had already done some of the research, and the students are asked to go through that published material to understand the idea and the vision of those researchers. When the students do research, they get to know how to create a balance between collaborative and the individual work. Individual work in which the student has to do, while the collaborative work means that the work which has already been done by previous researchers. So in this manner, the students get to know which points to take into consideration and which points are to be ignored. So all you need to do is to define your research according to the assignment. By defining your research and understanding how it relates to the specific field of study, it can give more context to the situation. Before you jump into the process of research, you need to first identify the goals and objectives of the research and define them. Only when you have clarity on the subject, on the objectives of the study, you should proceed with the research. To get the clarity, ask yourself these questions. What are the research gaps? Why is it necessary for me to do this research? What am I trying to achieve? The most difficult part of the research process is actually just getting started. By breaking down your research into realistic and achievable parts, it can help you achieve your goals and stay systematic. Once you are clear about the aim of your research, get ready to do some serious reading. Do a targeted online and offline search. Read appropriate papers, articles, books, trusted blogs, and reports, and get a thorough idea about the concerned areas. Extra knowledge can never hurt anyone. Therefore, read as much as you can. While there are endless sources out there, it's important to always evaluate your sources and make sure they are reliable. Based on a variety of factors such as their accuracy and if they are biased, especially if used for research purposes. Knowing how to evaluate information in your sources and determine whether or not it's accurate, valid, or appropriate for the specific purpose is the first on the list of the research skills. It's very important to avoid plagiarism. Respect the rights of others and avoid plagiarizing by always properly citing your research sources. Plagiarism is a major issue when it comes to research and is often misunderstood by most of the students. As a student, it's important that you understand what plagiarism really means, and if you are unclear, be sure to ask your teachers. Whatever you read during your research, wherever you read it from, if you are noting it down, do not forget to mention the source too. If you do not reference a certain item, it is considered to be your original work. However, If someone can prove that you have copied that information from them and haven't cited them, you will have to face serious consequences, as plagiarism is a crime in most countries. Therefore, refrain from copying anyone's thoughts and findings, and whenever you use them in your research, reference them. Summarizing plays a huge role in research, and once the data is collected, relevant information needs to be arranged accordingly. Otherwise, it can be incredibly overwhelming. Not only does information need to be summarized, but also arranged into categories that can help you organize your thoughts and break down your material and sources of information. Techniques for a proper library search. To become a researcher, you need critical thinking skills, analytical skills, explanation skills, patience, time management skills. Research is most valuable when something new is put on the table. So critical thinking is needed to bring something unique to our knowledge and conduct research successfully. Analytical thinking is one of the most important research skills and requires a great deal of practice. Such a skill can assist researchers in taking apart and understanding a large amount of important information in a short amount of time. When it comes to research skills, it's not just about finding information, but also about how you explain it. It's more than just writing it out, but rather knowing how to clearly and concisely explain your new ideas. Take the time you need, be thorough, and enjoy the process of research. Take a moment and think about this question. Where should I get reliable materials? Is everything you find on the internet worth using in your academic work? Library Research is a platform that aggregates a large percentage of the library's electronic and print resources, making them all searchable at the same time from one central location. The purpose of library search is to streamline your search process. Instead of having to go to different search interfaces to search for books and individual databases to search for articles, you can start your searching with the library search platform. Always be sure to read your assignments carefully and be sure to ask your instructor if you are unsure what sources to consult. And if you are ever in doubt about the reliability and credibility of a resource or need assistance, find a proper source. Do not hesitate to ask a librarian. So, scholarly, academic, and peer-reviewed journals, articles are all written by and for faculty researcher or scholars. Scholarly or technical language articles tend to be long and detailed about research in a particular academic discipline, which usually include full citation for sources and are often referral or peer-reviewed. They include information about the authors and are published by academic organizations. Keep in mind that book reviews and editorials are not considered scholarly articles, even when found in scholarly journals. So scholarly journals usually have simple covers, clearly stating basic information like title, volume, issue numbers, and the name of the organization or the university responsible for their publication. Now, I want you to think about the procedure you go through when you want to search something. How do you usually search something? Do you think there is a specific way? So the first thing you need to do is to use "and" to combine keywords and phrases when searching the electronic database for a journal or an article. Unlike in Google and in other search engines, you will not get satisfactory results if you type an entire sentence. If you type several words without "and" in between, some of the article databases will assume you want only items where those words appear right next to each other. So the second thing you need to do is to use asterisks. So a question mark or exclamation point. Like you write child, asterisk, and education. This works in most of the databases. If you don't use asterisks, some databases will look for an exact match to the word you type, and you may miss some of the relevant materials. The third thing to do is to find out if the database you are using has a subject search option. So for some topics, subject searching works better than keyword searching, which is usually the default. Subject search tends to give you more relevant results. This means that your results tend to match what you need, and you should have fewer results in your list that do not pertain to what you need. Use the results of a keyword search to discover subject headings. Another step to have a successful search is to use your imagination. Think of all the possible ways to express your topic. Brainstorm until you are exhausted all the possibilities. An article about global warming may not have the phrase global warming anywhere in it. Instead, you may find that the title contains the word surface temperature records, and a cataloger has assigned it as a subject heading like climate change. To get the best results, use the word "or" inside parentheses. For example, television or movies. Approach your research like a detective, looking for clues in all that you discover. As you begin to find information, keep an eye out for the big names in your research area, for example, key people and organizations. Notice the names of people who are often quoted in the news, scholars who are doing research on your topic, and the universities with which they are affiliated, activities and leaders working on political or social issues, spokespersons and influential figures. Then, search for books and articles written by them. When searching for books, use broader terms than when searching for articles. Subjects and keywords for books usually describe what the whole book is about. So the main topics, not every topic covered. Don't limit yourself to just one database or one set of search results. Search a database that covers many subjects as well as subject-specialized databases. The same search phrase entered in two different databases may bring up very different results. If your topic encompasses more than one major subject, area business and art for example, try searching both a business database and an arts database. Try different phrases. Try the same search across multiple databases. Don't be content with the result of the first search. So, have you ever heard of ProQuest? Do you know how to use it? ProQuest is known for its application and information services for libraries, providing access to dissertation, thesis, ebooks, newspaper, historical collections, governmental archives, cultural archives, and other aggregated databases. In transition to university, students often take a stenographer approach to note-taking. You might feel that you need to record everything you hear. As a result, you may miss vast chunks of information as you struggle to write quickly. Taking good notes in class is an important part of academic success in university. Actively taking notes during class can help you focus and better understand main concepts. Note-taking is the practice of writing down or otherwise recording key points of information. It's an important part of the research process. Notes taken on class lectures or discussions may serve as study aids. In many classes, you may be asked to watch an instructional video before a class discussion. Good note-taking will improve your active listening, comprehension of material, and retention. Sequential notes are the most typical kind of notes we see from undergraduates. This involves starting at the top of the page, using the whole width of the page, and developing ideas as you move down the page. Though these are efficient for listing important factual information, they do not illustrate relationships very effectively. Note-taking methods: Cornell method, mapping, outline, charting. Cornell method. You can maximize the effectiveness of sequential notes by dividing the note pages and annotating them. It allows you to take notes during the lecture, but also reserves space to summarization information, edit notes, and insert your own questions and reflections. Think outside the box. When using this method, for example, you can optimize page use by organizing your page lengthwise. Listen to the lecturer's prompts that indicate when topic change or when a key concept is introduced. Check for a lecture agenda and chalkboard that indicates which main topics will be covered. It is especially useful for students who learn better visually. Although they can benefit any type of learner, they are a powerful study strategy because they help you see the big picture by starting with a higher level concept. So in other words, knowing the big picture makes details more significant and easier to remember. Cornell method. They are a powerful study strategy because they help you see the big picture. Mapping is a particular style of note-taking where a tree is built around a central concept. It is very helpful in making relationships clear. Concept maps work very well for classes or content that have visual elements or in times when it is important to see and understand relationships between different things. They can also be used to analyze information and compare and contrast. Making one is simple. There is no right or wrong way to make a concept map. The one key step is to focus on the ways ideas are linked to each other. Maps start with a central topic. The main branches are added, which should be the main subdivisions or the main factors affecting the topic. Mapping. Concept maps work very well for classes or content that have visual elements or in times when it is important to see and understand relationships between different things. The outlining note-taking method uses headings and bullet points to organize topics. This method is most useful when learning about topics that include a lot of detail. One of the biggest advantages of the outline method is that it is easy to review the notes. When you write them down by hand and review them, it is much more flexible. In outline note-taking method, key ideas are written on the left of the page. Subordinate ideas are then intended, and detail of the subordinate ideas can be intended further. To further organize your ideas, you can use the typical outlining numbering scheme. At first, you may have trouble identifying when the instructor moves from one idea to another. This takes practice and experience with each instructor, so don't give up. Outline method. This method is most useful when learning about topics that include a lot of detail. The charting method is a note-taking method that uses charts to condense and organize notes. It involves splitting a document into several columns and rows, which are then filled with summaries of information. This results in a note format that enables effective comparisons between different topics and ideas. When taking notes with charting method, think of your notes as an Excel spreadsheet, with each column having its own category and each row having its own topic. The charting method is a note-taking method that uses charts to condense and organize notes. It involves splitting a document into several columns and rows, which are then filled with summaries of information. Review questions. Can you elaborate on research strategies? Why research is important? What have you learned about library search? Can you name 3 techniques for library search? What is note-taking? And can you name 2 methods? Thank you for watching this video and participating.
Hi, my name is Arzu Tiwari. I'm from Kathmandu, Nepal. I first came to know about BSBI through Facebook, and all of a sudden, without no reason, I don't know from where, I applied to BSBI, and like BSBI changed my life. And when I first came to BSBI, it was like so, I was nervous because of language, but the professor, teachers, everyone, they were so friendly. Like because of them, I can survive in Berlin without knowing German language as well. So thank you to my professor and teacher and everyone. Thank you very much.
My name is Manuela and I study tourism, event and hospitality management at BSBI. This city is so multicultural and is so inserted in the tourism world, so it was the best fit for my study course. Please come to BSBI, you will really enjoy that.
I'm Rajkumar. I'm actually coming from India. I did my master's in strategic marketing with BSBI. For the future students, I would like to give you an idea that BSBI is a very good opportunity for you to come to Europe and to experience a vibrant culture in Berlin.
Okay. Should I start? I had an opportunity to travel with one of the best person as a friend first, later as a staff, and later as a colleague. And thank you for BSBI for providing me such an opportunity to experience all these 3 stages. See you soon at BSBI.
Hamburg, the second largest city in Germany, is a multicultural hub and counted as one of the most important economic centres in the country. The Greater Hamburg area has been named as one of the European Union's most affluent regions. As a port city, Hamburg is open and has an international atmosphere. It's quite attractive for travellers who want to enjoy a unique combination of historical architecture and the modern city feel. Hamburg's vibrancy and its close proximity to small old towns make it a perfect mix for students who crave authentic local culture and the modern efficiencies. Compared to other industries, the creative industries in Germany have developed positively since the year 2000 and played a significant role for a knowledge-based economy. Around 1.8 million people worked in Germany's cultural and creative industries in 2019. Even the gaming market is growing at a fast pace. Germany is becoming Europe's largest and most attractive software games market. With these exciting developments, Berlin School of Business and Innovation introduces 3 programs under the Faculty of the Creative Industry to meet this growing demand in the global market. We're offering BA Hons Animation, BA Hons Illustration, and BA Hons Graphic Design. The BSBI campus in Hamburg is situated in the heart of the historical gasworks area, Otto von Baron Park. This location has a long-standing historical background and serves as a perfect backdrop for a modern, exciting and inspiring creative campus. Students can access public transport in just a 10-minute walk. It's very accessible for commuting. Join us in Hamburg. Learn all about what Hamburg has to offer as an international study destination. Start your application now. Visit start.berlinsbi.com or email info@berlinsbi.com.
Hallöchen, wie geht's from Berlin? This is the BSBI Talks podcast, where we share real-life stories and insights into the studying abroad experience, work culture, and the life in Berlin by people who are living it.
Hello everyone, I am Poshali, the Student Council President for BSBI and your host for the second episode of BSBI podcast. So this episode discusses about the different work laws in Germany and the work culture and the culture shocks and what are the insights that are necessary to be working student in Germany. And we have a very special guest with us, that is Dada, who has already a work experience of 12 years in Nigeria for telecom industry and service delivery. And also he is doing a full-time job here in Berlin, also being a student of MBA. So Dada, can you give us some insights about your career, your work experience, and also what are your future goals?
Thank you so much for having me on this program. Like you said, I have 12 years experience in telecom industry as a service delivery manager, in over 7 years as a service delivery manager and implementation manager. Then I have worked in the likes of Ericsson, Alcatel, and lastly, before moving to Germany, Huawei. Okay. Then I have in Germany also I've worked with a multinational company, Sykes Berlin, which is a customer service company. So I've always been in customer facing role.
So you have a 12 years of experience with so many big brands. So can you tell us that what is it different working here than it was in Nigeria?
Yeah, working here is much more relaxed than working in Africa. And mind you, I've not worked only in Nigeria. I've worked in other African countries like Cote d'Ivoire, Cameroon, and Benin Republic. So having worked in all these places, working in Germany is more relaxed. Yeah, it is in Germany that in fact, the first time in the office in Germany, when it was exactly 6 p.m., my boss asked me to leave the office. I was surprised because you don't leave the office before your boss in Africa, but in Germany it was different. So and nobody ever contacted me for weekend jobs, nothing like extra workload. I remember one day my boss proposed that we have to work on weekend and everybody refused and it was fine. And he said, okay, we'll continue on Monday. So I was surprised, and sincerely, labor law is very effective and labors are well respected in Germany.
Okay, so like this is also something I can tell from my experience in India. Like if we leave at 6 p.m., the boss will give you that stare and like, why are you leaving so early? It's like, my shift is over. No, you have to sit. But yeah, now that you mentioned labor law, can you say that how the labor law is effective here and how it is beneficial for the students and the associates who are working in Germany, and especially the expats?
Yeah, in Germany, nobody cares you're a student or not. Nobody cares you're a foreigner or not. The labor law is across the board. What is applicable to foreigners is what is applicable to the locals. So nobody cares where you come from. Your contribution, your everything, same like the locals.
So you have come from Nigeria and you're working in Germany for about 7 months now. So did you face any sort of major cultural shock or workplace differences that was not there in Nigeria, if you want to highlight on them?
Yeah, I faced many, but I only highlight two. The first one was that I was surprised that in Germany, everybody just keep going. You come across everybody, they don't care. Sometimes you say hi and they don't bother to reply. I was like, what? Sometimes you come across your neighbor on the staircase and you just pass each other by, and that is all. Nobody cares about you. You don't care about them. So this is a very first shock. The second shock, mind you, I work in customer service company, is that a customer will just come in or call and say, I'm sorry to disturb you. Sorry to disturb me for what I'm being paid for. I am here for your complaint. But They are polite, but they mind their business. So it is totally different.
So now do you speak German? Do you think like when you have learned a bit of German and you greet your neighbor saying "wie geht's," so do they reply back or they still just turn your face around?
No, like, you know, when you speak a language, they don't no longer consider you like a foreigner. So I realized that now that I'm able to express myself a little in German, this shock is no longer there. The people's behaviors remain the same, but the shock is no longer there. So things change. Okay. I'm more or less part of them now.
Okay. So you think the speaking of a German language will actually help people to find a job easily and better?
Definitely, because this is their language. This is the primary language here. So even if you don't use it in writing, you don't need language in your official working environment. You still need it to communicate with your colleagues because most of them feel comfortable speaking in their own native language. So some of them feel inconvenient when they have to switch to English because some of them think that it requires confidence. So before I think they are being too harsh, but later I realized that it requires confidence to switch your language for someone who definitely even will need your help.
Yeah, definitely. So when they also see that you are trying to learn their language and be a part of it, they subsidize a bit and they become a bit more welcoming than they used to be before. Because even I have faced that thing.
Yes, they feel more relaxed and feel welcome that you are struggling to learn their language. So they feel that you are not lazy.
So Dada, now that we know that the language is somewhat a bit more important, so what do you think is the current job market scenario in Germany? Like what are the most high demand profession jobs and skilled jobs that you think people should actually focus on?
Definitely all the jobs are highly demanded in Germany because if you look at the demography of Germany, of Europe entirely, the progress in their population development is tending towards minus. So the people who are getting retired are more than people who are getting new jobs. So they have to pay more retirement than people who are paying contribution for retirement. So definitely there is high demand. Then it is estimated that over 400,000 workers or technical guys will be needed after the disappearance of COVID or when everything returns back to normal, because there are a lot of jobs that are highly demanded, but I will just mention few that I come across every day: mechatronica, electrical, electronics, house technical, finance, management, customer care. These are topics and jobs that are highly sought after. I bet you if you apply for mechatronical work today, tomorrow the person who posts the advert will call you because it is highly sought after. The same thing with finance, the same thing with other fields that I've just mentioned.
Okay, so you can understand what is actually the future right now in Germany. So we know the students were already flying in even during the COVID, like from 2020, 2021, and I'm sure in 2022 there's going to be a lot of upsurge in upcoming students in the country. And do you think they have enough jobs to accommodate so many students right now? And why do you think students are coming, like choosing this country, Germany, more than any other country in Europe right now?
Yes, Germany has this capacity because in Germany today is the largest economy in Europe, despite the fact that they are not the most populated populated country, but rather they are the largest economy. They turn out GDP, they turn highest GDP. So other European countries are moving in, not to talk of foreigners, but yet the job is available for them. Job is available for everybody because every job is highly valued. So nobody is pressured to focus on one job and leave what they are doing because every job across board is well valued, is well paid for, is well rated. So nobody feels neglected in any field of where they work. So they are not pressured to run after a job and it becomes congested.
So you mean that whatever job I'm doing, if it is in a proper skill field, so we will be getting well paid, and it's not going to be like we're getting paid for less and we have to work more. So if I have talent, I will get paid accordingly, right?
Yes, Germany recognizes skills and they paid for everything. Remind you, it is prohibited to download anybody's work in Germany without being paid. So Germany makes sure that everything you put your effort inside is to recognize, and that is one way they created job for everybody. So when you are in Germany, nobody pay you less because what they feel that the work you are doing is less important. You are being paid hourly, and the hourly rate has a minimum, and it has to be respected. It is respected across the board.
Wow, I did not know this. Like every time I speak to you, I learn something new. So you speak about the hourly rate. So what do you think is the current hourly rate for Germany for skilled laborer and skilled workers and students? And how do you think it has changed over the past 1 year? And is it beneficial for the students?
Yeah, 2021, the hourly rate was 9.19 euro. And on the 1st of January 2022, the current administration increased the salary to 9.89 euro. And by 1st of July, they plan to increase it to 10.12 euro. And before the end of 2022, they plan to increase it to 12 euro. So before the end of this year, the hourly rate is going to be around 12 euro, because currently there is discussion to implement 12 euro immediately in July instead of doing it in 2 phases. But National Assembly is still dialoguing on this.
Okay. So you're trying to say that students have this opportunity to work for 20 hours a week, and for each hour they are going to get paid like for 12 euros by the end of this year. So it's going to be a lot of money for students. They can sustain themselves, and they can accommodate their bills and also pay their fees from it, I think.
Yes, definitely. With 20 hours per week and 12 euros, you can do the mathematics.
Yeah.
So you have 240 euro per week, and definitely I can tell you based on my experience, no student spend more than 300 euros for living, and you spend maximum 500 euro for accommodation.
Yeah.
You spend less than 100 euro for transport and insurance. So you can see that within 1 week you can work your monthly expenses with that 20 hours per week.
Okay. So guys, I'm not good in maths, but definitely you can sit with a pen and paper and do the calculation and see how beneficial it is for students here. So Dada, we have heard that students find it really difficult to find a job. Like when they come here, they apply for internships, they apply for different jobs, but they always get a rejection. Like my rate was like, if I had applied for 80 jobs in a week, I got at least 60 rejections, and 20 of them would ask me for an interview, and then somehow they would reject if I say that I don't know German. So
yeah, it's true, because language is very, like I mentioned earlier, language is very important in communication. So a lot of them, they reject based on language because they consider the existing staff. The existing staff will have difficulties in communication with you, and they want. One thing that Europe promotes in workplace is communication. So they want that synergy in communication, and that's why they always place priority on the language. So it's important to learn the language. And also, it's also important to fine-tune your CV. Your CV from Nigeria, from India, from Pakistan, from Bangladesh may not suit European standards. So it's very, very important to fine-tune your CV to European standard.
Okay.
And also to fine-tune some keywords, because some use machines to find keywords in your CV so that it will be less stressful. So you just have to make some keywords that are commonly advertised in the business.
So keywords and a fine-tuned CV is really that needs to be
very,
helpful,
very important.
Yeah? And at the same time, Dada, I remember you had told me that you were here for like 8 months. So how long did it take for you to find a job and then start working there? And now you have a full-time job. Can you help us with your experience in finding a job? Was it a big trouble for you?
For me, it's not a big trouble because I'm always aggressive with whatever I do. I am always aggressive. So even with my job search, I was very aggressive. I can tell you, I sent minimum of 20 applications a day when I was looking for a job. So it took me just 1 month, 13 days to get a job when I got to Germany.
Okay.
So but I make sure I applied in every platform: Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Stepstone, Zing, Indeed, and all these platforms. I make sure I create alerts, so I get alerted when a job that match or that closely related to my search criteria is posted. I got alert, so I will immediately apply. Sometimes I wake up in the midnight to apply for a job.
Okay. So I remember I wake up early in the morning to apply for Termin, for Anmeldung and Ilia. But yeah, to apply for jobs, you also had to go through a lot of difficulties and struggles for 1 month. But then again, you landed in a good job within 1 month, 10 days. And that's really commendable.
Yes, thank you.
So now let's talk about the visa procedures and visa possibilities that are available in Germany for students. Suppose currently you are on the work visa and you're you are on the student visa and you are working, but then once your student phase is over, like you're done with your MBA, you're graduated. So what are the different visa prospects you think there are available for students?
Yeah, it's a very broad topic, but I will just try to summarize it as possible. One, when you get your student visa and you study here, you are entitled to 20 hours per week. Then once you finish, you are entitled to 3 types of visa. A job-seeking visa, which you don't need to have any job before. They'll give it to you. It is your right to have 18 months. Some countries offers 12 months, like France, Greece offers 12 months. Okay. But Germany offers 18 months. That's another big advantage, 6 month difference. Then you have a freelancer visa, a bit difficult to apply because you have to have a business plan and some kind of stuff to apply for this. But the one that then you have a job, a working visa, that is during your studentship you already got a job and you want to move straight to working visa, you just present your contract from your working place and they will grant you your work visa. But mind you, it has also a minimum requirement of salary. So it is always encouraging. Take advantage of your job-seeking visa. Even when you have a job, take the advantage. It gives you opportunity to look for a job because the working visa is not running away. It's always there for you.
So definitely, like a job seeker visa gives you an extra 18 months, you say, for finding the job that suits your criteria, and then take some time to understand what exactly the city wants, the company wants, and find your preferable job. But
yes, it gives you opportunity to find maybe the current job that you think is best. You could find something bigger, better, and more suitable. Then if you're already on a working visa, you need to go to the immigration to change the visa to the new company, because your working visa is attached to a company. Like the way your student visa is attached to the school where you are studying, your working visa is attached to the school, company where you are working. So definitely you need to go and switch it at the immigration. So you do, but job seeking visa give you opportunities to switch to different companies without informing anybody. You are more or less like a free man. And you can, if you want to be a freelancer, you can use this period also to start doing your business to see if it's going to work or not.
Okay. So definitely we can understand that visa is a very broad topic. Probably we can discuss it in any other podcast next time. But until now, we can totally understand that job seekers visa and work permit and freelancers visa that students can apply and they go around the city and as per their choice.
Yes.
So, okay, before going to the next one, I remember you just mentioned that in the CV, you have to use keywords and proper skills for you. So, because here all the jobs are based in skill-based jobs. So, what do you think that keywords and cover letter actually help in finding a job? How do you think they are?
Definitely, there is no one size fit for all when it comes to CV or cover letter.
Okay.
Personally, I can tell you I have up to 8 different CVs on my laptop. So when I see a job, I quickly scan through my CVs and see which ones suit the job most. Because there are some experience that are not needed, so you don't need to include it in this one. And then there are some experience that are needed. You don't want to leave it out. So you just have to be concise. And when a CV is more than 2 pages, believe me, no employer wants to sit down and just be reading all those things. So be very, very brief in your CV, but make sure that they contain vital information that interests the advertiser.
Okay, so like this is a very important and insightful information that you gave us, that we cannot just have one general CV and apply it for every job. So we should have specific CV for specific kind of jobs, and then we cannot extend our CV more than 1 to 2 page because employers don't look at it. And so it has to be crisp and it has to have all the important points that is related to the jobs. So only it can be helpful for somebody to find a job of that genre, right?
Sincerely, I can tell you one experience. I've been invited for an interview. The interviewer never opened my CV. He was asking me what are the things I wrote in my CV. I was shocked. I started to explain my experience. Then I was like, but I sent the CV, but I couldn't say it because he's an employer. So I explained, I got a job, but the job has to take me out of Berlin. And saying I'm still a student, I couldn't go out of Berlin then. So I didn't accept the offer. Then that's another thing. With all this series of applications, I got a lot of jobs outside Berlin, but because of my study, I don't want to abandon my study and go for work. So some of them, when I get a job, I say to them, sorry, I want Berlin.
So Dada, now that you mentioned that your studies and your work and you had to say no to many jobs because of your studies, because you had to leave Berlin for them and you definitely don't want to leave Berlin. So how difficult is it for you to balance the job, work life and the studies at the same time? Because I know you're in the third term of your MBA, which is very crucial.
Yeah, all thanks to German law at the same time. All thanks to German law. The German law make it flexible. Once you have your work schedule, nobody contacts you outside your work schedule. I can tell you freely, my boss doesn't have my phone number. So there is no even way to contact me outside the work hour. So everything is scheduled. I have time for work. I have time for class. So some days I leave from work to school, and some days I leave from school to work based on the schedule. And I submit my schedule to my school program to the HR. Then they make timetable for my work based on that. So it was very, very flexible. That is another advantage working in Germany as a student, because once you let them know that you're a student, they take your study into consideration and they respect it.
So employers make it really convenient for you when you are saying that you're a student. They do help you with the HR to make you a proper schedule so it doesn't affect your studies. At the same time, you don't have some sort of pressure in your work as well.
Exactly. So my 20 hours standby, my study undisturbed.
So I think that we covered almost every topic that a student should know, understand about the German law and the work cultural scenario for Germany. But before we end, can you give us some sort of tips and insights that are valuable for students that I think they should actually focus on before applying to jobs? Like from your point of view, your special twist.
Before applying for a job, get your skills brushed up, tools that you think you need to get familiar with, improve it, because Germany pays a lot. So they want to get value for their money, like everybody. Everybody wants to get value for his money or her money. So Germany also, since they pay high, then they expect a very high expertise from you, irrespective of whatever you do. So try to brush it up, then try to start learning the language.
Okay.
Like, I speak English, I speak French, and I speak a little bit German, and that is what is helping me.
Thank you so much, Dada, for your valuable feedbacks and insights and so much personal stories of your life in Berlin. And I think the viewers actually enjoyed this show. So keep eyes for the next show. Until then, bye-bye.
My name is Aziz. I come from Libya, and I'm here for doing my master's degree in Global MBA. I joined BSBI doubly actually, because I joined as a student, which was October intake 2021, and I also joined BSBI as an employee, and it was like in December 2021. So you can say I joined BSBI twice, not once. It's just twice entry to BSBI, which is fun. Simply, I would say that me and my colleagues in the campus assistant team, we're trying to keep the campus healthy, problem-free, clean, and fun. First and foremost, my awesome coworker. We have an awesome team here in BSBI. and the healthy and the friendly environment here. I enjoy it very much. And I always when I come to office, I always celebrate the fact that BSBI has as an educational institute, operates in a high standard of work and educational ethics. I mean, it's very professional, and yeah, that's why I like to come to work. For me, because I'm actually a big fan of people. So the beauty of this is that you get to work with a lot of people from different background and different walk of life. And such an environment is very inspiring. And for me, I get inspired a lot when I see people from different places. And it actually unleashed my creativity. So I would be very creative because I got different ideas from different people, you see? And yeah, and you get to see things from different views and from different perspectives. And for me, this is very important. When I feel like I am being recognized and I feel like with myself, within me, that I did something, I go, yes, that's what I am looking for. So yeah, it gives me this rush that I am on the right track. And helping others is always a good thing. I love them. I love them. Professional, respectful, fun, and awesome. Just keep your work ethics high. Stay motivated, always motivated, and don't quit. Keep going, keep going. And the only reason that it's not coming, that is if you quit. As long as you're keeping forward, it's gonna come.
I'm Selin. I'm coming from Turkey, Istanbul. I'm studying graphic design at BSBI Hamburg. I want to work in the fashion industry, to be more specific. To gain someone's attention, I thought you have to have a basic knowledge, at least, of graphic design. I really like it. It helps your creativeness. It helps you think and look at things at a different perspective. I think they should apply right now. It's going really good. The courses, the teachers, the students, the environment, everything's super helpful, super friendly. It helps you in so many ways in so little time.
Hello everyone, my name is Jörn, and today I will talk about the overview of creative arts industry to everyone. We'll just wait a couple more minutes until more people join and then go from there. All right, then the moderator has letting me know that we can start. So welcome to this live webinar. As I already said, my name is Jörn. I'm head of faculty of arts at UCA BSBI in Hamburg. And with me today is my colleague Liz Fernando, which is head of arts operation and head of foundation at UCA BSBI in Hamburg. My background is in advertising. I have been 23 years there. And that's why I can talk quite a bit about the creative arts industry in Germany and then in Hamburg in specific. So today I will talk a bit about how the creative arts industry contributes to economy, what it's like to work there, and what kind of sectors are there where you can work, and what are the main employers in Germany of creative people, and also about the typical and key issues that occur in the creative industry. And after that, Liz and I are open for any questions that occur, and will be there for a while for you to ask and us to answer. So the creative arts industry or creative industry and economy in Germany, they're quite friendly. The creative industry is about 145 billion euros worth in 2019, which is like head-to-head with mechanical engineering and is way more valuable than energy suppliers, financial services, and the chemical industry. And the only industry that had more revenue is like the well-known German car industry, automotive industry, which is like, I think, double the value in 2019. We don't have any recent numbers for 2020, but as you can see, it's quite important, and therefore Germany is quite a big player in the creative industry in Europe as well. We have almost 2 million employees in 2019 as well, and of that, almost 250,000 were freelancers, which is quite a high rate. And this is as well quite typical for the very agile environment of creative industry, that you have a lot of people that are like freelancing and been booked by different agencies or companies, and creative people really like their independency as well. So it's not uncommon for creatives to be like in permanent positions, and after a time switch to freelancing, switching back to permanent position, and back and forth. So it's not very uncommon that almost 10% or 15% of the employees are freelancers. The creative industry in Germany is so important, and it is like a driver for the future as well, that the government had a lot of initiatives for funding the creative industry to secure their competitiveness and like their future, basically, because they have recognized, well, we need to like invest in the digital and creative industry to be competitive in like on a global scale. And as we've seen in a couple of last years, the automotive industry is climbing downwards. So the German population and like the German economy, they really need the creative industry as one of their main pillars. So the government was keen on it to fund it and to ensure the longevity and the competitiveness of all the players in this field. And so it's not only the industry, but also like the education and so on, and so like the whole, so to say, creative economy within the economy. So what it's like to work there in the creative industry, it's different because basically you are the one who is shaping the present and is shaping the future world we live in. What means is that in the creative field, there is a lot of innovation. Scientists may find new ways, new technologies, but in the end, to be applicable for the end user, you will need creatives, designers to design objects, appliances, to be usable for the end consumer. And that's why we are on the very, very frontier to the future, while shaping our present, creating products for today, and like pushing at the same time the boundaries. And as Peter Drucker said, the best way to predict the future is to create it. And it often feels like that. As a creative, you kind of live in a bubble, because you're constantly bombarded with all the new innovations, and you have to be on track and keep up with it. And then if you look back and look outside your bubble, you see that, okay, we are at the very, very top and at the very tip of it. And the broad mass behind us doesn't even know that. So we have to be careful not to drift away, and also to keep in mind to take them with us and design products and apps and whatsoever, so that the others are able to join us on our way to the future. And while being there and working on these things, you really work with great minds. You're working with famous inventors, you're working with famous artists, with famous designers. And this is quite unique, I think, in that kind of way. So your way from joining the creative industry as a professional to working with quite well-known people or well-known brands is quite a short way, whereas this might be a longer way in other branches of the economy. And so this is something I always valued, and I really liked to be able to work with all these super creative people, not only just celebrities, but also like, yeah, super engaged and super yeah, hyped people that have a lot of energy and yeah, radiated. And so the whole creative industry is very radiant and very dynamic in itself. And on the other hand, while working with all these brands and people, you get a good look behind the scenes, how things work. And this is also something that is super important as a creative. You can't design or create things if you don't know how they work. Otherwise, this design will be just superficial. And one rule of design is that design form follows function. So in order to fulfill this like rule, you need to really know how things work, how they should work, and what the outcome is. And this gives you so many opportunities to look into aspects of the life you usually don't see. If you make, for instance, a commercial for a car manufacturer, you will see a lot behind the scenes stuff about cars. If you're working for a healthcare company, you will learn a lot about healthcare, about medicine, about pharmacy, and so on. If you be in FMCG, you will learn a lot about distribution of things and what the problems are, or the takeaways. So this is also a lot of like input that keeps your mind going and racing, and you have to like basically compute all these information on a day-to-day basis, and then bring this back into your designs, in your creative process, and then in the final product. So where to work in this industry? Where can I get employed? The creative industry is divided in several parts, which is advertising, which is maybe quite well known. but we also have like IT and games, which is creative. Like every app that you use has been designed. Every game you play has been designed. Fashion, of course, is one big part, and fashion has always been the driver of the future because it's been quite close to art, and art has always been like the critical voice in society that challenges the status quo and is looking into the future and trying to like broaden your horizon. And so fashion is quite close to that. So it considers itself really like the driver of future. Then like general design, which means like interior design, industrial design, or just designing like your daily paperwork you have, like how does it look, your brand design. This is a bit more complex, that field. Then you have architecture, which is like design and engineering together, which is like a bit more scientific, so to say, a bit more math. And then there's a whole sector that is dealing with all motion and film things, and is used by all of these other branches, but like is a whole different branch than being in advertising or in fashion or design, IT, and games. You might find people that have knowledge across these several parts, but it's its own branch. And these different industries within the industry, they can be divided where you can be employed. One side are agencies, which are like have different clients, and the other side are companies, which is just one client. And the difference between these two is that in agencies, it feels like you have a lot of clients. It feels very agile, very dynamic. You have a lot of different inputs. You will work for this brand today, another brand tomorrow. Whereas in companies, it feels more solid, not dull, not boring, but more solid, not as dynamic, but like very fundamental and also great anyway. And this is a decision as a designer, as a creative, you have to do, whether you want to have like a super quick dynamic environment, or like be focused on one brand and bring that brand forward, or one game, one fashion line. And of course you can always switch between these two. And there's also a constant dynamic between companies outsourcing and insourcing certain services, which is like over the years going back and forth and back and forth. And yeah, so as a creative over the years, you will find yourself on most likely on both sides of this. And talking about this back and forth between agencies and companies, and maybe even different branches, how can a typical career of a creative look like? So your steps through your creative career are quite, on one hand, quite predefined, as we will see. So we'll start off as a designer, then as some kind of art director. This may vary from branch to branch. They might be called different in gaming industry or in architecture. And then you have your creative directors. And these three career steps are divided into, as a designer, into junior, mid-level, senior, which will be like 1 to 2 years as a junior, sometimes 3 years, then mid-level, same 2 to 3 years, senior. After you have been a senior designer, you will then be promoted to the art director, and there again is like junior, mid-level, senior. And with each level, there's more responsibility, and senior art directors already having like small teams to coordinate, and then you eventually will become a creative director, and there is no junior level. Basically, the senior art director is the junior creative director. You will then be creative director, and then after that you will climb up the ladder to executive, and even then chief creative officer if you want to. This career is not like predefined. You don't have to take all these steps, especially if you graduated from university. You will most likely not join as a junior designer, but as a junior art director. This is the big difference between just having an apprenticeship as a designer or having studied art and design. Then you will start off as a junior art director. And if you don't want to, you don't have to become a creative director. You can stay an art director until the senior level your whole life. You don't have to become a CCO if you don't want to. But this would be like your typical career path. So these are just the steps, but just to conclude, the designer is more like assistance and execution, art direction is creative ideation, and the creative director is more like management. But if you look at the real path you go through, the journey, this is very individual. You might start off in gaming industry, and as soon as your interests change, you might find yourself in advertising or in film because you just experienced, yeah, I quite like to animate things, and like these sequences in games, I like them. So you're drifting more and more to film, or technology changes. You might have started off as a print designer, and today you are a digital creative director, because in the meantime, through your journey there, the internet happened, and all of a sudden you change from classical print design to digital design. And of course, your journey will also change with your experience, which means you learn a lot, or you meet a lot of new people, and then you might think, okay, this seems like an interesting part, and then you gain experience because no one else in your agency or your company is capable of that work. So you're learning new stuff, and then you're more and more experienced in this sector, and then you switch from, I don't know, from architecture to fashion design whatsoever. This is possible, can happen, and not rare. So you really rarely start off as one and end as the same. You will change your path throughout your career, and of course it will also change with the employer. You might change agencies, companies, and they might have a different focus, or the job you apply for has new challenges or opportunities you will face, and depending on your interest, on your experience, you might shift your focus in that, and then you might shift from a super technical job to super creative job, and this is possible. Like I myself started off as a computer scientist and ended up as a creative director in a advertising agency. So there's been a huge change in this path, but it happens. And I've seen the first questions coming up. I think I will refer to them at the end, at the Q&A, and then because they're kind of built on each other. So bear with me. Yeah, so having seen this journey, there's also some key issues that the creative industry faces. One thing is that from the perspective of the employer is, do they learn anything at uni at all? Like, you often have this problem, you're employing a student and they are not fit for agency life or for company life. They just did not learn about the workflows, the lingo, the structure, or how to work like interdisciplinary, which is super important that you have like your project manager who you have to report to, who is always on your back, asking for deadlines, asking for this and that, and of course, clients. And in most universities, this is not taught. They're quite far away from reality. You learn a lot about theory and so on, but as soon as you are in the real world out there, it looks a bit different, and it's hard to get a job then, and you often start off having internships at first instead of having your degree and start working and earning money, or like real money. So the other thing is, and this is for employees as well as for employers and companies, the whole creative industry is highly competitive. At least we offer services, and people are trying to always get a bargain and to get the best value for their money. And this is like the same for companies. So they will call 2 to 3 to 5 agencies for a project to pitch against each other, and then they will choose the agency they like most, and maybe the one with the most competitive pricing scheme. And so they always have to be like up to date. You can't just like lean back and enjoy what you've done. You have to be on your toes and always constantly improve yourself and look out to stay on top. And this, like I said, is for the employees as well as for the agencies or companies as well. This is on the other side also the fun of it, to always work with the newest technologies, inventions, because you need to be the first, you need to be on top, and it's like an internal drive to keep that. And also because of that, it's super fast paced, and it gets faster and faster every year, because we have all these technologies that come up every year, and it's like an exponential growth of possibilities. A new tool there, another tool there, you have to learn it, and you have to keep up, and things are changing really quick, really quick, and so you need to be there. And it's also like the highly competitiveness, it's also a great fun because you have a team that is pushing forward. You're never alone. You're like always working really close with your teammates, with the colleagues, and like as a team you are like running or reaching for your goals, and it feels great. The whole process is really inspiring itself, and it feels great to implement new things, to create things that have never been there, people have never seen, and will keep people interested or stay in their minds. And so this is like fast pace and high competitiveness are two really great issues, but also like drivers in the creative industry. And we have to prepare students in the university, we have to prepare them for that, to be not laid back, to be able to adapt quick and fast. And at UCI BSBA, this is our curriculum. This is what we do. We're closely connected to the industry, and we teach the daily business, and at a very high level. And this is how we create legends at the end. It's not just mediocre. We're at the very top and very new to this. Yeah. So if there have been already any some questions, I will answer them. And if I can't answer them, I'm more than happy to give over to Liz to answer them. And I will go through. Okay, so the first question is there any internship offered on the programs? It is part of our program that you work in the industry, in the agency, and we're currently like talking to partners to give the possibilities for not like only internships, but for being a student in their company. So that's a bit different to an internship. So it's more closely, and you will have you will be there not just for 3 or 6 months, more like for a couple of for the ideally for the whole time of your study at the university. Of course, this cannot be like guaranteed for each and everyone, because you again have to apply as well. So they might offer a couple of spots, and then you have to apply, and then they will choose the students of their liking for that. If I complete my course with internship, can I go straight into mid-level? Yeah, not mid-level, but if I go back to the to this chart, you can't like go to an art director mid-level. This is already quite a high career step. You will join here as a junior art director, because you then already like had these during your study, and can join as a junior art director, which is quite a privilege. So mid-level won't be possible. Yeah, the opposite would be like if you don't have any experience, you might even start off as a design trainee, which is like down there before the junior, if you don't have any education at all, any apprenticeship, or maybe some after apprenticeship you even have to start as a trainee, but you can join as a junior art director after the graduation. If you're studying graphics design and change interest in animation, can I change course, and would I start all over or continue with previous credit? On one hand, the courses are very intertwined. So you like if you study animation, you won't only study animation, you will also gain knowledge from graphic design, and vice versa, and from illustration. And I think these kind of questions, that they have to be decided on a case-to-case basis, and we have to look at your credits and at your grades, and then make that decision. And yeah, that I don't think that we can't like have like a general yes or no on that. But because these three courses are taught quite closely, and not separate to each other, there is a good chance that this can be done. What can I learn from BSBI that will be different from other universities? The difference is, like I said, we are very close to like your real life work environment. We will have projects that include or interlock all three courses like illustration, graphic design, and animation. Students will work together on these, just like in the real world. So you have a project where the illustrator, the art director, and the animator will like work in a chain. The illustrator creating illustrations and storyboards and so on. The graphic designer adding typography and elements of visual communication, and the animator then animating the whole project. And we will also have roles for everyone, like you are the program, you're the project manager, so you learn all the different traits that are necessary in the fields. And we're also like establishing this really close bond to the industry, that you can work at the partner companies. So it is like almost like a dual study. What do the illustration animation programs offer? I think you need to a bit to specify that. If you haven't looked into our program information, there's program information available on our website, where you can see in detail what the different courses are, what you will learn on that. And otherwise, I think you need to specify a bit what the question is. Then, is it a competitive market to get a job? Yes and no. It is a growing economy. It is a growing market, so it is easy to get a job. Actually, currently with COVID, companies are more likely to invest, for instance, in advertising. A lot of startups in the gaming industry have been created, so there are a lot of job opportunities, and the whole creative industry hasn't suffered that much from the lockdowns. I mean, there are some branches that, of course, suffered losses, but overall, has been quite stable, and a lot of new jobs have been created in the last year. It is competitive in that case. You have to be a good designer to get a job. If you're a bad designer, if you're bad at your craft, it's hard to get or maintain a job. But I think that's most likely true for any other job as well. If you are, for instance, a bad welder, you won't retain that job for long. Yeah. What career path can I choose after studying and go into? I think we answered that a bit already. It's if you studied at BSBI, you can join as a junior art director, and the fields would be, you can go into advertising, into design, into film, and even into games. You might not get into fashion or architecture. That's not most likely, but all the others are quite possible to go in there. To go into app development, of course, or games, advertising, film, design, brand design. That's quite possible. What is student life in Hamburg? Hamburg actually has a quite a vibrant student life. We have two two very, very well-known city districts, Schanze and St. Pauli, which are these student city districts, and we have it started like a couple of months ago again after lockdown. A great nightlife. It's Hamburg itself is a very young city. You will see a lot of young people, a lot of students. You have a lot of also opportunities to go outside Hamburg. It's I think a half an hour drive and you're in like in the woods, in the nature, which I really like and many people appreciate. Hamburg also doesn't feel like a skyscraper city, because we don't have skyscrapers. It has a very family-like, very friendly appeal to it, and we have a lot of parks, a lot of green, a lot of greens, yeah. And the parks, we have one large park where there are even programs in summer which are free of charge. Like at night there are sound and light shows, and yeah, you will find a lot of students all over the place there. Yeah. What's BSBI's approach to teaching? Is it more technical or creative? This is it is more about the creativeness. We are educating about creativity, how to foster your creativity, how to channel it. And for that, you also need some technical insights and understanding, especially because these three courses are digital. You need to understand the medium you're working for and working with. So it is necessary to understand that. But we are not technical in a way that we teach like technical drawing, basically, or that you work after a certain guideline. We are more about giving you all the creative tools and the creative mindset, foster your creative mindset to develop you as a person, as you are, and educate you and educate. So creativity is a lot of educated view on things, and this is what we teach a lot. This is what we focus on. Does graphic design involve animation? It will touch animation, but like animation like film, no. That's why we have the animation course where we deep dive into that and specialize in it. But of course, like if you are creating UI designs, animation of UI will be part of that, because it plays a big part in current designs. Yeah, no more questions now. Yeah, then thanks for having me. If any more questions arise, just contact us at hamburg.admin@berlinsbi.com. And we are happy to answer your questions and talk to you if there anything more to know. And yeah, I think we'll be back with another webinar soon. And if you want to join that, feel free, and you will get the information through Berlin SBI. So yeah, thanks everyone, and have a good day, I guess, and bye.
Embrace a new culture and follow your dreams by travelling to one of Europe's most exciting hotspots, Paris. The best part? You can now do this while working on your career and enhancing your education by embarking on a brand new adventure with BSBI. We're offering our students the exclusive opportunity to jump into a multicultural, multi-campus experience by applying to study at one of our partner institutions in Paris, PPA Business School, and finalize your studies in Germany. Students will have the freedom to explore and study in France, soaking up the culture, living amongst the locals, and expanding their language skills. If the idea of studying in Paris and Berlin excites you, we've got even more reasons for you to consider this unbelievable offer. Students will benefit from a hybrid learning approach, with in-class teaching and digital learning technologies, so you'll have lots of time to make friends, eat your way around the city, and explore your temporary new home. PPA Business School is spread across 3 campuses within Paris and boasts top facilities, including an auditorium and newly designed cafeteria. You'll have plenty of sites to tick off your list with many metro stations nearby. The whole city will be at your feet with highly affordable transport options, plus the reassurance that crime in France is considerably lower than many other metropolitan parts of Europe. With global learning becoming increasingly popular, studying a degree abroad is a perfect way to see the world while simultaneously working on your career and education. You will have 3 programs to choose from: BSc in Business and Management, MA Tourism, Hospitality and Event Management, and Global MBA. Gaining a European experience and diverse skill set will help you stand out from the crowd when employers are considering the right candidates for high-level jobs. You'll be happy to know that French is also the 3rd most common business language in the world, and the language of over 30 countries across 5 continents. Choosing France as your starting point means less stress with simple visa processes, and a lower cost of living when compared to the US and many other top study destinations. Once named the best student city in the whole world, Paris is waiting for you. Start in France and end in Germany to broaden your horizons and see what the world has to offer. Get in touch with one of our advisors who'll be happy to discuss all options to suit you. In today's digital world, it's hard to believe there's a digital skills gap within every sector of the global economy. However, this is great news for computer-savvy students looking for senior roles in IT. Information technology skills are universally valued and essential for a successful career in any modern organization, but often basic skills are not enough. At Berlin School of Business and Innovation, BSBI, we aim to prepare students for the very best jobs upon graduation and are pleased to announce the launch of our brand new Masters of Science degree in Information Technology Management. This expertly designed MSc degree provides students with the most up-to-date industry-relevant skills, knowledge and experience, along with support and guidance from talented tutors and mentors. The 18-month course provides students with a strong understanding of core computer science skills that will underpin the extensive development of academic and theoretical knowledge in IT management. This course is a full-time career-developing master's program for applicants whose overall ambition is to add some cutting-edge knowledge, skills and ethics to their toolkit while pursuing a rewarding career progression. BSBI offers this fantastic Masters of Science degree in partnership with University for the Creative Arts, UCA, a gold standard institution under the Teaching Excellence and Student Outcomes Framework, TEF. Modules include fundamentals of computer science, machine learning and visualization for data analytics, electronics, mechanical and mechatronic systems, IT management and administration, plus more. The Masters of Science degree in Information Technology Management is an excellent choice for those aspiring to not only work in IT, but become critical decision makers. You'll gain practical and theoretical knowledge of computer science and the high-tech industries. Students have the added flexibility of being able to choose between studying online or at our campus in Berlin, located in the heart of the city, surrounded by history, culture, and an array of inspiring businesses. Students choose to study abroad with us in Berlin, as tuition fees are typically lower than many other major European capitals, and the cost of living is much more affordable, allowing students the freedom to take up new hobbies, make friends, and explore their new surroundings. Studying on campus is a popular and enriching choice, BSBI often invites well-known industry leaders to be guest speakers, and there are ample networking opportunities, plus the chance for all students to take free German language lessons. According to the US Department of Labor Bureau of Labor Statistics, BLS, the computer and information technology field is expected to grow by 13% from 2016 to 2026, faster than the average growth rate of all occupations. By 2026, another 557,100 jobs are expected to be added within the field. So now is the perfect time to study an MSc in Information Technology Management with us at BSBI. Contact us today to apply or find out more.
Hi, my name is Mina Shokri. I am the manager of Academic Support Center and also a lecturer in BSBI. BSBI is holding an event. We call it Poetry Martinez Club. Through this club, we get to know about poets, their famous works, and a short biography about their lives. For this Poetry Martinez Club, everyone is invited. Both staff members and also our students can participate and read poetry to us. It provides an opportunity to show your creative side and an artistic side aside from your academic life. Please feel free to join us and enjoy this session. Welcome to another video lecture of Study Methods module. Reading and Digital Skills. An introduction to academic reading. Importance of academic reading. Overcoming reading difficulties. Digital skills and how to improve them. In the transition to university, you need to start making choices about how you read. The reading demands of university study are not easy. Unfortunately, however, it is all too common for students to pay little attention to their own approaches to reading. That is how they read and how they can improve the effectiveness and speed of the reading. You may be expected to read a wide range of texts that include the course reading pack, lecture slides, books, journal articles, internet articles, newspaper, research reports, literature reviews, case studies, and strategic plans. You may read to prepare for lectures, review information addressed in lectures and tutorials, conduct research for assignments, or revise for exams. Reading in an academic context is different from everyday reading. Reading is integral to the process of understanding your topic, finding research materials, and developing your ideas. Academic reading involves layers of asking questions and reflecting on relationships among parts of the text. Beyond being able to simply understand texts, you will need to critique them, evaluate them, compare and contrast them, and apply the information you find useful for them. According to Kurland, critical reading refers to a careful, active, reflective, analytic reading which involves reflecting on the validity of what one has read in light of his prior knowledge and understanding of the word. One purpose of academic reading is to give students exposure to different viewpoints and ideas. Academic texts are written by professionals in a given field and edited by the author's peers and often take years to publish, while non-academic texts are written for the mass public and published quickly and can be written by anyone. Full concentration and comprehension are required for you to understand key ideas, information, themes, or arguments of the text. The following are some fundamental issues about academic reading. Determine which types of academic texts you are reading. Determine and establish your purpose of reading. Identify the author's purpose for writing. Predict or infer the main idea or argument of the text based on its title. In the content and style of academic text, authors usually raise abstract questions and issues. They present facts and evidence to support their claims. They use logic to build their arguments and defend their position. They conform to a clearly defined structure and choose their words carefully to present their arguments as effectively as possible. They try to convince us to accept their position. Types of academic reading: intensive reading, extensive reading, critical reading. Intensive reading is used to teach or practice specific reading strategies or skills. The text is treated as an end to itself. It is reading for a high degree of comprehension and retention over a long period of time. Brown in 1989 explains that intensive reading calls attention to grammatical forms, discourse markers, and other surface structure detailed for the purpose of understanding literal meaning, implications, rhetorical relationships, and the like. He draws an analogy to intensive reading as a zoom lens strategy. Intensive reading, which is sometimes called narrow reading, may involve students reading selections by the same author or several texts about the same topic. Middleton in 2011 describes intensive reading as the practice of reading short to medium length passages with the aim of focusing on specific text-based elements as comprehension, vocabulary, etc. So, intensive reading has some advantages. It provides a base to study structure, vocabulary, idioms, and a base for students to develop a greater control of the language. It also provides for a check on the degree of comprehension for individual students. It also has some limitations, like there is little actual practice of reading because of the small amount of text. In a class with multi-reading abilities, students may not be able to read at their own level, because everyone in the class is reading the same material. The text may or may not interest the reader because it was chosen by the teacher. There is little chance to learn language patterns due to the small amount of text. Because exercises and assessments usually follow intensive reading, students may come to associate reading with testing and not pleasure. Extensive reading, on the other hand, involves reading of large quantities of material, directly and fluently. It is treated as a means to an end. It may include reading simply for pleasure, or reading technical, scientific, or professional materials. This latter type of text is more academic, may involve two specific types of reading: scanning for key details or skimming for the essential meaning. Brown explains that extensive reading is carried out to achieve a general understanding of a text, while Long and Richard identify extensive reading as occurring when students read large amounts of high-interest material, usually out of the class, concentrating on meaning, reading for gist, and skipping unknown words. The aims of extensive reading are to build reader confidence and enjoyment. Extensive reading is always done for the comprehension of main ideas, not for specific details. Characteristics of extensive reading were identified by Day and Bamberg. They are: students read as much as possible. A variety of materials on a range of topics is available. Students select what they want to read. The purpose of reading are usually related to pleasure, information and general understanding. Reading is its own reward. Reading materials are well within the linguistic competence of the students in terms of vocabulary and grammar. Reading is individual and silent. The teacher is a role model of a reader for the students. Now, advantages of extensive reading. Students develop a reading habit. Students gain more confidence in reading. Students' attitude towards reading is improved and they become more motivated to read. Students feel more autonomous over their own learning and more likely to take more initiatives. Students become more aware of what's available to them to read and how to access the material. It expands their sight of vocabulary. It also helps them to acquire incidental grammatical competence. That is, it may be acquired even though it was not directly taught. It increases reading comprehension. It improves students' overall language competence. Students become more prepared for future academic courses because they have read large quantities. Academic reading often requires you to actively engage with and critically think about the information you take in. There is a purpose behind what you're reading and understanding. This purpose frames how you interpret and use the information. Rather than passively read information, reading academic sources and information encourages you to ask questions about what you're reading and invites you to draw a connection to existing knowledge. As a university student, you will be exposed to lengthy texts, some of which will contain unfamiliar terminology or complex concepts. However, as you develop your academic skills, reading academic material will become easier. In critical reading, the process of reading goes beyond understanding of the text. Critical reading involves carefully considering and evaluating the reading, identifying the reading's strength and implications, identifying the reading's weaknesses and flaws, looking at the big picture and deciding how the reading fits into the greater academic context. In brief, you are actively responding to the reading. Critical reading is useful at all stages of academic study, but is particularly important when writing an article, critique, or a literature review. Critical reading often involves asking questions about the reading. In particular, you are examining the strengths and weaknesses of the reading's argument. To do this, you need to consider the reading's background, its purpose, and overall conclusion, the evidence used in the reading, the logical connections between the claim and the evidence, its reading's balance, its limitations, and how it relates to other sources and researches. If the reading is based on research, how this research was conducted. Each of these affects how strong the argument is, that is, how convincing it is. Before you consider the argument of a reading, you should build up a background picture of the reading. So, who is the author? While you cannot evaluate an argument based solely on qualifications of the author, their background can give you an indication of credibility or potential bias. Are they a recognized academic expert or a new researcher? Do they work for a university, the government, an organization, or a commercial interest? What type of source is this? As with the author, the type of reading can give you an idea of potential bias and the quality or applicability of the information. Is this an academic source? Is it trying to convince you of something or sell something? Is this from a scholarly journal, a magazine, or a newspaper? Is this from an academic publisher or a commercial publisher? Is the publishing organization clearly identified? Is it governmental, academic, commercial, or an organization? is the audience? The reading may be organized and written differently or have different goals depending on the intended audience. It can be aimed at academic and researchers, people in the industry, the general public. It's also important when was it written. Up-to-date information is more useful. Something that was believed to be true in 1982 may have been disproved or improved since then. Getting the picture of the reading is essential so that you can see how all the pieces fit together. What is the main claim of the reading? The main claim or the argument of the reading is the point that it is trying to prove. The claim of a reading is often a single statement, the thesis statement. This is often found in the abstract, the introduction, or the conclusion of the article. So the questions are, is the main conclusion clear? Does the evidence lead to this conclusion? So what are the implications of the claim? It is useful to think about the consequences and applications of the argument, as this may uncover particular strengths or further flaws. So, are the applications practical or meaningful? What are the advantages and disadvantages of the applications? What are the costs and benefits of the applications? How is the reading structured? The structure of the reading will give you an idea of which points are most important and which points support the conclusion. So look at headings, subheadings, tables, introduction part. It may be useful to draw a map or diagram of the reading's structure. It is essential to consider the quality of the evidence in the reading, as this directly relates to the usefulness of the reading. So, is the evidence fact, research, opinion, or personal experience? So, objective facts are generally acceptable. Information obtained through research is convincing as long as the methodology is appropriate. Opinions can easily be contradicted by an alternative opinion. They are more likely to be biased. Personal experience may not apply to other cases, and so it's not easily generalized. Is the evidence accurate? Does the evidence agree with other sources? Does the evidence agree with your own understanding of the topic? Is the evidence relevant to the conclusion? Does the evidence connect to the reading's conclusion? Is it enough to support the argument? Is the evidence convincing? Is the theory appropriate for this topic? Many readings rely on particular theories or models to make their arguments. So the questions that you're going to ask is the theory the best fit for this topic? Is the theory properly interpreted and explained in the reading? Does the theory explain the entire conclusion or only part of it? Are there parts of the conclusion not explained by the theory? If the reading is based on any kind of research, a survey, an experiment, a case study, it is important to consider how the research was conducted, as this can affect the validity of the findings reported. A good deal of student time is spent reading textbooks, academic books, journals, encyclopedias, newspapers, magazines, and websites. They are the sources of information and ideas that are needed to understand a subject. If you are a university student, you will have to prepare for exams and research essays. With all that reading, knowing the best reading techniques can get you a big step ahead. Just what are the right techniques? Some of the useful techniques are in-depth reading. They are AP strategy. They are IDA strategy. The 5S method. Global understanding, scanning, and skimming. In-depth reading requires you to read for a narrow purpose in order to understand the concepts or arguments of a text. This type of reading is also referred to as a focused reading or deep reading. In-depth reading is used to gain deeper meaning and comprehension of a text. Research detailed information for an assignment, and to read difficult sections of a text. For example, using a research question to guide you reading, you can review your sources and notes to identify the information that may be useful for your essay. You will likely reread some sources as you have previously read, and as you may read additional sources. As you read, try to find answers to your research questions, thereby making your reading efforts more focused and purposeful. There are 4 different strategies or methods that should enhance your comprehension. There are AP strategy, the READA strategy, and the 5S method. So the first one, the RAP strategy, is good for textbook explanations and research articles. The word RAP stands for read, ask, and put. So read a paragraph, read a section, ask yourself some questions about what you have just read. Put the answer in your own words and make your notes if you need one. You can use this strategy whenever you're reading a difficult passage or when you find your comprehension wandering from the page. By taking your eyes off the page and making yourself reflect on the meaning of what you have just read, you will find you can develop the ability to recall and retell yourself the information, along with its relevant importance and where it fits with other information on the topic. You may be able to say such things like, okay, this section is about blah blah blah, and the author has made 3 main points which are this and that. There was an example that you provide for yourself. The RIDA strategy relates to descriptive and narrative text. So read, imagine, describe, and add. So you read the text, imagine the scene you have just read, describe it to yourself, add more detail as you read. This strategy makes you reflect on the details about places, people, actions, and events and create a picture based on the words and style of language used by the author. You can note which imagery has the most powerful effects and add your reactions in the form of margin notes. The 5S method is a power reading method that reminds students to use the appropriate reading style and save time. Skim, read the introduction, summary and first and last sentences of each paragraph. Scan, where is the information on? Select, do you need to read all this chapter? Select sections that you need to know more about. Slurp, read in depth and more slowly, so select sections. Can you tell yourself about the concept now? Read again if necessary. Then summarize, use a map, keyword, index card, or questions as a framework for some notes. Take no more than 10 minutes. A structured reading strategy that involves working independently and interactively with written material is survey, question, read, respond, record, and review, which is known as SQ4R. So to survey, first look at the text index and table of contents. Before reading each chapter, review the titles, subtitles, and figures and summary at the end. This will help you create a context for the material. This will focus your attention on the information you should be getting from each section and subsection. Next, you should read the text and try to answer each question. Remember to read with a purpose. After reading the textbook, close it and try to answer each question in your own words. Record information by highlighting it, underlining it, or taking notes. This will make the information easier to locate later when studying. Be careful to avoid highlighting everything. It isn't all equally important. Establish regular and, if possible, frequent review periods starting early in the term. The amount of information to review increases every week, but the time needed to cover earlier chapters to decrease every week. Therefore, the total weekly time needed for reviewing stays about the same. And last but not least, take notes while reading. Simply rereading textbooks over and over does not promote deep processing of information. You need to record information in an effective manner to highlight main ideas or concepts. Another efficient technique is global understanding. While you're reading, you will increase your reading comprehension by maintaining a global understanding of what is being read. Ask yourself questions such as, why did the author add this here? Or what is the significance of this fact or event? Asking yourself these questions helps you to stay motivated to focus on the content. Another way is to create a mind map. A mind map is a non-linear collection of related ideas. Putting facts you read about in a mind map will help you see the bigger picture and increase your understanding of the material. There are other reading techniques that are super useful for university students, like scanning. Scanning is a quick reading, which focuses on locating specific information. Scanning involves quick eye movements, not necessarily linear in fashion, in which the eyes wander until the learner or the reader finds the pieces of information needed. It is used when a specific piece of information is required, such as a name, a date, a symbol, a formula. The reader knows what the item looks like, and so knows when the reader has located it, what she was searching for. So very little information is processed into the long-term memory. The objective is simply matching. Another reading technique is skimming. It is also called getting the gist of the text. Skimming is a reading technique where you can glance over the material to find what you're looking for. This is best used when you already know the general idea of the text. You can also skim material before going to further reading. Getting a first glance of how a chapter or article is laid out, for example, will help you to know where to look for key information on the second read. Skimming is a quick reading to get to know the general meaning of a passage, to know how the passage is organized, that is, the structure of the text, to get an idea of the intention of the writer. Skimming is a more complex task than scanning because it requires the reader to organize and remember some of the information given by the author, not just to locate it. Skimming is useful when your goal is to preview the text to get a better idea of what is it about. It will help prepare you for deeper learning. Now let's talk about the importance of academic reading. The reality is that most first-year students lack academic reading skills, especially because university-level reading greatly differs from high school reading. Thus, most students employ non-university strategies to read academic texts, which results in students taking a surface approach to reading. Reading academic texts published by those disciplinary experts permits students to immerse in the culture of the discipline and facilitates learning its conventions, discourse, skills, and knowledge. But this is only possible if students take a deep approach to reading. A surface approach to reading is a tacit acceptance of information contained in the text. Students taking a surface approach to reading usually consider this information as isolated and unlinked facts. This leads to superficial retention of material for examinations and does not promote understanding or long-term retention of knowledge and information. In contrast, a deep approach to reading is an approach where the reader uses higher-order cognitive skills such as ability to analyze, synthesize, solve problems, and thinks metacognitively in order to negotiate meanings with the other and to conduct new meaning from the text. The deep reader focuses on the author's message, on the idea she's trying to convey, the line of argument, and the structure of the argument. The reader makes connections to already known concepts and principles and uses this understanding for problem solving in new contexts. Simply put, surface readers focus on the sign, the text itself, while deep readers focus on what is signified, the meaning of the text. Academic reading involves layers of asking questions reflecting on relationship among parts of the text. Consequently, what is the purpose of academic reading? The general purpose of academic reading is to present information in order to display a clear understanding of a particular subject. There are different types of academic reading, however, and each of them has its specific purpose. As a student, there are times when the reading you need to do makes little sense, even after you have applied various reading techniques. You can lose your place to different ways. You can lose track of what word you were on at any point, or you can lose track of what line you are on when moving from one line to the next. Using your place wastes time and can inhibit your comprehension. The solution is to take a break. We have talked about the importance of taking a break while studying. Some ideas to help clear your head and put you back on the road to success. Read it again. Look for essential words. Hold a mini review. Read it aloud. Contact your lecturer. Talk to other students. Consult another text. Try to explain to someone what's it about. Digital skills and how to improve them. Technology has become so integrated in everyday life that we can hardly remember what the world looked like before our multi-device constant connectivity fantasy feature became today's reality. Digital skills are the skills you need to study and work in our fast evolving digital world. Current technologies are being replaced by more advanced ones increasingly rapidly. So having a strong digital skill set and feeling confident in your own capabilities to navigate through a constantly changing digital environment will be more important for your future. It is expected that technology will become even more intuitive and ingrained in our daily life. And this leads to one important conclusion. The better equipped we are to handle this technological shift, the better our adjustment to it. Digital skills are part and parcel of higher education and an important part of life for university students. Digital technologies are playing an increasingly important role in present days. So does digital competencies, the naming of which has been controversial, some calling it internet skills, whereas others calling it computer or digital literacy. As digital technology are becoming smarter and user-friendlier in recent years, its naming shifts from the focus on technological skills of operating technologies in the early days to higher order skills such as collaboration, creativity, and knowledge building. Digital competence is seen as one of the crucial competences for lifelong learning by the European Union, and one of the fundamental skills as writing and reading. Research on digital competence in the educational field has increased gradually in recent years. Digital competence is related to the knowledge, capacities, and attitudes of using digital technologies to consume, evaluate, and create learning information and to collaborate and communicate with others for learning purposes. Developing universities' student digital competence is vital for their success in higher education. Those with high digital competence can easily interpret and understand online learning materials and perform well in online learning. Whereas those suffering from digital deficiencies may find themselves struggling in or averse to online learning and consequently experiencing high cognitive load and academic burnout, which could eventually lead to the intention of quitting online learning. Being digitally literate goes beyond being able to use technology. It is the ability to function critically and effectively in a digitally enhanced environment. Skills such as flexibility, adaptability, and being a lifelong learner are essential to maintain relevant digital literacy skills over time. Digital literacy improves academic performance. According to Bloom's digital taxonomy, the act of creating requires a higher order of thinking than other activities like remembering, understanding, and applying. When students use creative tools to create presentations, infographics, animations, videos, or portfolios for their assignments, they understand it more deeply and retain it longer. This enables them to communicate their ideas, discoveries, and arguments in more innovative ways, often exceeding expectation in classes across all disciplines. In 2019, the Department of Education published their essential digital framework outlining the 5 areas of digital skills: communicating, sending emails securely using email attachments, handling information and content using search engines, transacting, setting up accounts online, problem solving, finding solutions to problems, being safe and legal online, updating and keeping passwords secure. How can you boost your digital skills? In an age where technology is rapidly changing, learning new digital skills can feel daunting. However, there are a number of different organizations and platforms that can help you improve your skills and feel more confident with ways that you can help improve your digital skills and feel more confident online. Google offers a library of over 100 free online courses with a large proportion relating to digital skills such as Intro to Digital Well-being and how to increase productivity at work. Just like your ability to read, write, and speak clearly affects your ability to communicate face-to-face, digital literacy enables you to learn and work in the digital world. One definition of digital literacy is the ability to navigate, evaluate, and communicate information online or in a digital format. Digital technology is at the core of everything in today's world, from collaborating on spreadsheets to creating and sharing a PDF resume. Digital literacy is important for a variety of reasons. For starters, digital literacy is important because we live in a society that is increasingly reliant on digital tools. From social media to Zoom meetings to online payments and many more. Much of our society is filtered through a digital lens. Review questions. What is an academic reading? What are the importance of academic reading? Can you elaborate on the meaning of digital skills? How can you improve your digital skills? Thank you for watching and participating.
Hi, my name is Sandra. I am an alumni BSBI and I'm also an education activist and the One Young World ambassador. So I'm here to play this game and I hope I give a very honest review about it. Okay, it says, do you miss your study days and what do you miss about it the most? I miss my study days because I get free snack from my friends and I get to talk to all of my friends and meet with other people. So yes, I miss study days. I miss when we're all together on campus, and now that I'm graduated, I miss study days.
My name is Yasmin. I'm Egyptian pharmacist. I am BSBI graduate from Master of Healthcare Management. Do you miss your study days and what do you miss the most? Yeah, of course I miss my study days, and it was really good when I had lectures of research management with Professor Chef. So I miss his lecture the most. Yeah, and I miss Catherine as well. Yeah, thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Ayla. I come from Ireland and I studied MA Strategic Marketing at BSBI.
Best memory with one of my classmates. This is really hard. I need to think about this. I had a great time with my friend Koyen. We went to Wannsee, we went on a ship, we've seen Brandenburg, we've seen a bit of Berlin. It was super fun and we enjoyed ourselves, and now we are really good friends. Yes, maybe.
My name is Shantari Banerjee and I studied Global MBA, February 2019 intake. And my question is, how are you feeling now that you are graduating successfully in a foreign land? Oh, that's a pretty interesting question because I feel elated, to be graduated in Europe, because I once graduated in India, and which was fun, but this is more fun, So this is very interesting for me to get an international degree in Germany, and I'm very happy. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
So my name is Selikem and I'm known as Bosanki, and I'm happy to be graduating from BSBI. Yeah, but I want to thank my mom. She has been really supportive on this journey, and my aunties and relatives. I'm happy. How did you feel when you first received the BSBI admission offer? To be frank, I thought it was a scam. So I had to do a bit of research and I realized it wasn't a scam, and I'm happily graduating now.
Hi, I'm Subaina Arshad from Pakistan. I'm a student of Global MBA, October 2019 intake. So my question is, what surprised you the most when you arrived in Berlin? I think the most prominent feature of Berlin, the characteristic of Berlin, is the openness, the inclusivity, and the diversity. It's a very diverse city and you can just feel included.
included. From wherever you are and whatever you do, you just feel included. So this is the best thing about Berlin, which I like the most. And yeah, I love it over here.
Hello, it's me Animes, all the way from Nepal. So I'm graduate today from BSBI. I'm so proud of myself, and then I want to thank my friend, family, everyone, my school for an organizer for this event. So yeah, that's me. I'm so happy today. If you had to describe your whole experience at BSBI, what would it be? Alright. It's a quality education, affordable fee, and then best location. That's all I have to say about BSBI. Thank you.
Hi everybody, my name is Khaled Abdulatif. I'm from Cairo, Egypt, and class of October 2019 Strategic Marketing. Here's my graduation day, and here's the random question. How are you feeling now that you're graduating successfully in a foreign land? Well, I mean, it feels definitely nice, and it was quite a nice achievement to be able to do that. And I have to thank like all the circumstances that made me come here and all that. So yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. Thank you everyone at BSBI. Thanks to my family, thanks to my friends, and to the employer, everyone. So hope you guys have a great day.
Hi, my name is Tazeen. I come from India, from Karnataka, and I finished my graduation though from Global MBA. I came to Berlin in 2018, and it's been a wonderful journey. I have learned so much and become more empowered since then. How did you feel when you first received the BSBI admission offer? Trust me, I can never forget that. I got a call from the consultant, and he said that I got admitted. I cried non-stop, and I think that was the best moment ever. Thank you so much.
Dreaming of a modern degree but longing to explore ancient Greece? Have it your way. You can do both by joining us at BSBI and taking advantage of our brand new international experience, allowing students to live in and experience 2 countries and double your dose of culture. BSBI students can start their exciting journeys to a better career by heading to the Greek capital of Athens. Whether you're looking for an undergraduate or postgraduate program, we have the options to suit your European plans. So pack your bags. Athens is a worldwide hotspot for history, architecture and mythology. Take a break from your studies by exploring the tales of the Romans and indulging in the beautiful Mediterranean cuisine. BSBI have partnered with IST, Independent Studies of Science and Technology, to offer this incredible opportunity for our students to begin their studies in Athens and complete them in Berlin for a multicultural, multi-campus experience. You will have 3 programs to choose from: BA in Economics and Business Administration, MA in International Tourism, Hospitality and Event Management, and Global MBA. IST's modern campus is in the heart of Athens, in the Koukaki area, one of the most popular and developing areas in central Athens. You'll be situated a mere 5-minute walk from the Acropolis, and with the Athens Riviera and the Greek islands of Mykonos, Crete and Santorini on your doorstep too, you'll never run out of places to explore. Athens is a top study destination for international students due to the lower cost of living and low crime rates. Commencing your studies at IST offers unique benefits as they aim to cultivate a modern entrepreneurial mentality and bring the world of business closer to students by providing access to business events, conferences, lectures, company visits, and competitions. With the increasing demand for online learning, we're offering our business programs with a hybrid learning approach, utilizing digital e-learning technology to make the most of both in-class and online learning. Complete your journey by finalizing your studies in the European startup capital of Berlin. There'll be plenty of opportunities for networking and internships in the city of choice for world-renowned technology, business and finance firms. Interested in learning a second language to enhance your prospects? BSBI students will have access to free German language lessons. This truly international adventure will set you apart from your competition when applying for your dream job, as employers value global work experience. From Athens to Berlin, see the world and develop professionally with confidence. by taking advantage of our incredible new programs, allowing you to travel and study at the same time. Get in touch with one of our advisors today to find out more.
Welcome to the third episode of Café Artistique here in Hamburg, live in the Gastwerk Hotel. Today we have two guests and we will talk about social media challenges, opportunities, maybe the future. And our guests are Oliver Kühnle from Hapag-Lloyd AG, and he's a social media specialist at Hapag-Lloyd. And we have Michelle Mi Alves from Brazil, who is an influencer, and she's studying digital marketing even at BSBI in Berlin, right? So welcome everybody.
Thank you.
Today we have a audience as well, online and offline here, and this is kind of an interactive session. So if you have any questions in the audience, raise your hand. We have a microphone, and your questions will be addressed. And you can join the talk at any time. And the same for the people in the chat. Write down your messages, write down your questions, and we will address them accordingly. So we all have a quite nice, interactive and informative session. So let's start. Oliver, so social media specialist, I mean, that's not a profession, that's kind of written somewhere. So when I started studying back then, even social media wasn't a thing, but it's nothing you kind of have an apprenticeship for. So how did you become a social media specialist? How was the journey?
Yeah, it's not actually my spoken title on Hapag-Lloyd, but it makes more understandable what I'm doing in my job. So I put it in the outside communication. Yeah, but you're right. I'm not learning it by heart. I not came out of school and wanted to be a social media manager, because as you're right, social media wasn't there when we finished school. So I studied actually social sciences. At least social is in my study, and I have a diploma in it. And as it has a quite open part how to decide what to study. I always put everything I do in the direction of marketing, of communication, because it was social sciences, it was psychology within it, so it was all kind of, I could learn something about how people communicate with each other. So this was a part of my study. And after school, I just had my first job in a short advertising agency in Hanover. And just a few months ago, Facebook actually popped up in Germany, and I said, well, social media, that is nice. I want to do something with that, and I want to combine it somehow with marketing. And so I came up and I worked for a fair in Hanover, and I developed the first Facebook page for this little fair for Malta Central Marketing actually.
Yeah, back then when Facebook pages still were a thing, right?
Right. It was a quite big thing, new thing to have a Facebook page back in time. But then I decided, well, I have to leave my hometown Hanover and to have a bigger city, so I moved to Hamburg actually, working for an agency which actually was located in Berlin. And so these days I was already a project manager with focus on social media. And this is the things I done a lot of times I changed the agency quite a lot, or quite a few times, became an account manager for social media, always had social media on my focus. But then I got the chance to change the positions and I became the head of social media. So I gave back the project management to the project manager and just could concentrate on how to how to define strategies for social media. At this time, of course, not only Facebook, it was Instagram, it was Pinterest, it was YouTube.
When was this approximately like?
It was about 6 years ago, 5 to 6 years. So I changed the sites. I always like to talk to clients, but I didn't like to calculate all the stuff before. So I let that do the people who likes it, and I just came up, talk to the client, find the right decisions, find the right channels and the right community style for them. Mm-hmm. I had the chance to work a lot of different kind of clients. So for pharma, for example, which is quite difficult to communicate, especially in Germany. For pets, I worked with Jörn together for some pet food and had some nice stories about cats and dogs, and it's very kind of quiet. And then there was a time, it was actually 2 years ago, when I was in my last agency, I had the client Hapag-Lloyd. So I did the strategy and all the worldwide communication for all social media channels of Hapag-Lloyd. And then became to the point when my contact person at Hapag-Lloyd quitted her job, and the next thing I got a message from her boss asking me if he can call me, and I went, well, for what? And then we called, we had a nice call, and he said, hey, well, do you want to come to Hapag-Lloyd? And I said, well, yes, could be.
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah,
exactly.
Why not? Yeah, nice.
Awesome.
Yeah. Like how did you find to social media? I mean, you're much younger, so I expect you kind of grew up with it. I mean, not from the get-go, but you kind of grew into it.
I'm 28.
Yeah.
So I remember like growing up with internet, but it wasn't like how it is nowadays. I sometimes feel old for some of like TikTok trends and things like that. But I started my YouTube channel in 2014. Mm-hmm. I graduated in advertising in Brazil. And during the course, the professors always encourage us to have our space on internet. So it started back then, was like 2011, 2012, a website, a page, like to post about what I wanted, and also I invited like 3 other friends. So each day we had like something up, talking about celebrities or beauty or travel tips, you know, like anything that
like
can
a blog,
stir 'em up.
basically.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. And then they just at certain point they decided to not post it anymore. They were like, no, Michelle, I think I have other priorities right now. And then I kept the blog for myself, and then I started to post like not so often because I was preparing myself to do an exchange program, like my first exchanging program, studying abroad and being au pair in USA. Oh. That was in 2014. And then when I moved to there, the people that were following me on this blog saw me traveling, because I stopped to post it because my life was kind of busy, that the blog was just a hobby. And then they were like, what are you doing in New York? What are you doing in Denver? Like, what's going on, girl? And then I decided to do a video to explain them what I was doing there. And it just became something much more bigger than I expected, because people were like, that's so interesting. I really want to know more about it. And I started to make those videos to explain to other women in Brazil that wants to be an au pair also, how the exchange program works, what was the rules, how they can, you know, do the same. And then it just happened. Like, I got a lot of views on the videos, and I think the timing was the perfect timing, because at that time nobody was talking about au pair on YouTube. There wasn't like much content about. So everybody in Brazil that searches about au pair is still now, like they can find my videos. Don't do that, because those videos are like super bad. I was very timid and like very shy. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, 7 years ago. And I just realized that could be like a job for myself, when the owner of the agency that I was like going through, like the agency that I hired to make my exchange program,
he called me one day and he was like, so you're Michelle? And I was like, yes. You were posting videos about my agency and you were talking about us. And I was like, oh my God, sorry. And he was like, no, that's awesome because like everybody wants to make the same thing. And then I started to get commissions from that. And I was like, I can make money from this thing. And then that's how it started.
Yeah.
So that was kind of organic, natural thing, but it really like changed my life and I've been working full time since that, yeah.
So I like that your like career in social media has a not only entertainment component but a highly educative component.
Yeah.
Right? You were like the people longed for education about the program, and that's really a nice way to set up your channel, right? You have a great reason to make the videos. You don't have to think about, I don't know what others do, like pranks or stuff like that.
Yeah,
right?
as I said, like I'm not funny at all, and I don't really feel like just comfortable like with the TikTok trends. But I know this is like a niche, and I know this is something that it can really work. But like for me, it's totally educational. Until now, like I've been talking about my experience being a student in Berlin, and like it has a lot of good information that anyone that wants to do the same can just watch the videos and understand how it does, you know.
So it's your purpose to have a purpose actually, not just being online and being funny to reach a lot of people. It's just really you think about really I have a message.
Help someone.
Well, this is really great because I think nowadays a lot of influencers are really just using the channels to get many impressions, much reach, and I think just to, as you said, to do funny stuff and that means nothing to anybody, but just to the algorithm of the channels. And I really like your idea to, well, I want something to say. That's really great.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah.
That's also a great reason for being a brand. Basically, you are a brand, and exactly what you said. At least I often have the impression that a lot of influencers are just there to create a platform to present products, like beauty products or whatever, fitness products, and there is no real reason, like no real purpose. Purpose being a word that companies and corporations really like. And if you lack purpose, you're super exchangeable, right? And your career won't last long. So, and you do have a purpose, which is quite nice.
At the same time, I feel that it's much more harder to grow as educational channel because, you know, like what it's like viral, it's the entertainment and like dancing stuff. But at the same time, I prefer like this because I know like most of my audience have been following me for the past 7 years, 6 years. They like still now they're like, oh, I remember when you used to live in USA and now you're living in Berlin. That's so nice to see you growing, you know, and they grow with me. So like that's the best part.
Yeah, and that's something you said that I really like, that your followers are following because of brains, right, and not because of looks.
Yeah.
Like a lot of other influencers, they just get their followers by looks, which is superficial. That's the purpose, basically, again.
Yeah.
And it's harder to grow, like you said, because, well, people are easier to be visually impressed than
exactly.
the other thing is something more heavy. And that's really great.
Yeah, but I think you have the healthier community then. When they grow up with you, they know you and they're not following you because you do funny stuff, because there are a lot of influencers that have millions of reach, but not so much interactions when they don't do that funny stuff. So when they come with a real important topic, they don't get interacted because their followers don't like what they say. They just want to see funny stuff. And I think at some point every influencer come to a point where he wants us to tell something more important, something more deep, and then he or she will realize that's not what their follower wants.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you also speak from a perspective as a corporation, right? With a purpose.
Yes, of course. So 2 years ago when I started working with Hamburg, has a very special target group or audience, let's say, on social media, because normally, you know, if, for example, Instagram, you think it's more female than male follower normally. At Hapag-Lloyd, we have 70% male follower.
Oh, wow.
So this is the first thing, and then the second thing is we are a global company, so we have followers from all over the world, and we are on nearly every important platform on social media. And the last month or years, I found out that, of course, every platform means something different in each country. So, for example, in South America, Instagram is more important, for example, than Facebook. When we look at Asia or Thailand, I just realized I got an ask from a colleague. They want to do something on Facebook, and I went, well, Facebook, okay. And of course,
thing, yeah.
Is it still a thing?
And of course, we are B2B, so we are not talking about fancy stuff. We are talking about vessels. We're talking about containers and ships on oceans, at ports. But this is actually what our follower wants to see. They interact quite a lot when we just show beautiful pictures of sundowns in the vessel, in the sea, and they really like that. But as I came to the agency 2 years ago, it was just, okay, we put a nice picture and say, hey, what a great picture. And I said, well, that's not that purpose, actually. So we started to have, of course, things our people wanted to see, nice pictures, but also combine it with some informations, actually. So when we show vessels, we talk about, hey, this is our vessel X Epsilon. She has so many TEU, and she does this and this services all over the world, and then a little call to action afterwards, so they can learn from our beautiful pictures right now. And this is what the people also like, and we started to show more of our people, because Hapag-Lloyd isn't just doing some vessel sailing with containers. We have a lot of other jobs within the company that most of the people don't know about. So we just started interviewing our colleagues. For example, we have a huge IT team. We have an independent IT department developing everything for ourselves. Nearly nobody knows it, but we have it. And we also have a huge customer service where we need a lot of people, and if the people don't know it, why should they
apply for jobs, for instance?
Exactly.
Yeah. I really like the idea that you give your employees a platform to be shown, and from my perspective, this is also some kind of respect to these employees. They feel seen, and what you pointed out is something that is really important to understand your followership, basically your audience, which is the same thing for you, right? If you post something that's absolutely like non-typical, then they don't interact with that. And like you said, the insights, 70% of your followers are male. You can assume certain things. They might be into, that's very stereotypical, but they might be into like technical data, right? So, and you also have to think, why are people on these platforms? And even B2B, you're at the end, it's B2C. You're talking to people, right? Yeah. It is business to business, but the people signing the contract are people.
Yes, it's actually people-to-people marketing already. Yeah. It is actually. So this is also my last agency developed the idea. We don't care if it's people, it's business talking to customer or business talking to business. It's all people in the end, and this is what you should keep in mind when you talk or when you produce your content on social media as well. So it's also learning. Of course, we have a digital marketing team as well, and we try a lot to change the way we communicate in this way, because it's really digital marketing. We talk about digital products, and this is also, it's always the post that works the less, because it's hard to combine our idea of selling to our great pictures. So we still have to find a better way to do a kind of storytelling to come within our digital product as well.
I think this is one of the most challenging things for like brand profile, because some brands I see just using their social media as a showcase, like just, this is my product, buy it, and it's on sale, or like just informing. And what makes people, real people, to follow a brand, to follow a company. If it's more like I assume that it's a fan. It's like basically a fan base of that company that are following you on social media, because social media is super like personal. It can be very personal. So like it's a place where you want to see pictures of your friends and parties, but also they follow the company. So like you need this balance to like create content and interesting like bring interesting topics that will keep that audience following you as a company, like, and not just showcasing your products.
Yeah, you're totally right, and it's you're totally right, and I can add. If you're talking about social media, and what is social in social media is to interact with the people. Some brands, just as you said, pull out some messages and don't react to anything.
That's adver media.
Yeah, exactly. It's just pushing out and just don't care if reacted, what reacted, and how reacted. And
disable comments.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, at least
ignore the comments, the DMs. Like,
exactly. Yeah, it was also some of our biggest competitors who, at the time we started, didn't react to any comments. And I would say, my opinion, or the opinion of my agency, was we have to interact with everybody who's asking. Of course, we get a lot of complaints asking, where's my container? My vessel is too late. But then we have some answers and can send them to the right person to react on him. And this is very important for us. And this is also the way why we are, without spending media, have good organic results, because we really interact with our people on all channels. And we getting a very, as you said, a lot of complaints also about customer service, but we know the right people and then collect all the data and send them to our customer service centers, and then they can really react and then they're really thankful because they get help from us.
And by answering them, they feel heard. So
awesome. Exactly, and that's also a main problem. I see that brands have to be flexible, right? If you get a request on social media, you should be flexible enough to kind of react to it. And because often you get, of course, reactions that are negative, like people who have strong negative thoughts about something. Haters. they will voice them. Like no one will not no one, but only a few people will say, hey, I just bought your product and it's fine. That's rarely gonna happen.
Sometimes happens.
Yeah, but rarely, right? In comparison,
it's most complaints, of course.
Like the customer who's satisfied is silent. They don't say anything, and this is something where a lot of brands really struggle and fail even to react to that. One thought I had was, like, from your perspective, you already kind of scratched on that. What is the main issue that brands have in social media? Like, what is, from your perspective, the main thing that's people missing out? You said, okay, they're not like engaging with the audience, but I think a lot of brands, they say, hey, well, let's buy this influencer, and then everything's fine.
Some brands think that we are magicians, so like we're gonna do something like, oh, you're gonna gain 10,000 followers in 1 week, but it's not how happens. I think one of the biggest problem, especially like hiring an influencer or like trying to work with an influencer as brand, is like not knowing that influencer and their audience. For example, I'm vegan. And I receive a lot of like emails and trying to like companies trying to reach me out, but like McDonald's, like things that sells meat, or like products that I don't consume, and there's no point. They are wasting their time, they're wasting my time, and I think the main thing is like you getting to know the influencer, their engagement rate, especially like there's platforms where you can see, because as we were saying, like I didn't have anything like viral, like there's no content that went like millions and millions views in like 1 week. So everything's like very hard to grow, but at the same time, the engagement rate is big because I keep those follows for a long time. But numbers are not like the main thing. So sometimes the brands just look to the numbers, but don't see like the engagement rate or what kind of audience that influencer had. And I think these are things that could be improved. You know? Yeah.
Like, indeed, and from my perspective, from my past, companies often approach influencers and don't listen to them.
Yeah.
Like, they say, okay, we have this idea, do it like that. And they often don't kind of involve influencers and involve their creative potential, so they lose on that. And they might even create a campaign that is absolutely untypical for this influencer. And big nods there. And they will lose on that, right?
Yeah, one thing is like having a briefing where you can like see what is the main purpose of the campaign and like do and don'ts, like this is totally fine. But then it's nice when the company give you like certain of like space to create also, because you know you as an influencer, you know your audience, you know what is going to be good for them, what's going to happen and what's going to not. So like sometimes the company just like, no, you have to say like this and this and that, and at this time of the day, and then even if I say no, this time is not a good time because like people are not online at that time. No, I don't care, you know.
Yeah.
So like it's nice when the company hear you as well, like oh no, okay, this is the briefing, but do like just be creative and do it your own way, you know.
Yeah, that's.
It's so much easier to work with companies like this. You know?
Yeah, and I think it's beneficial for both sides.
Yeah, definitely, because you as a company will really see more results than if you just like say no, you have to do like this, you know. Because then if you hire like 10 influencers and they all do the same thing, and then like sometimes
what's the point?
It's about the same segment,
yeah.
So like the audience is pretty much the same. So you as someone that follow all those people will see a lot of the same things on your feed, and that will be like, oh, you know.
Yeah, and if you didn't like it the first time, you won't like it the 10th time, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. And you were nodding as well, like. Had this experience like at the agencies or?
Yes, in my agency time, of course, there were clients who were quite strict to the idea what they want the influencers to say and how they should react and what should be the final picture or the final product out of it. And I also, as an agency guys, nodded my head and said, well, we could do that, but that's not good. And I always like the influencers to give in their point of view, their style in the story. Of course, there is some facts, some do's and don'ts. Normally, what brands want or will or won't do. But sometimes I really got some really bad results also from influencers who misguided somewhere, and and I said, well, that wasn't good either. So, as an agency, we often had to find a balance between telling storytellers what we want or what the brand, what our clients want, and leave them the space to live their creativity somewhere. Sometimes it works better, sometimes not.
Do you have any story of like a really huge fail? Maybe, I don't know.
Spicy
nice
stories.
To see the other side.
Yeah, of course.
I was thinking maybe it's.
You don't have to drop names.
Yeah, of course. It was storyteller. It's a typical fail of just putting the product direct into the camera and just say, well, I like this, and you can totally see, well, you don't even tried what you're talking about right now.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
That's sad.
Yeah, indeed. And are influencers a thing in B2B marketing?
Of course they are. Not that much external influencers, but we mostly have them internally. So we make our employees to corporate influencers. At Hamburg we have two different approaches on that. The first one is what we call storyteller. So we, in the past, for few years, we made the employees come up and give us some ideas what they want to do, and we selected about 16 from all over the world, from all our regions, put them together to Hamburg to have a weekend workshop and explaining to them how they could use social media, especially Instagram, of course, and teach them how to interact with the brand channel. And then we also let them take over the channels for a few times. So we had nice stories from all over the world. Due to Corona, it's cut a lot, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But my idea in the second half of the year, I want to re-establish such campaign and asking new employees to come up and just be the new storyteller. And from our digital marketing, we have a second approach. They are called the Digital 100. These are also people from all over the world with the idea to bring more digitalization into Hapag-Lloyd and of course more marketing, but it's nearly the same. The people are at every region at Hapag-Lloyd and should talk about the digitalization of Hapag-Lloyd, digital products, and just from our marketing team gives ideas, of course give them back, and they are also sharing their stuff on Instagram and LinkedIn, and we have a lot of people talking about LinkedIn, and as a corporate channel, as long as we are tech, we are willing to share so many stories from all over the world. It's very nice, and we see Pakistan is doing that, Brazil is doing that, Chile has produced a video without asking me, but it's also nice, kind of. And
yeah, but I mean, this shows some kind of engagement, right? That they want to do it. And did you receive any feedback from the employees that took over the channel? How did they feel? I mean, if I imagine I should take over a channel of Hapag-Lloyd, I don't know, my heartbeat will be like 200.
Yeah, of course, they're proud of it. No? They're proud that they can present what they are doing, because, as I said, we're not only transporting containers all over the world. We are just having so much other things. But it's also, of course, it's nice stories from people on board, from crew members showing what they are doing, day-to-day work in the machine room, and it's also interesting to see for all the people. Oh yeah, that's also jobs at Hapag-Lloyd we could apply to. And this really works quite well. I really want to do that more in the future. Right now, of course, we have many captains and crew members who tag us on Instagram, and we ask them, please, can we use your pictures, because user-generated content is the best, and they are really proud of. And this is why when you look at our feed, we have a lot of pictures just shot by people on this from all over the world, sending them to us, or we ask them to send them to us to use them, and this is really a good way to appreciate or to give the employees a good feeling and
and also the audience, like, put faces in the brand.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
It makes more personal.
Yeah, and you dropped the word appreciation. I mean, if my company asks me if they can share the image I took, this shows appreciation. Like, even if I'm just only a crew member below deck that no one sees, all of a sudden people see me or see my work, and this is, I mean, oftentimes you chose the job because you like to do it, you're proud of it, and then you can really show it, and this is quite nice.
Yeah, as you do, I try to give it more educational stuff. So now we start explaining what a crew member needs on board, or when you see the safe rings, what does all the symbols mean actually? What's on it? And I want to have more insight into the maritime life, not just talking about Hapag-Lloyd, but also the surrounding, what is happening in the world and at sea, so that we learn more about it, not just seeing great vessels.
Yeah, that's also a nice touch to it, right? To learn more about it, to open your mind, basically.
Yeah.
Education. Yeah, that's good. Just before this round, we've been talking about how you like changed a bit of your way of producing things, right? You told me you just employed an editor, which was a big step.
Yes,
and you kind of outsourced parts of it. What did it change for you? So.
Well, as I was telling you, I realized that I could transform my channel and social medias in my job when I started to get a little bit of money from it. But at that time, I did everything by myself. So like the script, I was the camera girl, and like the editor, the person who were like presenting the video, and I was selling myself to the companies, because then I started to think to my advertise course. I started to think, okay, so I can approach the companies that, because like in the beginning it's very hard to the companies reach you out and like, Michelle, we want to work with you. So I was like, well, the no I already have, so I will try anyway. And then I started to make like my media kit is like a PDF, like a very important document for every influencer to show your data, the numbers, the audience rate, all the content that you already create. So I did like everything, and then I started to try to sell myself to the company. So at that time, I used to do everything. It was like very hard.
Like a 24-hour job, right?
Yeah,
almost.
Basically 24/7.
Yeah.
Especially when you want something to really goes well.
Yeah.
And I put like a lot of effort on that.
And social media, they don't have opening hours, right?
No. Sometimes it's so hard to get like a weekend off. It's just very hard. But now my audience understand this much better.
It's grown up a little as well.
Yeah. And then, but like 2 years later, or 3 years later that I was working for myself and by myself, I started to realize that I had to delegate some of my tasks, because I was getting more and more jobs and partnerships and content to create, and didn't have much time to edit the videos, for example, something that can take like 8 hours a day, So I hired this girl, Nach. She's like the best person in the world. And like she's been working with me for the past 3 years, and it was like a big step in my job, and also in my company, because I have to create a company, like a proper company, and pay the taxes.
That's serious all of a sudden, yeah.
Yeah, they don't have in Brazil. They don't have yet like influencer title, so I had to choose like advertising something, but soon maybe, I don't know. But yeah, and then after that, I also hired someone to help me with like the commercial business part. And this really changed everything. Now I have also a designer to help me with the Instagram posts, because for me it's very easy to have the ideas, but it's hard to put on paper, like it's hard to, like I don't know everything about Photoshop, and like I know that there's some people that knows better and can do better than myself. So
and
why
faster,
not?
for example.
Faster, so much faster. So it's just like, for me, it's so much easier to like just write an email with all the ideas that I had, and then like 2 weeks later receive all the posts and like, oh gosh, it's already. I'm so excited. So yes, definitely it helps me a lot. Yeah.
Nice. And what did it do to your creativity? Like, I mean, you have to be creative to come up with everything, right?
And I learned that we need like time. We need time doing nothing to be creative. Like I try to not follow many people of the same segment as me, because I used to see the feed and it was like all about trips and exchange programs, because of course there's other influencers that talks about the same topic, and I was like, this people already, like this person already did this, so there's no point for me to do it. But the audience can be different, and also I found out that by doing this, like following so many people and looking at their work all the time, also can be nice, because it's nice to see like your competitors as a company, you can also say that. But like, I started to follow different segments. So for example, like I love watercolor, museums, art in general. So like I started to get inspired by other things. And this really helped my creativity because I feel that by looking to other stuff, I don't push myself or not compare myself to others. So it's easier to be more creative and do something that just came out from my mind.
Yeah.
So, and also like by doing nothing, like taking a day off to just relax, and like these are all the moments that I get the best ideas. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah, time off is really important as a creative.
Yeah.
And like you said, to not only be in your own space, but to get like inspiration from all over the place. Otherwise, you would just repeat what everyone else has done, right? Yeah. And like outsourcing might be even a big thing with corporations, right? Outsourcing things. Is it easy to convince in a company that you have to hire an agency, for instance, or are they like, oh, we can do it on our own?
Well, it depends on the company somehow, of course. We have quite a small communication team, so we also work with quite a lot of external agencies and people who help us just creating stuff because we have not the manpower to do it. So I have a social media agency, and right now I work with 3 different video agencies at the moment. The social media agency is actually the agency I worked 2 years ago, so they know me quite well. I know what I like, and they know what I look for, and
the expectations.
My expectation, yeah. They know exactly how I work and how I want jobs to get done, actually. And but we do the same as you. I not only look at my own competitors, but also like scrolling around at Instagram and looking at what others doing, and just think, hey, wait, how we can adjust this to our communication, work of style, and this is what I also ask my agencies for. I don't want to have it every month the same, but look for other ways to drive another communication, look up what others doing, how we can adjust it to our topics, because I find you can nearly have every format somehow adjusted that it fits also in our communication. It just you have to find the right way to do it actually.
Think outside the box.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah. And I think if you are really clear about your purpose, then it's very easy to adapt things, right? And also easy to say, okay, this absolutely does not fit.
Yes.
And that's also the same, I think, for channels, right? It's really hard often for people to understand which channel to use for which content or for which purpose. And a lot of companies like sadly fail at this. Like in my career, I often had companies that like, okay, we take the same thing for like every channel, and eyes are rolling. So what are your experiences, because you were rolling your eyes?
Yeah, because before I was an influencer, I worked in an agency as well, and I remember like at that time it was something normal to do it. Like, oh, if you have this post, just adapt like the format to a Facebook post and to an Instagram post, and basically, and then Twitter, and then do a tweet about it. But it was like the same thing. So I don't think that it's like valuable, because I see in my audience, like not everybody that follows me on YouTube follows me on Instagram. And I used to do it like, I would try to post the same thing because it's easier, but then I realized that if there's people that follow me on both, how boring it is to see the same thing on the, in the both platforms.
They might even unfollow.
Yeah, exactly. Or like, why should I follow her on different social media if she posts the same thing? I will follow her just in one, and that's going to be fine. So yeah, I try to not just like adapt, but like in a way that I will use reels right now to show a little like this part of my trip, but then I will like show something exclusively on YouTube, and also maybe take some of the audience that is already on Instagram to follow me also on YouTube, because there's like one more tip that they didn't see on that. So and vice versa,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
I try to do this.
That's a great concept, because like often companies refer to, okay, let's just post something on Instagram that refers to YouTube, like visit our YouTube channel for.
Yeah, no,
and
but
that's
like you need to instigate the person to, like, why should I go to the YouTube? So you give a little bit of like content, you give something exclusive, something that they will like, something is like Instagram format, and then invite them to like go to a different app, because like everything now you can see and just watch on the same app. Instagram is basically like a little bit of TikTok, a little bit of YouTube, a little bit of everything. So like a lot of people just get lazy to go to a different app, but you need to really give them a reason to do it. So.
Yeah, especially with TikTok. I mean, you see many Instagram stories that even have the TikTok a watermark on them, so that people are very lazy.
They're so lazy. When you see it, it's like, you didn't even take the TikTok logo.
Yeah.
It's not pre-produced.
I think Instagram will change that. There's some ideas that Instagram will change the way of producing videos on the platform, and will downgrade videos that came from other platforms.
Oh yeah, definitely.
What do you know about that?
It will be changed in the algorithm, or also in the way reels can be produced with some templates. Actually, this is how Instagram wants the people to really create the videos on the platform, not just using external videos. And the algorithms somehow then downgrade videos that are now created exclusively on the platform, and will then.
That's quite a clever move, of course. You can find all the information in the EXIF data of a file. But on the other hand, when I think about it, would be if you like positively discriminate videos that are created on the platform, it will get harder for companies if you kind of pre-produce something on a video shoot. You will get downgraded.
And then Instagram is forced to use advertising budget to get some reach.
Yes, that's the thing.
Okay, there was a thing. Right. Advertising budget. Yeah, but okay, interesting.
You can just try to use like one tool when you upload the video that it's already done. Just try to use one of those tools.
One additional effect on it, and then it's
completely different. You need to find creative ways to overcome these things. Yeah, but also quite interesting to see the competition in these platforms, how they evolve with this, right? If you look at Instagram, it started off as just an image posting platform. Then they added stories and reels, right? Because
stories from the
Snapchat,
yeah, and then reels that came somehow from TikTok, and then also like I don't know how it's here, but in Brazil they also add like kind of album part where you can create posts. It was pretty similar to Pinterest, but it didn't work out. Like
you mean collections, right?
Collections, or something like that.
Collections.
And then you could put like a bunch of posts together and then write about them.
Yeah, it's almost like a blog again, right?
Yeah.
It's a bit different. That's I've seen it. I've seen it on your Instagram as well, right? About some cities, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. Which is a nice feature, but underrated. And I think it's outdated in a way because people are so used to like consume very, very fast.
Yes.
If you look at especially TikTok videos, how fast they are, that's for older people quite hard to like grasp what it is, right? It's also something that is really interesting to see how information gets like squished more and more and more, how much information gets like put into one single 15-second clip.
And talking about this, like I was looking to like the analytics part of my YouTube, and like 50% people that watch my videos watch on like 2+ mode, you know, like faster.
Ah.
Oh wow.
Like so, a 10-minute video it turns into a 5-minute video, and probably my voice is like, you know,
like Mickey Mouse. Yeah.
I don't know how they can watch something like that, but it's just like, oh, I want the information, you know, like sometimes they
That's
don't
crazy.
even watch the video, they just like listen to
Listen,
them.
it's more like a podcast almost, right?
Yeah.
And that's a great insight, because then you know you have to put more effort into your voiceovers or what you speak.
Like the audio has to be perfect,
Mhm.
because you know most of people, especially on the educational videos, that it's more of me like just talking and explaining. Sometimes you don't really need to watch, you just can listen, but
Mhm.
like it's different when it's a vlog, a trip for like a video for a day in Hamburg, for example. You
Yeah.
know, like you really want to see things.
Yeah, of course.
It's two different kind of contents.
Yeah,
and
very
then
true.
makes me an insight to maybe create my own podcasts.
Mhm.
But then I start to think of like, I don't have much time, I want to try.
So you need to, like we've been talking about this, you need to employ your next video guy,
Yeah.
audio guy.
Yeah.
And so you're growing as a brand, basically.
Mhm,
So
mhm.
that's, and do you perceive yourself as a brand? Do you think about yourself as a brand?
Oh yeah, like goals,
Mhm.
medium-term goals, future goals. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's very serious stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And also because it's so new, like nobody got really old as an influencer yet.
No.
You know,
No.
like there's no like 80-something influencer
Yeah.
that have been
You
working
don't-
with this for like.
You
the
don't have
past-
20 years of experience.
No,
Yeah, there's
you
no-
know,
yeah.
like so. At the same time, like I try to create Plan B and Plan C. For example, now I'm creating my online course. You know, like
Mhm.
one more kind of way to earn money from my work. So.
Yeah, yeah. And about like experience and changes, I mean the whole landscape of social media is like permanently changing, and it is hard for an influencer, but I mean as a corporation, how do you react to these things?
Because as you might know, corporations, companies sometimes are not that flexible as maybe
Yeah.
an influencer could be. We try to think about our strategy on social media each year. So at the beginning of the year, we try to think about what is the communication strategy, what is the channel strategy for our channels for the coming year. So, and yes, you say correctly, the channels are changing. It's not just the channels changing; it's also the usage, how the channels are used are changing. And then there's another point for us. It's also, as I said, different countries use different channels in a different way. So there's some kind of a lot of things to think about, and we right now don't have the perfect solution for that. We are working on that to think about which are our focus countries, which are our focus information we want to share, and which are our focus formats, how we information want to share. And this, in my mind, it's a kind of metrics coming out when we say we want to talk about recruitment in IT for Poland, then we should use in LinkedIn. I don't know. There's so many facts or so many things we have to think about when we are thinking about social media and how the channels are working and how we are working with the channels actually.
Yeah.
And are there maybe some new channels we should add or?
Yeah, what happens if like I mean the rise of TikTok was like super quick, right? And you need to react to that. I mean, I don't know if Hapag-Lloyd is on TikTok. I don't know.
Actually, I created a channel, but our legal team, because of data, didn't allow us to use it as a channel.
Okay.
So this is why we used Reels, of course, and the Reels are working quite good for us.
Oh, cool.
Although it's still showing vessels, time lapse, or just drone videos around our vessels.
But they're beautiful.
But they're beautiful. They are 15 seconds long, and they really get very good reach. So it's
videos goes really well on Instagram. Right?
Yeah. So it changed a lot, right? If you think about, like I said, from posting images and now people are almost exclusively watching reels or stories.
Yes.
That's insane.
This is why Instagram 2 years ago also said we are not a photo platform anymore. We are a video platform now. We are just like YouTube. So it's really the
and now even YouTube adapted the YouTube short format. Are you using that?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah, because it's hard for me to like. I don't want to post the same thing that I post on Reels on YouTube.
Well, what you just said,
So it's like it's just hard to create so many content. But like I'm trying to, organize myself to make it some more because it really like.
Are you planning like Oliver? Like you said, I mean, at the beginning of the year is quite large, but do you have like a content plan?
Trimester, basically, because I also try to. The good part is like I can ask my audience what they want to see, so I get a lot of ideas for my content from their like the questions that they make to me, like Michelle, how works this and how I can study there, and so I get a lot of ideas from them. So that's the good part. But also like I try to see on like Google Trends or things like that. How like what is the destiny, like travel destiny that will be kind of on a spotlight next year. So I try to go there because people will try to search about it and my videos will be there. So
that's nice. And that's more than most people think what it means to be an influencer, right?
Oh yeah.
There's not just traveling around making nice pictures.
Yes.
Actually, we have I didn't see them. They didn't refresh. A couple of questions from the chat actually. Let's see. For both, what do you think? Which kind of industry lacks influencers with good and useful content, like health, agriculture? From your perspective, just roughly, like, where do you think there is a potential where people could?
I think health got really better during the pandemic, especially. Like I see a lot of like
it became
health
interesting,
company,
right?
Yeah, take advantage during this time. So I think it got like kind of better, but it was like I think there was a lack on this segment before. Agriculture, I don't know how to hire an influencer to talk about it.
This might be the same challenge with Hapag-Lloyd. I mean, at first, if you think, okay, that's containers and vessels, how should you use influencers? But I think if you kind of...
No, there's always an audience to follow that person.
Yeah, exactly.
I bet it is,
this is an apple, this is how I grow apples.
Basically, companies just have to be bold enough to say, okay, we bring our employees forward to create content.
But I think also healthcare is a hard topic to have influencers. I worked for a big health company in Germany as an agency, and we actually, because it's in Germany, it's not allowed to talk about how medicals are really working. It's just as a marketing point of view, you could say it helps. This is for example, I worked for a part about skin, unhealthy skin, and you just can talk about, well, how to take care of your skin. You can't say, please use our medical.
And now you cannot use the before and after pictures anymore also. Like there's a lot of rules in this.
Exactly, so it is
super regulated.
Talking about really, this is how you keep your skin moisturized and etc. But we also found some actual influencers, some former sportsmen who has the sickness we are talking about, and he was standing here. This is what I eat to feel better with this complicated skin, for example. And this is, you can find it. It also depends on what kind of medical disease do you want to talk about.
I mean, that's a huge difference. I think the US is the only country in the world where you can actively like promote medicals, like ask your doctor for X, Y, Z. That's, I think, the only country in the world. But it's also a challenge because of this. A lot of people don't know much about medicals.
This is in Germany. We just put the logo of the company on everything, so that at least when the people are at the doctor, say, well, do you have some medicals from this brand, for example? So this is the only way in Germany we can talk about really speaking about sickness, and the main goal in this area is to lead the people to the doctors. Maybe they can download a checklist where we have the branding on it. So they come to the doctors with the branded checklist, and then, well, this is what the checklist said. Oh, maybe you can prescribe me with some of that medicals.
Yeah, but it's also like a gray zone.
Yeah,
almost,
of course.
Right? That's, yeah.
I mean, the whole page is talking about this is the source why you could be sick.
Yeah.
If you think you're sick, maybe you download our checklist and bring it back to the doctors. Maybe he can help you
sneaky,
easily. Yes.
Yeah. Oliver, there's a question. What do you expect from a social media specialist? Like, if you need to hire one.
In my opinion, he should totally be aware of what channels are existing, what to do on the channels, and to have an opinion about for different brands, how should brands be active, or what are the channels most important, also not only for Germany, but when we talk about international brands, as I told you, also thinking about what does a channel mean or a platform mean in other countries. Just for example, WeChat in China is only in China a big thing, but my Chinese colleagues using WeChat, and it's all in Chinese, and I can normally not understand if I don't let my my smartphone translate all the Chinese stuff. So it's just be aware what is social media meaning, what is the power of social media actually, who can you reach, what is the power, what do we want to say, what is the strategic. Also saying when your boss says, hey, let's go on TikTok. First I ask, why? What's our story on TikTok? What do we want to tell on TikTok? Not just to be there on TikTok, because we have all limited time in working, and it's not just a new platform coming up. Of course, it's nice to be the first one, but it's also nice to have a little thought about, well, what is our strategy on this channel as well? Not just to be there because everybody's there, but also have something in mind with doing it.
Yeah, I had this like, why do you have to be on a channel a lot on Facebook? I thought, okay, you're a company that is solely B2B. LinkedIn might be a better place for you than Facebook. Just being there for the sake of it, it's not really necessary.
Yeah, but then you have to think about which country are you active.
Exactly, yeah.
Because some countries don't have access or had limited access to LinkedIn. Then it could be a better idea also when you're B2B or just a company to be on Facebook, because Facebook is the only platform reachable for them.
Yeah, absolutely. So you also have to be flexible and internationally thinking. Okay, someone is really interested in becoming a fashion influencer. Ooh, yeah, someone from Paris. And she's asking how to become one. And there are many fashion industries in Paris, of course, and she basically wants a guide. But what do you think? How should she approach becoming an influencer?
I think she's like in a very good place to start this, because like Paris is such a nice city just on its own, you know, so like you can create very good content just by being there. It's different than like post a picture of your outfit at home, you know, like you're in Paris, girl, so take advantage of it. But also I would say that you have to post, like if you start doing something, you have to do it like for real. So like if you manage your schedule, your weekly schedule to post, I don't know, like 2 pictures and 1 reels per week, do it, you know, just don't like post one time and then forget your profile for like a month and then try to post something again.
Consistency, right?
Consistency is the key, like really, and also the platform needs this. The platform needs to understand that you were like using and you're like being like a proper user at that platform. So also Instagram or YouTube YouTube will start to show your content to like on a discover page or like to different person that don't follow you yet. Also, your family and your friends will be your first fans. So ask them to engage on your posts, like everything, comment, share with everybody, because this is how I started, you know, like I asked my family, my friends to give me feedbacks and also be like open to receive those feedbacks, because you don't start anything by knowing everything. Even now, like I don't know everything, and I'm trying to always improve my work, and so like accept and be open to accept those feedbacks. It's also very important.
Which can be hurtful sometimes, right?
Yeah, it can be, but you know, it's how we grow, you know. So yeah, consistency, and also like try to do something that, I know it's hard to say that, but like that nobody else is doing. I try to find a niche, because like fashion, it's very like, it's very big, but like fashion in Paris or like thrift shopping in Paris, you know, like a specific niche, it will be very nice, because then it will stand yourself out from different profiles and the other profiles that are also talking about the same thing.
Yeah.
Would you say that fashion is some kind of superficial and...
Not at all.
Oh, not at all?
No, I think like, for example, being in Paris, she can also like talk about a little bit of story of fashion, like French fashion, or like, I don't know, it can be very educational as well. I think you can create content and teach something to like how to use a type of clothes or something like that. It can also be something like that the audience will learn something from, you know.
Yeah, that's really, I would say that would be great, not just showing great clothes into the camera, but also have a story behind it. Just think, is it, I don't know, sustainable something, or just like that, not just showing, hey, beautiful dress in Paris, have fun. So that's maybe not the best way to start or to be an influencer nowadays.
Yeah, or even like giving tips of like how much it costs, where's the best shops, and you know, can do a lot of stuff. Yeah.
And it comes back to the P word we used at the beginning, like the purpose again.
Exactly.
You need a purpose first, because fashion is kind of, it is on one hand superficial on Instagram at first, or a lot of fashion channels are superficial, and it is something very visual. So you also, I think you need to have like a thick skin because of backlash on social media, I guess. And if you have a purpose, and a purpose that really is believable as well, you do stand a chance to grow as a channel.
Yeah.
But I think it's quite, like especially in like beauty, fashion, fitness, it's quite hard to grow today or to become relevant, because there's so many big influencers that kind of overshadow everything else.
But this is maybe also the possibility to grow up a community that is really fitting to you, and not just having millions of followers. Some are just because you do funny videos, the other ones just there because you're in the gym and pumping up. So
yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where you have to research basically. What can my audience be? Like, do like your basic research stuff. Otherwise, it will be just like a shot in the wind, and you don't.
And also, it's important to say that it takes time. It's not something that will happen overnight, you know. And you have to be there, trying, you know.
It's hard work actually. It's not just starting and having millions of followers. And please don't buy followers anyhow.
No, don't do that.
We all know how it works, and companies know how to look behind the scenes.
Oh yeah.
There are many tools to check. Yeah, that's true. Are any questions from you guys? You're just silently listening. No, nothing. All right. I don't want to kind of ignore you if there are any. Yeah. There's one question that I kind of left to almost the end. both of you, do you think that hype word, the metaverse and NFTs are going to affect your work and how probably?
Ooh.
Good question.
It's a hard question. Like, I don't know. It's hard to say because everything's so new. It's like social media is some time ago. Like nobody like really understood what it was. But I really believe this is kind of the future somehow. And not just like brands, but also influencers can take advantage of it. I follow some influencers from USA, for example, that talks a lot about NFTs, and they're creating their own NFTs, or like artists, influencers that talk about art, and their like artwork are like now selling NFTs as like, oh, you can have my piece of art, and you know, for yourself. So yeah, people like are already having like earning a lot of money from it. So definitely,
like a lot.
Yes.
Like a lot.
Yes.
But they're also losing a lot.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
That's just like a couple of days ago. I think it was 34 million.
I saw that.
Yeah, that's kind of really bad.
There was NFT. Is that the one?
Yeah. Was it? Yeah, I think it was the tweet.
The first tweet with NFT. Yeah, I saw
it lost
that.
like a lot.
Yeah.
And also like technical mistakes. There was another one like 2 days ago. There was like a mistake in the programming, and they lost also over $30 million because of that. It is still there, but no one can kind of access it.
But like for example, Nike, the company shoes, created like a sneaker with also like when you buy the sneaker, you also buy an exclusive NFT.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, I think it's something that will happen. It's happening, but it's like, it's very little now, I think.
Yes, I also think NFT is a very interesting topic. And although blockchain is a really interesting topic, and it has already been part of our digital business actually. So some of our electronic bill of lading is based on blockchain technology. So we're already using that kind of stuff. At Metaverse, I mean, that's Facebook or now Meta's idea of still growing and still developing. And I think they did it in the past with the Oculus glasses and stuff. I think it could be interesting, but we have to see if it's really have impact on our business somehow and our whole way to communicate. But at least blockchain is a really strong technology, and it is already in our business.
Yeah, nice to know. And I can imagine, because it's transportation and there's also a lot of sensitive information.
Exactly, yeah. Also not that deep in the topic. I just know we have the electronic bill of lading, which is based on Bitcoin technology or
blockchain.
Blockchain.
Sorry.
Yeah. And this is quite good because of the really sensitive data we have there, and it's individual and it's direct there, and it's really quick, and this is what we need in our business.
Yeah, and secure.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is the main topic. Yeah, like from my point of view, the metaverse. I think that a lot of people kind of misinterpret it, what it is, and only address it as the VR, AR, augmented reality stuff. But it's already here in certain aspects. We do meet in games. Virtually. We do meet in Teams, Skype, Zoom, wherever. So it is already part of our life. It just has been hyped by Facebook, Meta, and kind of transferred into this AR, VR technology. And I really love that they push it. So because this technology hasn't like progressed much in the last 10 years. So I'm looking forward to that. And I think that there will be some social media platforms that kind of pop up with that. That might be super interesting, like interaction-wise.
Yes, of course, interaction live with different countries, different people at that virtual point. It could be a nice one for at least communication and working together, cooperating with people from all over the world, which could be then, of course, be interesting for us as well. Just have virtual rooms where we can all be together at the same time, working on virtual whiteboards or something like that.
Yeah,
could be a nice one. Yeah.
And that's a good point, because currently you still, I mean, there are tools where you can share your screen and work together, but it's different if you can like work on a table and kind of move things around, or if you have like a flat screen where things are moved around, right? We are spatial beings, and so the space is something we need to conquer next. I think that this is a big leap, and also towards social media, it becomes more social, even like, and more inclusive. So great stuff happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, any questions? It's now the time. No, everything's fine. All right, then I thank you for being here.
No, thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
For everyone out there, thanks for staying here. We will have our next Café Artistique maybe next month or the month after that, and it will be really, really interesting. It's going to be about games, and hope you tune in then as well, and stay safe and have a good night. Thank you.
Bye.
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 I have 37 years old, and I came from Rio, Brazil, to do my master degree here in Berlin. And I have a bachelor in advertising, filmmaker, and propaganda. And I would like to spend time here in Berlin to do my master and to study internationally. Here in Berlin, I study at BSBI in the final of my thesis, working on Stri's group as content management working student. The most thing that I like and I love in Berlin, it's the way Germans live outside. And I like the weather because it's not warm like in Brazil, so it's good. Especially in spring and summer, I like the way people goes outside and spend time in the park. The most fascinating here is the history behind the city, and the low profile style here in Berlin, it's fantastic. It's different from other countries. So we're watching on live Instagram for master degree outside, and we spend time choosing from Canada and Germany. And after comparing both countries, I choose German because it's more easy to live here, to work properly. I choose BSBI because the professors was good, price is good, and the campus is fantastic. I chose Berlin because it's a fantastic city, and especially the campus here in Berlin, it's huge and have a nice persons here working here, the great professors. It's easy to go from home to any place here. It's fantastic because I have a lot of cafes and bars and nightclubs, parks to read a book and listen music and drink with your friends. If I haven't studied here, it was not possible to start my work as working student, so this is my great achievement here.
Welcome to another video lecture of Study Methods module. Efficient exam writing skills. What is exam? How to prepare for exam? What is exam writing? Many students are frustrated by the idea that they have to write challenging exams after every academic period. These exams serve as determinant to prove the effectiveness of their learning and studying activities. A large chunk of a student's educational experience is spent in the examination hall. The type of examination written by students varies from one region or country to another. Students have spent a long time dreading, detesting, and disliking examinations. As the examination day gets closer, the students will feel more pressure to succeed at the upcoming test. Before reaching the question paper, most of us are already thinking of why to write an exam. Even though most students don't like the idea of exams, they still share an odd and complicated relationship with it. The amusing thing about writing examination is that many students are only concerned about getting high grades. They hardly ever wonder who's the person behind the idea of examination or who invented exams. We'll be reviewing the history of examination and the activities that led to every academic campus adopting this principle. The word examination can mean two things. It could imply a deep observation, inspection, or study of a particular subject or phenomenon. These examinations are usually conducted by researchers, scientists, and scholars across various disciplines. The other meaning for the examination represents a formal test where a person's knowledge and understanding or proficiency in a particular subject is assessed. Academic or governmental institutions conduct these examinations as a screening test for a candidate's eligibility to qualify for a seat in an educational or government institution, get promoted to the next grade or level in an academic institution. According to historical data, exams as concepts were invented in ancient China. The Sui dynasty introduced what is known as the imperial examination system or the imperial review in 605 AD to have candidates for specific government posts. The system was considered to select people based on merits rather than by birth. Candidates, if qualified, would become part of a prestigious group of government officials under the leadership of their emperor. The dynasty introduced the concept of written examination to select candidates under emperors Wu Zetan. In addition, she introduced reforms to the imperial review, wherein members of the elite bureaucracy came from humble beginnings. Subjects were not very difficult from those taken by students today. In 1858, students sat exams in English language and literature, history, geography, Greek, Latin, French, German, physical science, political, economy, and English law, mathematics, drawing, music, and religious knowledge, unless their parents objected. According to the oldest historical sources, exams were invented by Henry Fischel, a philanthropist and a businessman in the 19th century. He created exams to indicate students' overall knowledge in subjects and test their ability to use their knowledge. Henry Fischel was a man who traveled the US and many other parts of the world. His idea of examination focused on two main aspects: interior and exterior testing. He postulated that these assessments would test how much students are familiar with what they have been taught. Henry is one of the first people to have a philosophy about examinations. His philosophy has shaped the history that many of us have learned. Have you ever wondered what makes Cambridge one of the most reputable educational institutions in the world? Part of the reason can be attributed to the university's role in the platform of modern-day exams and tests. Towards the end of the 19th century, English schools requested that Cambridge and Oxford universities create a general, standardized test for young males all across England. During this period, only boys were allowed to write examinations. The Western education tradition, as best exemplified by the university system in the Middle Ages, looked quite different from the exam and coursework system we know today. The system was actually adapted from the Greek and Roman model, which emphasized debate as the best form of learning. Entry to a university was based mostly on recommendation rather than qualification, which is why some of the oldest European and American universities still have a reputation for nepotism and classism. Teachers had to be impressed by a student before they would approach them to offer them the chance to earn their degree by giving a lecture or hosting a debate known as the disputatio. This remained the system until well into the 17th century, and elements of this can still be seen in the process of earning a doctorate, where once the students have submitted their thesis, they will be invited to defend their doctorate at a viva voce, which is Latin for by live voice, or let's say an oral examination. In China, the far more codified imperial civil service had put examination requirements in place since the 1st century. These tests were notoriously difficult, which we can assume was to be prepared future bureaucratic for the difficulties of running such a large and notoriously fractious country. To help prospect entrance, academics were created to teach the subject that would be on the test, which bore far more similarities to today's universities than those in Europe did. Standardized tests seem at first to be a blessing. Children's abilities could be identified and assessed efficiently. Schools could organize classes and curriculums, and the military benefited by finding the best soldiers with officer potential. Psychologists who developed the test, like Alfred Binet of France and Louis Tennant of the United States, made advances in understanding how people think and learn. But as standardized testing spread, its users became less benign. Children were being challenged onto predetermined educational tracks based on test results that critics feared were incomplete. Overlooked the full extent of the capabilities and failed to take into account the many different ways of learning. Testing was endorsed by eugenicists who believed in the existence of inferior races and advocates for the forced sterilization of those deemed mentally unfit. Progressive educators worried that reliance on standardized testing rewarded conformity and left little room for creativity and independent thinking in the nation's classrooms. Testing questions and standards came under scrutiny for bias. Designed typically by educators, they were administered to children of varied cultures, races, ethnicities, and socioeconomic backgrounds. Nonetheless, standardized testing has endured as a widely used means to measure abilities and performances. The mid-1800s saw the expansion of publicly funded education and statewide curriculums. As of 1870, free elementary schools existed across the country, and the number of public secondary schools were growing. During the same time, advances in paper production led to books becoming less costly, which helped boost literacy rates in the middle class. As more children attended school in the 1800s, educators began using standardized written tests to assess them. Testing became more formalized, and written tests replaced oral tests as administrative aids. Originally, students applying to college underwent oral exams and later written exams administered by professors. The president of Harvard University, Charles Eliot, led a campaign to help set standards for admissions by encouraging students and schools to all use the same uniform entrance exam. 12 colleges led by the president of Harvard University and Columbia University formed the College Entrance Exam Board in 1900s. That offered the first standardized entrance test that following year. The tests included essays on various subjects. The use of testing grew rapidly in the early 1900s. More than 1,000 achievement tests were being marketed, as were hundreds of tests designed to assess mental capacity, vocational skills, and athletic abilities. The tests concentrated not on learned subjects like math, but on abilities such as memory and paying attention. Many assignments in college ask you to write an original subject, to report on fresh material from your experience or research, to present your own idea, or to carry out analysis and arguments. In these assignments, you have the chance to be evaluated for your special contribution. However, in many courses, your task is simply to learn a well-defined body of information and ideas and to demonstrate your familiarity with that material. In taking exams for these courses, you simply display through writing what you have learned. Your task is not necessarily to add to the instructor's understanding, for the instructor properly has all the knowledge already. You are writing solely to show what you know, although learning for your own purposes and long-term knowledge is the goal of any course. Your immediate reward is the grades that evaluate your efforts. Good grades, of course, bring rewards in the job market or in admission to a professional school, and thus can be seen as an extrinsic or external reward. However, grades also have an intrinsic value because they signal how well you're doing. They indicate that you have been accomplishing the kind of learning and work your instructors consider valuable. Insofar as you value what they value, you may feel personally very good about a good grade. To get high grades, you display your knowledge in the fashion determined by the instructor. During the opening class sessions and perhaps on a syllabus sheet, teachers often explicitly identify the requirements, the form in which you will have to show what you have learned, and the criteria by which these displays will be evaluated. It is worth paying close attention to these details, especially because they may not be repeated later. The specific requirements of the course identify specific goals for your learning, which can then help you set your personal goals for the term. Exams and tests are a great way to assess what the students have learned with regards to particular subjects. Exams will show what part of the lesson each student seems to have taken the most interest in and has remembered. With every student being so individual, exams are also a great way for teachers to find out more about their students. The test environment comes with the added stress, which allows teachers to work out how their students argue and how they think individually by their works, which is a great attribute for them to keep in mind for future class activities. The exam process is beneficial to the school in regards to assessing where faculties and particular classes need more focus or resources. Schools need to ensure that they are offering students the best that they are able to, and exams are a great technique for them to use to monitor the progress and effectiveness of the particular class. School administrator can see where improvement may be needed within the school, college, or university based on the students' grades. Studies have shown that a happier class has higher grades. While we often think of exams as a way to test students' comprehension of material, exams can serve more than one purpose. Being aware of why we are testing students and what exactly we want to test can help make students and instructors' experience of exams more useful. The following tips will gear you towards issues you should think about during the entire exam process, from planning to reflecting. So why exams at all? To evaluate and grade students, exams provide a controlled environment for independent work and so are often used to verify students' learning. To motivate students to study, students tend to open their books more often when an evaluation is coming up. Exams can be great motivators. To add variety to students' learning, exams are a form of learning activity. They can enable students to see the material from a different perspective. They also provide feedback that students can then use to improve their understanding. To identify weaknesses and correct them. Exams enable both students and instructors to identify which area of the material students do not understand. This allows students to seek help and instructors to address areas that may need more attention, thus enabling student progression and improvement. To obtain feedback on the teaching. Teachers can use exams to evaluate their own teaching. Students' performance on the exam will point out areas where they should spend more time or challenge their current approach. To provide statistics for the course or institution. Institutions often want information on how students are doing. How many are passing and failing? And what is the average achievement in class? Exams can provide this information for them. To accredit qualified students. Certain professions demand that students demonstrate the acquisition of certain skills or knowledge. An exam can provide such proof. What do you want to assess? That's a good question to ask when you want to sit for an exam. What universities assess should be related to your learning outcomes for that course. They can design their test question to assess the students' knowledge or ability to apply material taught in class. They can test students' reasoning skills and evaluate the process by focusing the mark and other feedbacks on the process they follow to arrive to a solution. Alternatively, they can evaluate the end product. They can evaluate the students' communication skills, their ability to express themselves, whether this is by written, a clear argument, or creating an elegant mathematical proof. They can test the student's ability to draw a single conclusion from different inputs, or they may alternatively want them to come up with different possible answers. Do you expect different answers from students, or do you expect all of them to provide the same answer? Is the student's success defined by learning a set amount of material or demonstrating certain skills? Or is the student's success measured by assessing the amount of progress the student makes over the duration of the course? A good exam gives all students an equal opportunity to fully demonstrate their learning. With this in mind, teachers always reflect on the nature and parameters of the exam. For example, could the exam be administered as a take-home exam? Two students might know the material equally, but one of them might not perform well under the pressure of a timed or in class testing situation. If you sit for the same exam twice, you should get a similar grade each time. Questions should address what is needed to be evaluated. Exam should contain questions that match the average student's ability level. It should also be possible to respond to all questions in the time allowed. Students differ in many ways, including language proficiency, socioeconomic backgrounds, physical disabilities. For example, the use of colloquial language could create difficulties for students whose first language is not English. An example easily understood by an American student may be inaccessible to international students. An exam does not need to be the sole opportunity to obtain marks. Assignments and midterms allow students to practice answering types of questions and adapt to their module expectations. An exam that is too easy does not accurately measure students' understanding of the material. Students should know what is expected of them. They should be able to identify the characteristics of a satisfactory answer and understand the relative importance of those characteristics. This can be achieved in many ways. Lecturers provide feedbacks on assignments. They describe their expectation in class or post model solutions. So the question is how to prepare for exams. Exams are said to not be a true test of knowledge, yet they are the basis of assessment in our educational, private, industrial, and other sectors today. Needless to say, this means it is very important that one knows how to write them in a way to get the desired results. This goes to say that insight as to how to perform better in exams gives the writer an advantageous point in any given field. Sadly, for many individuals, just the thought of an approaching exam is enough to send a chill up their spine and put them on edge. This shouldn't be the case, yet it plagues out society more and more every day, making people not perform optimally to the best of their abilities. Practice makes perfect. This is the winning principle that goes beyond just excellence in an exam. It transcends to all fields of life. Practice or repetition is the key to preparation for the exam, without which access to the door of exam success is never fully guaranteed. Individuals prepare in different ways. What works for one doesn't always work for others. Some wait until the last minute, while some need a degree of fear as a motivation. Others want to eliminate all distractions, have complete silence, and shut themselves off from the world. Others prepare with music in the background or the company of other people. Whatever the method, the trick here is to determine early on the style that best suits our personality traits and builds with that, readying ourselves for optimal performance. You need to be confident. Being confident is recorded the most pertinent reason to mask poor performance in the world. Dress well to the exam and walk confidently. Practice self-affirmation. Challenge your negative thoughts of inability or insufficiency. Visualize yourself doing well. Control your breathing, using this to ease tension. The overall exam should be consistent with your learning outcomes for the course. There are a number of ways to review and prioritize the skills and concepts taught in your course. You could use the topic list provided in your course outline. Skim through your lecture notes to find key concepts and methods. Review chapter headings and subheadings in the assigned readings. Responding to essay exam questions. Read the question. Identify the topic, the focus, and task. Think about the question again. What does the question call for? What kind of answer would adequately address the task? What kind of answer might display a deeper understanding? Think about the course and course material. Ask yourself, how does the question relate overall to the course material and goals of the course? What material from the course would be relevant to the answer? What ideas that the teacher emphasized might be relevant? What specific details from the course might provide useful example or evidence? Decide on your general answer to the question. Make sure your opening statement responds directly to the question, giving your general answer and identifying the specific ways in which the remainder of the question will flesh out the answer. The opening sentence is important both because it sets your answer in the right direction and because it announces to whoever is grading the question that you're addressing exactly what the question asks you to address. Write the body of the answer. Include all the material that questionnaire requires. Do not ignore any parts of the question as asked. Make sure that all parts of your answer do indeed relate to and follow through on the question, and that you explain the connection. Write a conclusion that ties the point you make back to the focus and task raised in the question. This is your last chance to make sure that your answer is not just a loose connection of statements on the general subject of the question, but is rather a precise response to the specific issue the teacher was asking about. It is also your last chance to show the teacher how well you have addressed the question and understood the material. Before you turn in any assignment to an instructor, even a quickly written answer to a quiz question or a homework summary of the night's reading, proofread to eliminate misspelling, mechanical errors, and typing mistakes. Careless mistakes can detract from even the best writing, and teachers will often subtract points for mistakes that you could have corrected easily with a little extra effort. Allow yourself plenty of time to correct errors and, if appropriate, to reprint your document. Now the question is how to write an exam. Exam questions can reach pretty far into the course materials, so you cannot hope to do well on them if you do not keep up with the reading and assignments from the beginning of the course. The most successful essay exam takers are prepared for anything reasonable, and they probably have some intelligent guesses about the content of the exam before they take it. How can you be a prepared exam taker? Do the reading as the syllabus dictates. Keeping up with the reading while the related concepts are being discussed in class saves you double the effort later. Go to lectures. Take careful notes that you'll understand months later. If this is not your strong suit or the conventions for a particular discipline are different from what you are used to, ask your teacher or learning center for advice. Participate in your discussion sections. This will help you absorb the material better so you don't have to study as hard. Organize small study groups with classmates to explore and review course material throughout the semester. Others will catch things you might miss even when you're paying attention. This is not cheating as long as what you write on the essay is your own words. Formulating ideas and sharing notes is okay. In fact, it is a big part of the learning process. As an exam approaches, find out what you can about the form it will take. This will help you forecast the questions that will be on the exam and prepare for them. These suggestions will save you lots of time and misery later. Remember that you can't cram weeks of information into a single day or night of study. So why you put yourself in that position? Figure out how much time you have and how best to use it. Write down the actual clock time that you expect to take in each section and stick to it. This will help you avoid spending all your time on only one section. One strategy is to divide the available time according to percentage worth of the question. You don't want to spend half of your time on something that is only worth 1/10 of the total points. As you read, make tentative choices of the questions you will answer. Don't just answer the first essay question you encounter. Instead, read through all the options. Jot down really brief ideas for each question before deciding. Remember that the easiest looking question is not always as easy as it looks like. Focus your attention on questions for which you can explain your answer most thoroughly rather than settle on questions where you know the answer but can't say why. Analyze the questions. Decide what you're being asked to do. If you skim the questions to find the main topic and then rush to grasp any related idea you can recall, you may become flustered, lose concentration, and even go blank. Try looking closely at what the question is directing you to, and try to understand the sort of writing what will be required. Focus on what you do know about the question, not on what you don't. Look at the active verbs in the assignment. They tell you what you should be doing. So we have included some of these below with some suggestion on what they might mean. Information words such as who, what, when, where, how, and why ask you to demonstrate what you know about the subject. Information words may include define, explain, illustrate, summarize, trace, and research. Define, give the subject's meaning. Explain, why or how, give reasons. Illustrate, give description. Summarize, briefly cover the important ideas. Trace, outline how something has changed or developed. Research, gather material from outside sources about the subject. Relation words ask you to demonstrate how things are connected. Relation words may include compare, show how two or more things are similar. Contrast, show how two or more things are dissimilar. Apply, use details that you've been given to demonstrate how an idea, theory, or concept works in a particular situation. Cause, show how one event or series of events made something else happen. Relate, show or describe the connections between things. Interpretation words ask you to defend ideas of your word in your own words. Don't see these words as requesting opinion alone unless the assignment specifically says so, but as requiring opinion that is supported by concrete evidence. Remember examples, principles, definitions, or concepts from class or research and use them in your interpretation. Interpretation words may include prove or justify, give reasons or examples to demonstrate how or why something is true. Evaluate, respond, or assess. It means state your opinion of the subject as good, bad, or some combination of the two with examples and reasons. You may want to compare your subject to something else. Support. Give reasons or evidence for something you believe. Be sure to state clearly what is it that you believe in. Synthesize. Put two or more things together that have been put together before. Don't just summarize one and then the other and say that they are similar or different. You must provide a reason for putting them together, as opposed to compare and contrast. Analyze. Look closely at the components of something to figure out how it works, what it might mean, or why it is important. Argue. Take a side and defend it. The most important thing to keep in mind in writing essay exams is that you have a limited amount of time and space in which to get across the knowledge you have acquired and your ability to use it. Essay exams are not the place to be vague. It's okay to have an obvious structure, even the 5-paragraph essay format you may have been taught in high school. Introduce your main idea. Have several paragraphs of support, each with a single point defended by specific examples, and conclude with a restatement of your main point and its significance. We expect athletes to practice constantly and use everything in their abilities and situation in order to achieve success. Yet somehow many students are convinced that the 1 day worth of studying, no sleep, and some well-placed compliments. Essay exams are like any other testing situation in life. You'll do best if you are prepared for what is expected of you, have practiced doing it before, and have arrived in the best shape to do it. You may not want to believe this, but it's true. A good night's sleep and a relaxed mind and body can do so much or more for you as any last-minute cram session. University abound with tales of woe about the students who slept through exams because they stayed up all night, wrote an essay all wrong, forgot everything they studied, or freaked out in the exam sessions. If you're rested, breathing normally, and have brought along some healthy, energy-boosting snacks that you can get or drink during your exam time, you are in a much better position to do a good job on the test. If you prepare yourself well throughout the semester, you don't risk your whole grade on an overloaded, undernourished brain. If for some reason you get yourself into this situation, take a minute every once in a while during the test to breathe deeply, stretch, and clear your brain. Remember that instructors do not want you to trip up. They want to see you do well. With this in mind, try to relax and just do the best you can. The more you panic, the more mistakes you are liable to make. Put the test in perspective. Will you die from a poor performance? Will you lose all of your friends? Will your entire future be destroyed? Remember, it's just a test. Review questions. What is the word exam refers to? Why do we have exams? How can we write better exams? Thank you for watching this video and participating.
Looking for flexibility in self-paced learning? Berlin School of Business and Innovation recognises the growing demand for credible online degrees and are thrilled to announce the launch of some of our most popular programmes, now delivered 100% online. BSBI has partnered with UCA, a TEF Gold Standard institution ranked 13th in the UK for 2020 and 7th for Business Management and Marketing in the Guardian League Table 2021. With our partnerships, exceptional educators and highly affordable programmes, there has never been a better time to advance your career without compromise by studying online with BSBI today. Studying an undergraduate programme online is an excellent choice for those interested in tourism, as BSBI now offers a 100% online delivered UCA accredited BA Hons Tourism and Hospitality Management. Our partnership with the Gold Standard Institute, UCA provides students with confidence that they're on the right path to success. The online Bachelor's in Tourism and Hospitality Management provides the option to choose between the 3 or 4-year international route programme. The 4-year international route programme includes a foundation year which will introduce you to the fundamentals of creative business and management whilst preparing you to use the English language in academic work. If you're looking for a BA top-up programme, why not consider our BA Tourism and Hospitality Management top-up, also accredited by UCA. For those students already armed with a degree who are looking to enhance their education and further their careers, BSBI now also offers a variety of online postgraduate programmes to fit around their schedule. We have 4 exceptional UCA accredited postgraduate programmes: the Global MBA, MA Tourism Hospitality and Event Management, MSc Digital Marketing and MSc Finance and Investment. Travelling to and from lectures is no longer a concern. Save time and money by joining interactive video sessions and utilising our dedicated online learning platform, where you'll find all the online materials you need available for access 24/7 to suit you. Our students are fully supported by dedicated tutors, delivering cutting-edge content, ensuring graduates learn the most relevant skills and are job-ready upon graduating. Have it your way. Get all the benefits of a degree with minimal stress by studying with us online at your own pace, on your time schedule. Get in touch with one of our advisors today to discuss any of our postgraduate or undergraduate programs, now delivered 100% online at BSBI.
Okay, so basically just to introduce myself, my name is Cecilia. I was previously a student of BSBI, currently working with BSBI as a program consultant. And joining me on this today's webinar is me, Alvis. She is one of BSBI's most prominent students. She's currently a student of BSBI. She is originally from Brazil. She's very well traveled. She's also an influencer who decided to study here with us at BSBI. So together, we will both be sharing our experiences with you about living and studying in Berlin in total. Okay, so while we wait for me, just to give you an overview of who BSBI is. So BSBI is currently a business school. We are located in 4 countries in total. Sorry, 3 countries, 4 cities in total. We are located in Berlin, Hamburg, Paris, and Athens. So, I mean, as an institution, for you as a student, this is very beneficial to you because you get to have an international experience, you know, on all of these 4 campuses. So, for instance, if you want to study in Paris, move to Berlin later on, you can absolutely do so. If you want to study in Hamburg, move to Berlin, or in Athens or Paris, basically anywhere at all in the world. Sorry, I mean, in these 4 cities, you can study, you know, on any of these campuses. I mean, additionally, we have a wide range of programs ranging from bachelor's to PhDs. So as you know, I mean, as a business school, we usually do not afford or award our own qualifications. We partner with higher accredited institutions to ensure that the degree we are offering to you is actually on a very high level. So we currently have 3 partners. We have CUC, which is Concordia University of Chicago. We also have UCA, which is University of Creative Arts, and also Uninotuno. So Uninotuno is basically an Italian-based institution. We have CUC, which is an American accredited institution. We also have UCA, which is UK accredited institution. So basically studying with us, you do know, and is assured that once you are done with your studies, your degree is not just recognized in just Germany or in Berlin. Your degree is recognized in Europe, in Germany, in Europe, and the UK, America, Canada as well. Okay, so me, are you able to?
Yes, I'm here. I'm just couldn't turn my camera on. I'm sorry,
Okay.
guys, but it's basically technical issue that I'm facing today. But
Okay.
I'm here. I'm here. You guys can hear me.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. Okay, so me, I would want to introduce our prime guest, which is me, Alvis. So me, do you mind introducing yourself to us?
No, not at all. First of all, thank you very much, Cecilia, for having me in this webinar. As you said, I'm a BSBI student. I'm studying digital marketing. I'm doing a master's, and I arrived in Berlin 6 months ago. My intake was in October 2021. I've been working as a digital influencer for the past 8 years. The niche, the specific niche, and like all my approach and my audience, is about travel and exchange programs, especially I talk to women's from like 20 to 30, 18 to 35, pretty much, who really want to have this experience abroad and wants like someone to encourage them, inspire them somehow.
Yeah, excellent. Wow. Whew. This is a very detailed profile, actually. That's cool. Okay, so me, I mean, inquiring minds want to know. Obviously, you are well traveled. You have been to a lot of countries. So, what attracted you to study with BSBI? Basically, even to study in Germany.
If I'm being 100% transparent with you, like the first thing that really caught my attention was because it's cheaper than like other countries in Europe, especially if we compare to the UK, for example. And when I knew about the possibility that I could have studying a course in English, but in Germany, and especially in Berlin, a city that I visited in 2019, and I fell in love. It just like came all together, and just like it was kind of the perfect plan, because I don't think most people really know that they could have this experience and this opportunity also to study like uh, in English, but in Germany, such a nice and especially Berlin diverse city. So it was like a combination of all these factors that made me to choose Berlin.
Berlin. That's excellent. Well, that's very impressive. So, I mean, if I may ask, what program are you currently studying in BSBI?
And digital marketing, the masters I'm
Digital
doing.
marketing. Okay, yeah, I remember you mentioned it earlier, but we just wanted to be clear. That's excellent. Okay, so basically before arrival into Germany, I mean, we know that you were an influencer and all of that, but we just want to know or get to know more about you. So, what were you doing prior to you studying with BSBI?
Oh, well, as all process in like universities and educational institutions, you have a bunch of documents to gather together. So I had to, just get to know more about the documents that we need. I also had to take English proficiency test. I did IELTS at that time. But I know BSBI accepts a lot more of proficiency tests. Also, I had to plan myself, like not only like with the documents and stuff, but professionally and personally, because it's a big change. So like I have my cats still at home and my family. I had I have this preparation of like saying goodbye to everyone, and it's just like a big step that we take when we chose to study abroad, especially for like a long time, as it is the masters. It will be a year and a half. So
I still have one more year, and now I really can't decide if I want to come back or not because I'm just super in love with Berlin.
I know. I mean, I do. I mean, I'm from Ghana. I don't want to go back. Not that I don't love my country. I love my country, but I mean, of course, life out here is, very beautiful. So personally, I'm also working towards, permanently settling here in Germany. I mean, in Berlin to be precise. So of course, I do relate, with you regarding you permanently, exactly,
And
wanting to
now
live here.
I can, and something that I really like and like it was like the best thing for me because I always love to travel, and when I mixed my career, my job with traveling, it was like the perfect match. And being in Berlin, living in Germany, having like so many countries around, and like these cheap flights to go to different places in Europe, like that's just a part of the whole experience, and so that's very
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, I mean, it's very true. I've been here for, I think, 3 years, and within the span of 3 years, at least I have managed to touch base with a lot of the EU countries, which is, also part of the experiences that, of course, we'll share with you or our viewers. And the one thing that, sort of basically, impresses me is the fact that flights are very cheap. You can literally travel anywhere under budget. So if you're a student or you're broke, of course, you can,
Definitely.
even on 100 euros, you can travel anywhere in Europe and still
Yeah,
survive.
yeah,
Perfect.
yeah. That's one of the best parts.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so getting to know more about your activities as an influencer. Can you tell us more about your activities as an influencer? I mean, when exactly, did it start? I mean, how did it start? What motivated you to start being an influencer? Maybe we are just curious to know.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's a nice story because actually I graduated in advertising in Brazil.
Oh.
So yeah, so like my professors always encourage us as a students to kind of have our space on internet.
Yeah.
So they
Yeah.
say it's nice for you to have like a Facebook
Yeah.
profile or like an Instagram account, but
Yeah.
also try to think outside of the box. And at that time, that was like 2010, 2011, because I'm kind of old.
You don't look it, but
um, the thing was to have like a blog, a website. YouTube wasn't like that big at that moment, but
Yeah.
during the period that I was studying advertising, I created a blog with a friends,
Oh.
and then I had to like stop my course in Brazil to travel for the first time when I chose to
Oh.
go to be an au pair in the US. It was in 2014.
Oh.
So like during this whole university time, I like posted on this blog with some friends, but then they decided that they want to do something else. So I was like just me in the blog, and I was like posting a lot about it. And then I started to post about my experience living in the US. That was like my first experience abroad.
Abroad, okay. And it
Yeah,
was in
and
2014.
yeah,
2014.
2014. And then when I started to talk about, people just got more and more curious, and
Mm.
they asked me to do like videos that would be like easier for them to understand
Yeah.
and for me to just explain how things
Yeah.
works. So I did a bunch of videos on YouTube to talk about like how you can be an au pair, how much I pay for it, how my
Mm.
experience going. But it wasn't like, oh, I really want to work with this, or I really want to
Yeah.
be a YouTuber. Because if you watch my first videos, oh my
Yeah.
gosh, don't do that, please. But it's like, it's just like I'm very shy and timid,
Are you?
Yes, like you cannot tell that it's me, really. But
Interesting.
then I got like I just started to like that, to make videos and to help people, because then I started to receive a lot of emails like,
Yeah.
Shell, because of your video, I'm being an au pair right now. Thanks for all the information you gave me, and blah blah blah. And then I was like, I started to realize that I would like to keep doing it. So I
Yeah.
just like took my channel as not just as a hobby anymore, but like I will try to make this happen.
Yeah.
And that's how it started. So in 2014, I started doing the au pair program, this experience in the USA that I was having. And since that, I visited like 20 and something countries. This is like my ninth experience studying abroad. So like there's a lot of things on my channel and a lot of like trip diaries and things like that.
Yeah. Wow, that's really interesting. I mean, I'm tempted to ask, I mean, how many countries you've visited in total, but I'm sure we'll keep counting and counting to no
Oh,
end. So I'm just gonna hold on to that question for now. Okay, so me, I mean, let's get to the topic of your journey or your experiences moving to Germany. So, I mean, could you tell us, what your journey was like moving from Brazil to Germany? Were there any challenges you faced with regards to, getting over to Berlin?
Mhm. Well, I think the first challenge was during the whole process, because like when I came, there was the pandemic going on
Yeah.
and like the borders were closed. So like this anxiety of like not knowing when I will travel, like when I
Yeah.
will really go to Berlin, and it really stressed me out, and not just me, but a lot of like other Brazilians that I know
Yeah.
that just came at the same time, and not just for study, but like to work and so on. So that was like the first kind of thing that really stressed me out. But then when I arrived in Germany, we should say that there's a lot of bureaucracies here and a lot of things that are different than Brazil. It's a totally different language. I don't know
Yeah.
how to speak German. And I keep receiving those letters that just makes me crazy, because I need the translate to take a picture and try to understand what they want to tell me. Like I never know if I'm like I have to pay something, or if I did something wrong because it's so in German. So thank God now I have some friends that speaks German, and
Yeah.
they can help me with that. But like when you arrive, it's very common to feel like like that feeling, oh my God, what I'm doing, did I did
Yeah.
like the right decision, and what if so I think this is totally fine. I used to say that if we don't feel these like those butterfly in the stomach,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
because life is not worth it, because you really need to
Exactly.
go forward and take
Exactly.
out yourself from the comfort zone. So yeah,
Exactly.
it wasn't like 100% okay, but I'm here, I'm still alive, and I'm fine. I'm very happy. Thank you.
No, I mean, yeah, to be honest, I feel you on that. And I mean, just to, put it in plain words, so I don't believe that any of us are here, pitching the whole idea of, the German dream or the American dream sort of, on a bed of roses. I mean, every journey itself, has its own challenges. So, okay, give me a second. I'm getting a call. So, like I said, every journey itself, has its own challenges, but with every challenge, it also comes, with rewards. I mean, at the end of the day, you went through this experience, but now you're here, you're enjoying life in Berlin. So for me, I always recommend to everyone to take advantage of globalization, move out of your comfort zone, and of course, gain some international experience. So, I mean, it doesn't matter if you want to permanently stay here or, go back home, but just, put yourself out there, get out of your comfort zone, gain some European experience. If you want to go back home, fair enough. If you want to stay, like I want to stay, get to stay.
Exactly. And like I know life it's very comfy in our comfort
Yeah.
zone, but if we never take this first step and try
Yeah.
something different, we will never know.
Yeah.
And it's not something like that you make a decision and you can then never regret, or you can
Yeah.
never like learn something from it. You are
Yeah.
always learning, and this is the funny and the nice part of living.
Yeah. I mean, the adrenaline, the roller coaster, I mean, everything makes it, what life should be, as a matter of fact. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, and being like being a woman,
Mm.
um, it's just like more challenge. And knowing that, like, oh gosh, I was so brave to be here, like, to leave everything behind. And just like, it just makes me stronger, because now I know that I can, that I like, I need to do this again.
Yourself.
I know that I can do it, so it's just like, yeah, it's a lot to process, but it's awesome. It's worth it.
It's awesome. It's awesome. Perfect. Okay, so digging deeper into your experiences in Germany, so tell us, I mean, what were your first few weeks like, at BSBI and in Germany in total? How did you manage to settle in? Because you did mention you had, quite some challenges. So we are curious to know how you overcame those challenges, managed to settle in.
Yeah. Well, first of all, the first days were awful because my luggage didn't arrive.
Oh
So, so I was just with my carry-on and like one pants, one t-shirt, and like one towel. That was it. Thank God I had this idea to like put like some clothes in my carry-on, like with my laptop and things, because the two other suitcase, like the big ones that it was with me, it didn't come. It didn't came in. It was just like 3 days after I arrived in Berlin that they arrived. So that was kind of stressful. And also I had like to call the airport, and it was all
try
in
and
German.
trace
So
your
that was like
luggage.
the first challenge. Like, okay, I don't know which number to press to to get my problem solved, because I'm not understanding anything. So that was like super challenge at first. But then right after that, I got my second dose, like my vaccine shot.
Vaccination,
That was very nice. Yeah. Also, I did my Ameldon on that like first 10 days. There was like, I felt, oh, okay, one more step is done, like checked on my huge list of things that I should do. And right after that, like 4 weeks, I think, I managed to take my visa, because as a Brazilian, we take the student visa here in Germany, in our home country. Yeah.
Okay.
So all this process, like the bureaucracy, is really at the same time that was kind of stressful, because I worry about like if it's going to be okay or not, if I will understand the person or not, or at the same time that it stressed me out, also calms me down a lot when I saw like step by step going okay, going on the right way and the right path. So like when I did my Ameldon, I was like, yay, now I really feel as a Berliner, like it's just like
something literally.
little things that you do, and then makes just you feel like more belonging to the place. So definitely, but then like I arrived like 4 weeks before my course start, because I wanted to enjoy a little bit of the city. Don't worry too much about classes before. Like I want to settle things
Just to
down.
navigate, before.
Exactly. Also, like I got the chance to know some of the students that it's now they are now studying with me. We had chance to like do some things together before class started, so that was very fun. But then when the class finally started, we had the first day, the induction day, to understand more about BSBI and how class will work and get to know some of the professors. Also, I remember like the real first class, that was like very emotional, because it was like, this is my first ever class, in the masters. Like I will never have a first class anymore. So that was like I'm kind of this kind of person, like I'm very emotional for like first things. So yeah, that was very nice. And it's just like being very pleasant to study at BSBI and get to know so many people from different countries. We have like this mix of nationalities that is huge, and that really shows me how people think differently depending where they are from, and like their values and their culture. So this is one of the most fascinating things for me, like truly speaking, because especially studying digital marketing, that it's all about like communication and modern world, and it's just so nice to have these discussions in class and understand how things works differently in each country and what people thinks about this and that, because it's not like math that it's like the same rule for the whole country. It's just like more about people and communication. Like this is the most fascinating things for me to be a student there.
Wow. Whew. I mean, what a journey. I mean, talking about mine, I'm sure we're going to sleep here, but just just to like give you an overview, I think I had a completely different, sort of, different experience moving in. I can't remember. I mean, the first time I arrived in Germany was in 1st April 2019. So immediately I got out of the airplane, and of course, the cold air blew onto my face. I just ran back into the airplane. I was like, can we go back home? I want to go home.
It's too
It was so
cold.
freezing.
And
Exactly.
it was even
I mean,
April. It wasn't like
it was in
November.
exactly. I mean, I'm from Africa. I'm from Ghana. The temperature is
Yeah.
warm. So, experiencing such a cold weather for the first time, I was freaking out. I was calling my mom, can you book a flight for me to come back home? But thank God nobody booked the flights, because, 2 or 3 years down the lane, I look at myself and the challenges I went through, and I absolutely know that, of course, this was worth it. But what really also helped me with settling in was before my arrival. I mean, I went on Facebook. I also tried to, contact other agencies to, get in touch with some Germans. So I had 2 German friends ahead of my arrival into Germany. The 2 of them really, really helped me. On my second day, they just,
That is so
moved.
lucky of you.
I know. I mean, I was so lucky. They just traveled to Berlin because they knew I was freaking out. They traveled to
Yeah.
Berlin. They came to, they helped me out in terms of, moving my stuff around, settling into my accommodation, assistance with, the transportation system. Because, of course, I need to navigate my way around. And we are not used to the whole, using Google to, navigate your way. You just either drive or walk to wherever you want to go, or use the public transportation because you know your way. So having to navigate a new public transportation altogether without, basically no German language at all, I think that was part of my challenges. But at the end of the day, I learned that, the tricks. Just read as much as possible. There are directional signages everywhere. You cannot get lost in this country. That for
Oh
sure.
no.
You have
Yeah.
internet. Just read and follow instructions. That is
And
it.
it's so nice how like even like I don't know German yet, but like how the language just feels more comfortable in my ears right now.
Yeah.
After like hearing it so like every day for 6 months, and like you just get to know some words, and then just like it's so nice when you see a word or someone talking and you
Yeah.
can catch the main part
Yeah.
of it. It was like, yay, I got it, I understand.
I mean, what was interesting as well, of course, taking advantage of the free German lessons, being offered by BSBI, to me also really helped me because I had zero knowledge. So I think going forward, of course, for me, my advice is before you arrive here, just download the Duolingo app, learn the basics of German because it will be very useful when you arrive here, literally. So of course
Definitely.
that,
Yeah,
that
that's a
helps.
super tip. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So moving on, me, I know, like I said earlier, you have traveled to a lot of countries. We cannot keep count of the countries you've traveled to, but we are just curious, what made you decide to, settle in Germany or choose Germany, to be precise? We are curious. We just want to know.
I think like I didn't choose Germany in a sense like the country, but I felt that Berlin chose me because I visited the city in 2019 during a Euro trip that I did by myself, just me
Okay.
and a backpack for 30 days.
Okay. So
I
this wasn't your first trip into Berlin.
It wasn't. I came before, like I was here in 2019, but only for 5 days.
Okay.
And I also have this recorded on my channel that I was in the Museum Island. Uh,
Mm.
I was sitting on the grass. It was a sunny day in April, and I was like talking to camera, and one of the things that I said was, I could live here. Like I really see myself living in Berlin because I love this city. I love the people. I love the colors. I love how different and diverse this city is. And then like we cut to like 2 years later, I'm here. So it's just crazy. I just feel that I don't know, my soul, my lifestyle matches with Berlin, and that's what makes me want to think to stay longer than I expected before, and also like the connections with people that I made already. And yeah, I just feel that I will have like many opportunities here as well. Berlin is a city full of opportunities, especially like marketing, technology in general. So yeah, it's just like a very welcoming city, different from like the time that I used to live in USA, that I always felt as a foreign, as someone from outside. Here I feel as just part as everybody else, because everybody is from a different country. Everybody has a different background.
It is so diverse and international. I mean,
Yeah. So you don't really feel like, oh, I don't belong here. No, you just feel that everybody is from different places, and that what makes Berlin is like how it is,
True. I mean, just to share my experience, for me, there were three main things that motivated me to actually settle for Germany. To be honest, I mean, what impressed me the most was the fact that, I mean, in Berlin or in Germany in total, you can have the experience of the fast, city life, as well as the quiet, suburban experience. So
Oh
basically,
yeah.
from where I come from, of course, you have to be rich to live in the suburbs, but over here in Berlin, you can be broke and still live in a nice, quiet, suburban area and still feel important, literally. So, secondly, unlike the typical stereotype where people believe that, like Germans are strict and blunt. It is actually very different. It's, very easy for Germans to actually warm up to you, basically. So, of course, we all know that they are blunt and strict, but which is true. But of course, if you meet, a German in a non-formal environment, they're probably the warmest person ever. And the little trick, actually very, very hilarious, not as serious and strict as, most people think. I mean, the trick is just, express the interest of, either wanting to learn the German language or speaking the basic, words of the German language. And quickly, everyone will just switch to speaking English with you. I mean, personally, that is how, I have, made a couple of German friends. And as a matter of fact, and to me, the fact that they are very blunt and straight and straightforward, to me, it gives you the opportunity to know what you're up against. I mean, they are very, very sincere and honest. So if someone is very honest with you in the face, you know what you're up against, so you know how to manage yourself around them. Whereas from my background, of course, we are trained to be very polite, bottle up our emotions. But over here, it's a totally different situation altogether, which I actually like. I mean, also, basically the standard of living actually is, very high as well. So if you take a look at, the rules and the orderliness and of course the paperwork and all the cultural preferences itself, they actually make provisions for a very high standard of living, i.e. look at how the pandemic was managed in Germany, to be precise. Look, I mean, groceries over here are also very cheap. The rich and the poor all also shop, shop in the same place. There's no disparity between, groceries for the rich and groceries for the poor. Something that I really like. Additionally, the salary ranges are also quite solid. I won't lie about it. I'm not saying this because I'm employed with BSBI. And I'm not
Actually,
saying
and
that my
this
salary is
part,
very high, but
yeah, I don't have any idea about it. That's nice for you to just talk a little bit about the salary, because I don't work here yet, but it's always good to know.
yeah, actually it is, because I had the opportunity to, have students' jobs, and the way it is structured, I mean, as of now, the current minimum wage is now the current minimum wage is now 12 euros per hour. That's the minimum wage. So even as a student, if you are working 20 hours per week, calculate 12 times 20 per week. That's a lot of money. I mean, I'm even making savings on my blocked account before I managed to get a part-time job. So that alone shows you, how the standard of living is quite manageable over here in Germany. And of course, the transportation system. I love the transportation system. Very
Oh,
well
yes.
connected.
Yes, I just came back from London
Oh,
and like 4 weeks ago. And
yeah.
like I know the London Underground, it's huge. It's like it was the first underground in the world. But like
Oh,
seems that Berlin look at London's underground and made
yeah.
it better, like
Yeah.
just improve it because
Yeah.
it's so much like it's not clean like 100%, but it's cleaner than London. And it's more spacious. The stations and like the lines, everything is so
Yeah.
well connected. It just
Yeah.
works.
Yeah. And the transportation system, I mean, transport fares are actually very cheap as
Yeah.
compared to other countries. It's very, very affordable as
Hmm.
compared to other countries. Okay, me, so back to you.
Yeah.
Back to you. Me. So tell us about your experience studying with BSBI, because I understand when you joined BSBI, the pandemic has started. So, how was studying throughout the pandemic? What was your social life like during the pandemic, and of course studying in BSBI?
Well, I actually I came to Berlin on like by the end of September, and the classes started on October. And I remember a lot of professors wasn't in Berlin yet because of visa and like
Yeah.
pandemic and things like that. So a lot of the first classes were online. So I had to manage like to just try to balance like my expectations because I know that it was like something very delicate, that it wasn't just me
Yeah.
facing, it's like
Yeah.
everybody in the world were
Global. Yeah.
yeah, and like some of them still are. So yeah, I just like try to see as like a phase that will get better. So soon, like December, we went back to the campus, and even with like some restrictions, I could like have classes on campus that like really changed the experience that I had being a student, because it was nice to see the professors in person and the
Yeah.
students, the classmates. Also, I just felt more like connected to the
Yeah.
subjects and just more willing to participate and to discuss, during the class. So that was
Yeah.
like really nice, because we all know how hard it can be studying
Yeah.
online.
Yeah.
And I think at this point, nobody really, enjoys anymore because you're just like, oh gosh, I want all this to be over. But, um, now it's just like so much better. Also, like things are very, like getting very good right now here in Germany, in Berlin. The restrictions are going off. So just
Yeah.
feels like more normal, and I feel that the experience will just get better from now.
Yeah, excellent. Absolutely, you're absolutely right. Thankfully, we started, before the pandemic. So for us, when the pandemic started, we were submitting our thesis. So we were just happy to stay at home at the
Yeah,
time
oh
being.
yeah,
We're
I
just
know.
excited. We're just done with campus life. But I mean, of course, it was exciting, to be on campus. We also missed most of our colleagues as well. And the most important thing is the staff, because most of us also got used or attached to the BSBI campus staff as well. So not being able to meet them in person was also part of the challenges. But thank God the pandemic or most of the regulations have been lifted and things are almost, moving back to normal. So we are really grateful for that. So me throwing the spotlight back on you, you did mention, of course, the regulations and the pandemic. So just to, pick up a few from there, how did you manage to deal with, the changes to campus regulations due to the pandemic and of course, studying remotely?
Um, I I just like, of course, it wasn't like the experience that I wanted, but as I said, I tried to put like to put in my mind that like this is not something that I was facing, everybody was. So it's not that God easier, but it's just like makes me understand better, like that okay, this is how it is and I cannot do anything about it, so let's just try to be more positive and just keep positive mind. But I found easier than I thought, because at the same time I wasn't at home, like I wasn't in Brazil, so I could at least like after class do something different with my friends. Even if I don't see them on campus, some of them were already here, so I could see them after class, or we could like sometimes we went to one of my friends' house, all of three together, to have the online class from her house. So like, so we were like trying to keep the distance as like just trying to go, let's just trying to see the same persons, like they have our bubble of like social bubble, so we knew that we were safe, but also everybody needs like this social connection. So being far from home and like having this situation, the pandemic situation going on, can be very hard. And we found out that being together, spend time together, like even if it was like to follow a class, online class, it could be fun. So that's what we did. So and also like especially during winter time, it's very cold and dark. So that's another like kind of problem that we face here. It's just like we are laughing, but we would like to cry.
No, I mean, actually, now we can afford to laugh because you've gone through it, you've survived. And
Exactly.
I mean, to be honest, I believe everyone can, of course, survive as well, unless, of course, you want to give up
Oh yeah, for sure.
prematurely. And I don't think that anyone would make, such an investment and want to give up at the end of the day. So, hey, girl,
Oh no.
proud of you to
But
have gone through
like
it.
it's just different, and I try to
Yeah.
like that's the thing. I try to see things as like, oh, I'm outside my country. I'm already outside of my comfort zone. So
Yeah.
let's make the most of it. Like even if it's
Exactly.
raining, it's dark at 3 p.m., there's like nobody in the street, I will try to do something fun.
Definitely, absolutely. I think you're just like me. Okay, that's excellent. All right. So I know we are running out of time, but just to keep it more active as well. So, May, can you tell us your overall experience, studying with BSBI, where what kind of support did you receive from BSBI in general?
In general, well, everybody is very friendly and kind. Also, like I didn't have much issues like until now, but I see like some friends that had some situations and they could easily get solved it, so that's nice. Also, like I feel that they hear us when we have something to like just the feedbacks, like they're always trying to get feedbacks from the students. That's very nice. And also not just like hearing them, but also take into consideration, so that's cool.
Okay.
Another thing that I really like is the nationality mix. Studying and having class with professors and students from different backgrounds and countries. It's just like super nice.
Yeah.
So I think that like the combination of all those things,
Yeah.
um, it's where like it's what it's making my experience being so nice and so pleasant.
Actually, I think this is very true. I mean, I share, basically, I can relate to this as a student.
Yeah.
And I quite remember, I mean, being a student, I remember there was catering as well. And during my first, arrival or my first weeks, of course, I was having challenges. I remember always being in Catherine's office. If I have a headache, Catherine, I have a headache. Catherine, I'm broke.
Oh my gosh.
No, of course, I'm not coming to ask for money, but literally, that was how much I frequented, the BSBI office. I'm sure I was a very problematic student. Everyone was tired of me, literally. But at
Yeah.
least, even if they were, I don't think anybody expressed the fact that they were tired of me, always budgeting to their office unannounced and demanding or requesting for stuff. Everyone was super, super supportive. And
Yes.
I think there was also a time where I think I was having challenges adapting, especially when the pandemic started. So, of course, I need to come in, and I mean, I just needed help generally. Guess who was available? Catherine, always available, dealing with my issues, depression and stuff. She was always there, providing counseling, sending me, job recommendations if I need to apply
That's
for any job at all. I'm basically in Catherine's office or student services office, and everyone is there to support or help, suggest, give you suggestions, or even send over your documents for A, B, C, D. So to me, I mean, what motivated me to even opt to work for BSBI was the fact that I experienced all of these as a student with BSBI. And so to me, I want to give out the same support to other students to have that experience that I had. So honestly speaking, it's been a very, the best experience so far. I wouldn't have chosen any other institution, as a matter of fact.
Oh, that's so nice to hear. And also, like you remind me something
Yeah.
that the SBI like do all the time. That it's having like webinars and conversation with the CEO and
Yeah.
like another discussion. So like they're always trying to like be in touch
Yeah.
with the students. And if you as a student really wants to participate of those things, you're gonna have
Yeah.
a chance to really
Yeah.
understand more about the institution
Yeah.
and like just get inside of this,
Yeah, true. I mean, to me, the fact that, I mean, of course, we being a student, the fact that you're on the campus and you can just bump into the CEO at any time, to me, was exciting to me because
Yeah,
you can
yeah,
just bump into him, talk to him, ask him any question at all. And he's very friendly as well. So, I mean, personally, those are part of the things that I really enjoyed about my experience with BSBI and why I actually decided to, take the bold step to work with BSBI as well. Okay, so me throwing the spotlight back to you. The spotlight is on you. I don't want to take it. Okay, so taking into consideration all your experiences so far, what would you say to other students who are thinking of coming to Germany or studying with BSBI? What advice or what would you like to tell them?
Ooh, that's a tricky one. I would say that we'll be making the best decision of your life,
Yeah.
basically, because so much things in my life change
Yeah.
since the moment that I decided to do something for myself, like professionally, personally. Studying abroad is not just about like getting knowledge, and it's a lot about this, but I think the people that like you get to know so much more about yourself. As
Yeah.
we were saying in the beginning of the webinar, we learn a lot about ourselves and how brave we could be.
Yeah.
So like just if you're afraid of something, just go with like with
Yeah.
this feeling,
I mean,
just trust.
just do it like Nike,
Yeah,
just do it.
exactly,
Literally, take that
exactly,
step.
because life passed by so fast, like we
Yeah.
just need to take the opportunities and enjoy the most of it. So,
Yeah.
and I'm pretty sure like if you choose Berlin, if you choose BSBI, you can see through my stories on Instagram and my videos on YouTube, I'm having like the best
Time of
like
your life.
like I'm really enjoying my time here, and I'm pretty sure a lot of my friends that I made in the
I'm glad
BSBI
to
are
know.
having like a blast also.
Yeah.
So it can be very challenged sometimes, but this is just what we call life,
Yeah,
and
I know.
it's just what makes everything so special. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Wow, you're glad to know. You're glad to know. So me talking about the future, what are the plans for the future? Do you intend to, what do you plan to do for the
I'm trying
future?
to I'm trying to live in like one day per time, like one day at once. I think I can say that. I don't know in English the proper
One
way
day
to
at a
say, but
time. I mean, that's a good strategy though. I should learn that.
yeah. But I really want to have an experience, like a professional experience here in Germany. Even like I work 24/7 basically, because like when you work for yourself, it's a lot harder to stop and to put a limit on it. But I really want to like have an experience working for a company, some service or product or company that I can relate with, that I can really see myself working. And because Berlin has so many like startups and companies
Very
like
true.
on a travel segment especially, like that would be nice because I already work with this, and like working in a startup that is in this travel segment will be very nice. So I'm looking forward to do something like this. Also, I would like to travel more and more. Enjoy this opportunity of like living in Europe and getting to know different places, not just like different countries, but Germany also has so many beautiful cities, and I really like to get to know more. So yeah, like that. Those are my plans for now.
That's excellent. So, me, last two questions, and then we go to Q&As, if possible. So, I mean, we know that you are already in the, digital marketing space already. However, we just want to know how has, your degree in masters in digital marketing helped you in terms of your future career ambitions or what you're currently undertaking, be it your personal projects. How has it helped you?
Oh, a lot, because I've been working with digital marketing for the past 8 years, but it's different when you were like studying, like taking time in your week to think about what you're doing. Because I felt like, working alone and like creating videos, and sometimes we just like go with the flow. Just doing things that you don't even think much
Think
more about
about,
it. Yeah, and like having this time like at class to get to know more about like new platforms or like new strategies or like the theory behind so many things that I've been doing and really didn't know why, but I was just like doing. It's so nice because it really helps me to think differently. It really helps my creativity.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's fantastic.
It's epic. Whew. Wow. Okay. That's interesting. So, I mean, just to also share a bit of my experience as well.
Sure.
Of course, coming into BSBI, I sort of had, tremendous work experience. So I was looking for an opportunity or an institution where you, where I can actually relate to, or whatever I'm about to learn, it should be able to translate into what my career ambitions are. And what I found interesting, actually, part of the reasons why I decided to even, make my initial deposit in the first place
Yeah.
was, of course, the fact that I took a look at the individual program offerings as compared to other institutions, what they were offering, and what I am used to in terms of what is applicable in my current, work field or my field of work. And I found it very interesting that there was a lot of, direct correlations. And also in class, you realize that every topic, you're able to resonate with every topic because it is highly applicable. So, I mean, to me, as a currently working with BSBI, this just tells you, the importance of some of the degrees that, of course, the institution offers, and the fact that it actually does prepare you for the job market.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
it's definitely will be easy for you to get a job. I mean, I don't think anyone is promising the fact that we are handing you a job on a silver platter. But of course, I mean, if you go through the experience, I can say that because I have graduated, so I can say that. And I also have experience with, applying to a couple of jobs. So, I mean, rest assured, everything that I have learned, applying it in my current field of work was pretty much easy peasy for me. And
That's
to
awesome.
me, but definitely, I would also mention that I probably think I'm the ideal, I don't want to say ideal BSBI alumni, but I just think I got my money's worth. I got my
Yeah.
return on investment at the end of the day, and that's what matters. So yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome to hear. Yeah. Especially
perfect.
because like you already are graduated, so
Yeah,
that's nice to
yeah.
hear. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I think we have one last question, and then we jump to the Q&As.
Okay.
And then, I mean, if you could also help in, answering some of the Q&As, would be much appreciative. So, what are your last words, or what advice would you give to all students of BSBI coming into Germany? I know this sounds repetitive, but we still want to hear.
I think I would say like more practical things that could be like one of the things you already say that was like try to learn at least a little bit of Germany
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
German
Yeah.
because and also about the country. That would be nice to understand a
Yeah.
little bit about the country as well. But that would be very helpful. Also, not just like talking about Germany, but in general, I think when you move abroad to study, you need to be like very open,
Yeah.
get to know and really put in your mind that you're
Yeah.
gonna meet a lot of people that are totally different than you.
Yeah.
And it's not because they're different, they're like weird or they're like, less, I don't know. It's just like how it's just how we see beauty in things and
Yeah.
how world works because like you're not more anymore in your bubble.
Yeah.
So you need also of course to respect others and to see that people are different, and that's the beauty in world basically.
Yeah. Yeah. True. Absolutely correct. Wow. I mean, just to add a few to what you've said, I mean, network. Like I said, network from your class to everywhere you go. Just even if you're not a social being, try and make the effort to network as much as possible. You're going to need it in assimilating into the German society. You're going to need it when it comes to the job market as well. I mean, believe you me, your CV is good, but at the end of the day, if you have a great network, you can get a friend who could link you up to one or two things. So, I mean, it's basically that's what I did. As a matter of fact, I made a lot of friends in my class, which was of course culturally diverse. I made a lot of friends outside of my class as well, and also joined a lot of communities. So that's a bit of my 2 cents to incoming students.
Yeah, and not only like professionally, but like for example, I just moved to a new apartment and we just got
Oh.
this apartment because of like a person that we knew. So we're like
Yeah.
very lucky. So
Yeah. True.
like
Yeah.
networking can really help you
Yeah.
in different ways.
Yeah. Perfect. Wow. Okay. So guys, let's move to the Q&As, and let me take a look to see which questions we have here. Hi, Maria. Okay, give me a second. Okay, kindly give me a second, guys. Okay. Okay, so we have a question from Radu, who asked, what are the top 10 things you shouldn't miss when visiting Berlin? Oof. I mean, you should be talking about top 100 things, not top 10, because there are a lot of things
Oh my God.
to do in Berlin. Me, do you mind, since you are more well-traveled and more traveled, I think you would be best. You can best, not to put you on the spot, but I feel you can best answer this question for me. I
Okay,
mean,
and
I would chip in as well.
if I didn't get 10, you help me. But
Yeah, I'll add
basically,
after it.
the first thing that comes to my mind is like go to Mauer Park on Sunday. That is so like fun.
Yeah.
Also, the museums in Museum Island are so nice. Even if you don't really like museums, just the area, it's very beautiful. I think Berlin is a lot about like diversity. So if you like different type of like cuisines, you're gonna find anything you want. And this is one of the things that I most like. I try to visit at least one new restaurant every week.
Yeah.
And I feel that I could live 3 lives here, and then I will not manage to visit them all because there's
Yeah.
so many options. And especially like I'm vegan, and Berlin is like the capital of veganism.
Yeah.
So just awesome for me as well. So you're gonna eat very good in here. Also, if you want some like traditional German food, you're gonna
Yeah.
find it.
Yeah.
Also, let me see what
I mean,
else.
basically, I'm sure you've mentioned most of them, but just to chip in, Berlin itself is sort of like a tourist city as well. There about every corner has sort of like a tourist attraction.
Yeah.
So as me said, we are here in Berlin. This is not a matter of, top 10 things. Just go out there, put yourself out there, visit a lot of places, either by yourself, with a couple of friends, or even with family, or however you want to do it. But just put yourself out there, visit a lot of places as much as possible. Every corner has a tourist attraction. So you basically do not even have to spend a lot in terms of getting to know the city. You basically just pay the public transport about a few euros per day, and you get to tour the entire city. Basically even in one day if you want to. So I would definitely recommend you all do that. Me, do you have anything to add?
Oh yeah, definitely. And like there's so many like historical things also.
Yeah.
So if you want to get to know more about the history of Germany, you're gonna like have attractions to get to know more this part better. Um, the museums are bomb.
Yeah.
The art galleries, East Side Gallery, it's cool.
Yeah.
The parks, like Berlin is so green. So
Yeah.
especially now during like spring and summer, it's so nice to go to a
Cool.
park, have a
Yeah.
picnic, and just have fun with your friends or your family.
Yeah.
I think those are like the typical things to do in Berlin. Just like
Yeah.
you know put yourself out and just like get to know the street. um just walk around, you're gonna find a lot of things that you're gonna love it.
Yeah, and most importantly, do not miss Alexanderplatz, the TV tower. Do
Oh,
not
the
miss
TV
Brandenburger
tower,
Tor.
I have
Do
so
not
many
miss the
pictures of
visit.
this tower, really.
I saw it on your Instagram. I was like, girl.
Yeah, like I'm so in love.
I know. Do not miss the Museum Island, and always remember to do the boat cruise, especially if you are coming either for the May intake or for the October intake. The boat
Oh, I
cruise is
didn't
very
do it yet.
You
The
haven't
boat.
yet. We need to plan to go for the boat trip then.
Yeah, please.
It's amazing. It's amazing. What else is there to do? There are lots of things I've literally just even lost count. And so, for now, not to, okay. Okay, so for now, not to waste a lot of time. So basically moving to the next question, Radu asked again, okay, Radu, you seem to be very interested. I hope you're a student though. So Radu asked, what is, the biggest challenge faced when you move into Berlin? I think we've already discussed that,
Yeah,
Radu.
I think that was the bureaucracy in the language that was totally different,
Yeah.
but I managed to understand more about German right now, and
Yeah.
also like I try to understand how things works,
Yeah.
and like it's a lot of paperwork, but you're gonna be fine. It's probably
Yeah.
gonna have you're gonna have a lot of people to help you out with it, like
Definitely.
especially the SBI team. Just make sure to ask them what you want, and they will be willing to help you.
Yeah. Just to address that in terms of some of the challenges. You mentioned the German bureaucracy. To me, I think the bureaucracy is what is shaped, the entire country and where it is. And it also makes life easier for you, the student. So there are processes. Once you follow the process, you have no issues at all.
Exactly.
Literally. So,
It's just
if
more
you,
about
if
like understanding how it works. Like
exactly.
it's not something difficult. It's just
It's
like
not.
it's a lot of things to understand, but you get it. You're gonna get
Yeah.
it. It's just like you just take like maybe a few moments, a few days to
Yeah.
understand how things like
Yeah.
really works. But since you know that, just things just works because
Yeah.
you did what you had to do, what you were supposed to do, and now you'll be fine, you know.
Literally. Okay, wow. Thank you so much for answering that question for me.
No,
Okay,
no problem.
so moving to the next, we have Larissa who asked, do you have any suggestions on when to apply for master's program? Any other tips on this process? Larissa, yes, first question is what master's program do you want to apply to? We have a wide range of master's programs. So question is which of them do you want to apply to? But either ways, if you're looking for tips as to, you know, for any other tips on this process, well, the tips is that once you are sent, the list of admission requirements, sit down, take a look at the list, ensure you have all these documents because, i.e., at the end of the day, you're going to be picking all these documents that you'll be using for the admission process for the visa application process. So if you don't have the documents to secure an admission, you ain't going to get the visa at the end of the day. So I think this is just, it's a simple process, in my opinion. But just to address any suggestion when to apply for the master's program, BSBI currently has about 4 to 5 intakes per year, depending on the program. You can apply for February intake. There's May intake as well. There's July intake. There's August intake. There's October intake. So answer these two questions. Which program do you want to study? 1, 2, which of the intakes do you want to join? 3, do you have all the required documents to secure an admission? If you have them, you're good enough to go. You're going to need those same documents for your visa application process. It's easy peasy and simple as that. Okay, Me, do you have anything to add?
No, I think you did gratefully.
Okay, that's perfect. Thanks. Okay, so moving on to the next, we have Praveen. Praveen, you asked, I am a future MSc Digital Marketing student for the October intake. Okay, that's excellent. Have you gone through the process already? So I would like to know more about the campus, the support for foreign students who came out of their comfort zone. I mean, me and I just shared all our experiences with you regarding, I mean, the support we received and all of that. But me, would you want to take this or would you?
Could you repeat that, please? Because I didn't
Okay,
catch.
okay, don't worry about it. So Praveen asked, he said that he is a future student of BSBI. He's also coming to study your program, which is the MSc Digital Marketing, which is for the October 2022 intake. Now, he says he would like to know more about the campus and the support to foreign students who have come out of their comfort zone. So first, perhaps I'll talk about the campus and then you can also talk about the support bit.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Well, the campus it's is in a very good location. It's close to Potsdam Platz. It's easy to go by U-Bahn, S-Bahn, bus. Like there's everything around. Um, it's a building with like 2 huge floors, and I think like something that I like it's because it's very like well organized.
Yeah, in the center.
You don't really see like the crowd things, like too many people at once. The classrooms are like very comfy, and we have everything that we need, the computer for the teachers, even like for like we're having a hybrid class, so even for the people that are like having classes online,
yeah,
it's awesome because the professor can teach on campus, but also he has a webcam to to teach online.
Yeah.
What else? When it comes to like to support, the BSBI has student team
So,
student
yeah.
support. It's how's it called?
Student services. So,
Student
I mean, when it
service.
comes to the
Yeah.
support, I mean, basically, from being a prospective student to being a current student, rest assured you're going to be supported, right from inquiry to till you graduate. And I mean, as an experience or as a living testimony, I am still being supported by BSBI, i.e., I mean, basically, as you know, I'm a program consultant here. So In terms of the support, we have the student services here who would always attend to you. Should you have, any requests or basically any issues at all, you would be attended to. We also have the program coordinators team. We have the assessment team, which is also here on campus. So if you're having any challenges with your grades, of course, you just need to come and meet with them, share what your grievances are. And every single person on the campus is responsible for your well-being. They are responsible for ensuring that you not only succeed, as a student, but as a matter, once you are done with your studies, the entire institution wants to be sure that you are going to succeed after you graduate from BSBI. So at the end of the day, pre your enrollment, during your enrollment, and post your enrollment, you know that BSBI has got your back. What else do you want? So that's the question.
Yeah.
Literally. I wanted to apply to other schools in UK and all of that. I didn't get the support that I got with BSBI, even with the admission process. Lately I entered an inquiry. I got a call from someone. Other institutions do not provide this kind of services. And you are getting someone to hold your hand right from the inquiry stage. So you being a student, even right when you enroll as a student, you have the entire BSBI staff at your disposal. Even after you graduate, whenever you come back to BSBI, you have the BSBI alumni community to fall back on. You also have the entire BSBI staff. I don't think any other institution could provide you with this much support as BSBI does, to be honest with you. So back to the next question. Larissa, you mentioned that you're doing MA in Innovation and Entrepreneurship. Okay, that's a very, very good program. This is a 2-year program offered by CUC, which is a highly accredited institution. So of course, kudos to that. Your accreditation will not only be valid in Germany, to be valid in, of course, in Europe, UK, in America. So Larissa, best of luck in your application. And if you mind sharing your email address, we'll get in contact with you. Or personally, I'll get in contact with you and provide you with the needed support just in case you need any. Okay, so best of luck, Larissa. Okay, so basically, I think, let me see. Okay, so we don't have any further questions. So, for now, I think we have almost exceeded our meeting time. So if you have any questions, kindly send your questions to the email address detailed on the chat, and of course, we'll always get back to you. All right, so it was really lovely to have you on today's webinar.
Oh, the pleasure was all mine. I really had fun, and sorry guys again about my camera. Hopefully next time we're gonna maybe be both of us on campus and
Yeah, I think that would be much more ideal. So let's do that next time, me.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, thank you so much for joining today's webinar. We really appreciate the time you took to stay in the entire call and actually listen to us share our experiences with you. We look forward to meeting you and more, for the next webinar. So have a nice day, stay safe, take care. See you soon.
Bye guys.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
Bye, me.
Bye.
I'm Antonio. I'm 46-year-old. I was raised in Athens, Greece for 26 years, and the last 18 years I'm living in Berlin. And I have worked in different roles, and since May 2021 I'm working as a head of operations here with BSBI. Every day when I'm coming to the office I'm super excited because I know it's not going to be a boring day. Working in operations, you never know what to expect. It could be from campus management to opening a new location to a different city, to keep the employees and my colleagues happy, buying a new coffee machine, all of this. My teammates are amazing. They are very polite. They're always there to pitch in. When there is need, immediately everybody is there. Academic team, non-academic team, operations, student services, and it's not just the team, the BSBI team, but also the BSBI students. This is exactly how it is. It's teamwork and teamwork effectiveness. And this is exactly my job. Working in a multicultural environment is something that I'm used to because I'm living in Berlin, and it has always been like this. Berlin has 262 different ethnicities, actually. I have never been with 27 different countries. I would say these are the goals. Try to be creative, be the gatekeeper, and also have a great team next to you.
Hello, my name is Julia and I came from Russia, Moscow. I chose the BSBI course Masters in International Health Management. Before joining the BSBI, I have been worked as an analyst in finance in different countries and different companies. And also I worked as a football referee, and so healthy lifestyle and sport has always been a great part of my life, and that's why I chose health management. To my mind, German education is one of the best in the world, and I'm going to continue my career in one of the European countries, and I'm sure that BSBI diploma will help me to be fulfilled in the healthcare sector. My classmates are from different countries, and it's really interesting to get to know people of our nations. My classmates are really friendly. In spite of now we have only online classes, we keep close communication among us. After my BSBI graduation, I'm going to keep my career in healthcare sector because over the last time a lot of skilled employees are in demand. And I believe that my knowledge gained in BSBI can be applied for lots of projects and companies. I've never been to Berlin before. I've been to Germany twice, but never in Berlin. And I find this place really fascinating and multinational. There you can find a lot of people of all over the world, and you can get to know people of our nations. It's really interesting. I would advise them not to be afraid of everything, and investment in the education is the best investment ever.